351, Chapter 348 Welcoming Ceremony, Sister Widow's Debut. A few days later, Superman arrived in Moscow. His arrival was the focus of the world. The welcoming ceremony was arranged in the concert hall of the Kremlin. As one of the most influential people in the world, Luke shook hands with Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin and greeted him cordially. This scene was immortalized by cameras and became a historic moment. Welcome to Moscow. This was the second time Luke had heard that. It's just that last time he was Clark Kent, the secretary, an ordinary man. Now, he was one of the most powerful and influential people on the planet. The identity of the two couldn't be compared. I am also very happy to set foot on this land. Luke showed a kind attitude. He didn't wear his glasses and handed them over to Captain America. The other party became the secretary, Clark Kent, and his own entourage. From height to the physique, they were similar, so they could switch identities. The effect of these glasses was better than any camouflage technique. As long as he put it on, Captain America's flamboyant pectoral muscles and America's ass would be covered up. Superman was still received by the two female agents that had intimate relations with Luke. They obviously didn't recognize the young lieutenant general in front of them as the curly bastard who cheated them into bed. If they knew, the two female agents would probably be ecstatic. After all, sleeping with the secretary was a loss for them. Rolling in the sheets with Superman, now that's profit. General, sir, here we are. Igorova, who was in charge of reception, talked while playing with her hair and smiled beautifully. Luke, who had already explored the depth and savored the taste, completely ignored this casual act of seducing. He stepped out of the black sedan and stood on the Troitsky Bridge. In the foreground, there was the Kremlin, which was connected to the Red Square on the southeast. There were towers standing around, like rolling hills. On the west side was someone's mausoleum, who was hailed as a great mentor after his death and was regarded by the people as the founder of the Republic before his death. His name was Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. In a few decades, there would be many tombstones beside his mausoleum. Those leaders who dominate the Red Empire's fate and determine the Red Empire's direction would be buried by his side. Luke didn't directly enter the Kremlin. He stopped in front of the man's mausoleum and then walked around the Red Square. The latter was the oldest square in Moscow and had experienced 2 fires. Napoleon's army had set fire to it, intending to burn Moscow to the ground. It seems that the capitals of both the eastern and western extremes have suffered this kind of calamity. The White House was burned, but the perpetrators were the British. General, the welcoming ceremony is about to begin. Seeing that Luke was enjoying himself, Igorova had to remind him. The group of people standing at the top of the pyramid of state power was waiting for Superman. Leviathan's Red Room was also prepared for the welcoming ceremony. Most people were aware of the reality that it was impossible to defeat Superman by force. Therefore, the Red Room wanted to adopt other methods. Then, Ms. Igorova, please take me there. Luke took back his supervision. He just wanted to see if he could find Hydra. Those villainous organizations usually preferred to place their bases under magnificent buildings. Unfortunately, Baron Strucker didn't have this hobby. Otherwise, this game could have ended sooner. By the way, miss. Why are you staring at my secretary? Does his charm attract you? Luke suddenly asked before getting into the car. Igorova was startled and quickly averted her gaze, restraining her gritted teeth and expression of anger. She was just a little annoyed. How did this curly-haired man manage to get into bed with her and still act as if nothing had happened with an indifferent look? It's like nothing ever happened. What a complete and utter bastard. Igorova cursed, then smiled charmingly as if she had changed her face. I only feel like I've seen this secretary somewhere before, General. It feels a bit familiar. Luke laughed, patted Rogers on the shoulder, and said, it's his first time in Moscow. Miss, you've probably made a mistake. The two were laughing and joking, but Captain American, wearing the Clark Kent glasses, looked confused and had no idea what was going on. 20 minutes later, Luke entered the Kremlin with his entourage. On the watchtower, the double-headed eagle, symbolizing the authority of the Tsar, had been removed. Instead, there was a red 5-pointed star. Although the Kremlin was now resplendent and colorful. During World War II, in order to prevent Germany's bombing, the Soviets painted all the huge buildings, covering an area of 28 hectares, with camouflage colors and tarpaulins. It wasn't until the end of the war that it was changed back. After passing several tall, lofty towers, Luke arrived at the concert hall. This year's welcoming ceremony was very simple, and there weren't as many fancy tricks as later. When all the staff was in place, Luke sat down with a group of national dignitaries. Just like watching the New Year's gala, they enjoyed one wonderful performance after another. To be honest, this was actually a bit boring for him. Not only did he have to clap, but he also had to deal with the pleasantries with the politicians. Conversations were always full of various temptations, hints, and wooing. Fortunately, after the performance, there was a dance. The beautiful rhythms flowed in the concert hall, the soothing rhythms gently pulsating, moving people's emotions. I hope you had a nice evening. After that, the elderly Joseph Vissarionovic left the concert hall, leaving the stage to others. I've already spread the news that I had infiltrated into Moscow and into the Kremlin, whispered Captain America, posing as a secretary. By the way, why are those two ladies always staring at me? It's like I owe them a lot of money. Following Rogers's line of sight, Luke saw Claire and Igorova. He coughed twice and whispered, maybe they have a crush on you. I heard that the women in Moscow are actually more enthusiastic than the girls in Las Vegas as long as you can open their hard shells and their cold Siberian snowfield-like hearts. Captain America looked unconvinced. He looked in the mirror. When he wore the glasses, he was just an ordinary, curly-haired man. Is Hydra going to send Bucky? Rogers asked nervously. We can't rule out the possibility. Villains like to see a positive person like you, facing his former friends and killing each other. Luke smiled, and he squeezed Captain America's shoulder. Take it easy, Steve. Try to look like a normal person, drink some vodka and find a girl to dance with. I won't tell Marjorie. After that, Luke, the audience's focus, headed straight for the bar at the edge of the dance floor. May I sit here? He asked in a very gentlemanly manner. Yes. The slender girl seemed nervous and kept sipping her wine. Can I have the honor to know your name? Luke used a common pick-up line. It would appear that after the Red Room gave away 2 female agents for nothing, the master spy Teres was not satisfied and sent another rookie trainee who hadn't graduated yet. Natasha. You can call me Natasha. The young girl finished her glass of wine and replied with a stammer. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 352, Chapter 349 Young Birds in His Arms, Integration Activities. In the Kremlin, the ballroom. Why choose Natasha? Igorova picked up a glass of champagne and leisurely walked towards Teres. Yes, the master spy also attended the welcoming ceremony. The other side rarely took off the army green uniform and replaced it with a military uniform suit full of medals. With that serious unsmiling face, it revealed an iron-blooded soldier kind of temperament. The people around him were all the bigwigs of the Foreign Intelligence Agency, the KGB. In the eyes of the outside world, they were the hounds and minions of the Red Empire. They were responsible for removing the discordant voices and dangerous elements from the ranks. She's very clean, regardless of identity, background, or other. Teres didn't answer but took out a pen and wrote the contents on the napkin. Igorova was slightly stunned and then reacted. She remembered the secret meeting, planning on how to deal with Superman. As mentioned by the other party, it was best not to communicate directly. As a walking nuclear weapon, Superman had been studied all over the world. He fought several times in public places and was recorded in videos and written materials. He revealed an amazing defensive power, the ability to move that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, an extremely frightening energy response. These were his combat power on the surface. And in other areas. For example, various physical qualities, hearing, vision, and so on, would certainly be better than normal people. A being like Superman could hear us even if we were talking behind walls. Teres was very cautious and didn't want to attract the attention of the other party. A veteran like you will soon be exposed as long as you appear in front of Superman. The clumsier the girl is, the more the eagle will let down its guard. Igorova sipped her honey wine and looked at the bar on the edge of the dance floor, appearing a bit reluctant. Young, tall, handsome, powerful. Those prefixes, full of praise, were placed on top of Superman's head. The man with the smile at the corner of his mouth looked so charming and irresistible. Why should such a beautiful thing be given to the young girl alone? Natasha could sleep with Superman, but she could only take advantage of the curly male secretary. Thinking about it made her very angry. Sir, please don't ignore an important question. Igorova put down her glass and wrote 2 lines. Can you ensure Natasha's loyalty to the organization? This was due to her female intuition and emotional way of thinking. Igorova thought that the young bird selected by Teres might not stand firmly on the side of the Red Room. Think about it, if she could get into a relationship with Superman, and become his lover, then would there even be a need to be under the control of the spy agency? Natasha is a student I personally taught. She has my trust. Teres first praised her and then went on to write, what you're thinking is exactly what I want to see. The more newcomers, who haven't received brutal training, are more likely to be manipulated by their inner emotions and make some behaviors and decisions that don't conform to rational thinking. So, it's not unusual for spies to approach their targets and enter their lives and possibly be influenced. I've seen similar things happen many times. Even spies fall in love with targets and betray organizations. A cold light flashed in Teres' eyes, like a vulture, with a grim smile. Igorova's heart was astonished. As an outstanding student trained by Red Room, Of course, she knew that those who betrayed often ended up in a miserable situation. The reason I'm happy to see this is because a fake show will always reveal its flaws, and real emotions will touch people's hearts. Taras smiled proudly, crumpled up the napkins, and stuffed them into his pocket. He didn't think of Superman as a fool who would be influenced by beauty. The Red Room planned to build a bridge for communication and conversation with the other through Natasha. Then go further and reach some kind of cooperation or exchange of interests. This was Hydra's and Leviathan's true purpose. Actually, sir. Igorova shook her glass and suddenly pulled out another napkin and wrote, I think Natasha, on her own, may not be able to attract Superman's interest fully. Red Room doesn't know anything about his hobbies. I will volunteer to team up with Natasha in order to make sure the project goes smoothly. Taras had a stiff expression. Was this the student he taught? Seeing Superman, you can't close your legs. Simple and vulgar. You'd better go to the curly-haired male clerk. The master spy stood up and left. With his careful study and full understanding of Superman, the other party wasn't a shallow person who was keen on women and indulged in the opposite sex. Things between men and women, at best, could only be regarded as a seasoning to add to the fun. It was simply a fool's errand to try to influence anything. Sending Natasha was just an attempt. Even Hydra's side didn't have much hope on it. If I could send enough women to get a good impression on Superman easily, I wouldn't have a problem sending out the whole Red Room. Tara thought silently. However, it's impossible. In his opinion, if Claire, Igorova, Natasha, and others were packed together and presented with both hands, it would arouse Superman's resentment, and the other party may regard it as an insult and get angry. Taras shook his head and walked out of the ballroom. I hope Natasha's performance tonight will satisfy Superman. In this way, Superman would be satisfied with the Red Room. The Kremlin means inner city in Russian. It was located in the heart of Moscow, with 18 towers spread around the palace walls in a triangular shape. Among them, the most famous one was the Spasskaya Tower or Savior Tower. It was 71 meters high and was equipped with chiming clocks on 4 sides, which were connected with the calibration clock of the observatory. There was a red 5-pointed star at the top, which was originally made of brass, and then replaced by expensive ruby to prevent corrosion from the rain and snow. Every night, people could see the red 5-pointed star shining on the Savior Tower, piercing the dark clouds. Like a lighthouse guiding the way. Captain America appeared, Zima informed Baron Strucker. The opponent, with his arms folded across his chest, stood on the highest floor of the Savior Tower, looking down on the Kremlin. The bald Baron held up his monocle and snorted, it's disgusting, with Superman around, Steve Rogers doesn't even have a shred of respect for Hydra's forces. Captain America had been lurking in Moscow to inquire about Bucky. Later, he was discovered by agents of the Red Room and almost fell into Hydra's trap. However, before long, he came back. And this time, more high profile than before. Provocation. This is an outright provocation. Baron Strucker was a bit dissatisfied. If it were in the past, he would simply send Winter Soldier to teach the opponent a hard lesson. Things were different now. Just thinking of Superman, mingling, and drinking, not far from the Savior Tower. Baron Strucker felt uneasy, and his back felt cold. Who would know if the other party would suddenly smash through the tower, appear in front of him and blow his head off with one punch? This feeling of a sword hanging overhead was really uncomfortable. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Zima saw the bald Baron's thoughts and comforted, Superman won't think that we're near him. Even if he can see far and hear far, he wouldn't monitor a fixed point every time. There are at least a few thousand people in the Kremlin. Their voices and footsteps are just like many channels of radio. We are just a grain of sand in the sea of people, a tiny noise that's hard to detect. Although Zima said so, he subconsciously lowered his voice. Baron Strucker sat back in his chair, and after a short silence, he said, let Leviathan speed up the progress. If Superman can't be solved, he will always be the sword hanging over Hydra's head. A sparrow sent by Red Room got close to Superman. Zima contacted the master spy Taras and learned that the plan had already started. Hydra needs to develop, and it needs time. Baron Strucker sighed. The Red Empire stands tall at the top of the world. The future was predictable, a confrontation between two superpowers. A stalemate would create confusion and breed opportunity. Hydra was best at drawing nourishment from controversy and conflict to seize victory. This huge and secretive organization inherited a legacy of power and intrigue. By the way, has Whitehall and Madame Viper received the news? Baron Strucker suddenly asked. Zima shook his head. Daniel Whitehall was the leader of the Inhuman faction of Hydra. He advocated to welcome back Hive and worship him as a god. His base camp was in Southeast Asia, where he had many ties to the long-vanished Inhumans. Madame Viper was active in the Pacific Theater during World War II. After Japan's defeat, she also gathered her power. The woman, with a beautiful appearance and a heart like a scorpion, seemed to be proficient in black magic. There was also a private relationship with the newly emerged Hand. To sum up, anyone who could become a leader in Hydra and control a faction was no slouches. No, they refused to communicate. Zima replied. Hydra was originally full of factions. When Red Skull was still around, the others weren't convinced and didn't really recognize each other as leaders. The only problem was that Red Skull had the mustached Führer's support, and the Axis powers was growing in power, so they showed him a bit of respect. Later, Red Skull went missing and was suspected to be dead. The Hydra forces that belonged to him were packed away by the Strategic Science Reserve and integrated and digested. Baron Strucker also got a piece of the cake and strengthened his faction. He settled his grievances with Leviathan, made a deal, and hid in the Red Empire. Considering Superman's strength, Baron Baldhead wanted to unite with other Hydra factions to form a huge whole, to prepare for the reconstruction of the Empire. But the leaders of those factions didn't seem to buy it. Those rebels. So short-sighted. Baron Strucker cursed angrily. If this continued, Hydra would only exist in name. Different factions have different goals. Madame Viper is obsessed with poison and magic. Whitehall wants to welcome back the Inhuman God. And your grand blueprint, Baron, is to rebuild the Hydra Empire. Zima could see it clearly. Baron Strucker couldn't integrate Hydra and twist it into a united rope without strong enough strength or inside information. Even if we're trading, we lack sufficient bargaining chips. The bald-headed Baron cleaned up his bad mood and thought about it seriously. Unless he had a powerful supporter, like Red Skull, it was impossible to integrate Hydra and merge all factions into one. The key lied in this powerful support. Where could he find one? As his thoughts diverged, Baron Strucker looked out at the concert hall of the Kremlin, and a bold idea rose in his head. I must be crazy. He quickly shook his head and dumped the idea. Letting Superman lead Hydra? No one would believe it if he said it out loud. That was the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the biggest hero of the fucking world. If Hydra was handed over to him, would it still be Hydra? Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 353, Chapter 350 Mutual Dramatic Acting, Beauty Attack and Defense. On the other side of Savior Tower, Baron Strucker considered whether to cast aside the dark and look for Superman's support. On this side, at the ballroom, Luke was also silently thinking about bringing Hydra under SHIELD. He told Dr. Zola that he intended to join Hydra and become their leader a long time ago. Anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a house with leakage on all sides, and Hydra would always penetrate it, no matter how it was patched up. Instead of being on guard against thieves for your whole life, it was better to avoid future troubles forever. Completely destroy Hydra? It was out of the question. These people were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. When someone found one, it meant that there were countless cockroaches somewhere. Their ability to develop and expand in scale was comparable to multi-level marketing schemes. They could gather a group of believers easily. Whether it was the Führer or Red Skull, their shtick never goes out of style. Those so-called blood supremacy, racial superiority and inferiority. The slogan to create a better future, Hydra decided to rule the world. These days, there would always be more fools than crooks, and there would always be people who fall for it. As we all know, the best way to completely exterminate a nest of cockroaches without considering the consequences and costs was to blow up the house. Therefore, unless Luke was determined to blow up the planet, he really had no confidence in eliminating Hydra completely. He never liked doing something that took too much time and effort. Besides, whether in comics or movies, Hydra's pawns were always tenacious, dedicated, and hard-working as a villain, receiving one paycheck after another. One couldn't help but wonder if they were so aggressive in making things happen, got defeated and then continued to make things happen, and then got defeated again. Actually, it was only for the salary. General, what are you thinking about? A soft voice quietly rang out, pulling Luke's scattered thoughts back. He shook the glass of vodka in his hand, and his gaze shifted back to the young girl in front of him. Natasha, do you believe in luck? Luke took a sip of the liquor and suddenly asked. Sitting opposite him, the uneasy Natasha paused. Her little head was trying to recall the conversation skills taught by her instructors. How to lead the topic to areas that Superman was interested in, and how to express her own meaning accurately. If she bluntly said, I want to talk to you under the sheets, it would seem too vulgar and unreserved. And, from a male creature's point of view, things that are too easily obtained are often unappreciated. Because subconsciously, there won't be much value. When a spy seduced a target, only the flesh trade and power exchange would come up, and firearms would rarely truly come out. In other cases, it often took several rounds of mutual probing, ambiguity, and hints. Then, they would step on the gas pedal, accelerate to a high speed, and drift at 200 miles per hour. Luck. Natasha's eyes slightly drifted when she thought that she was just a new student who graduated early and became a spy who could get close to Superman. Of course, General. If it weren't for luck's favor, how would I be sitting here, next to you? While giving him an answer, she also looked at Superman with admiring eyes. The instructor of the Red Room said, "A man can never resist a woman who worships him. That would give the other party a great sense of inner satisfaction and accomplishment. I was born in Brooklyn, my father died in a gang fight, and my mother died of tuberculosis." Luke started seriously talking nonsense. The low tone of voice, the deep look of dwelling on memories, made Natasha believe it. This ability to make up stories at the drop of a hat was also thanks to the community platforms battling keyboard warriors. That's terrible. The female agent acted as if she was moved. The eyes are just right, showing a trace of heartache and tenderness. I often fought with people when I was in school, so I dropped out of school and did some money-making work with my uncle. To put it bluntly, I was running errands for the mob. Luke was completely into the play, acting like, "I have a lot of stories, do you have time?" For people like me, the future could be predicted. Either like my father, to die in a gang fight or be taken to prison and lose a chance to be a good man. Or, be a truck driver, get a low salary, and repeat the same boring work. But I didn't become that kind of person. Now, I'm sitting in the ballroom of the Kremlin, receiving a welcome from your head of state. Everyone here has to smile and show respect when they see me. Natasha, do you think this is something that good luck can bring? Luke put down his glass and looked straight at the other party. The inexperienced chick, faced with such a situation, unsurprisingly, showed panic. There's no such thing as luck. Just like you are here, not to wait for friends, nor to sneak in with relatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Luke's sharp tone unveiled Natasha's disguise like a knife. The chick was completely stunned, and her beautiful eyes blinked as if she had lost her ability to think. In her body, no one could see the elegant demeanor of the future S.H.I.E.L.D. 10th ranked agent and an Avenger senior. That's right. I'm here to get close to you. Natasha poured herself a mouthful of vodka, and the alcohol seemed to make her head clearer. The stumbling tone of voice was gradually smoothed out. The reason? What are you going to get from me? Luke pretended to be curious. Do women need any reason to cling to the strong and worship the strong, General? Natasha acted pitifully, and her eyes sparkled. No matter how hard one's heart was, it would melt when it saw such a lovely person. But Luke's wouldn't. Because he didn't have feelings. Beautiful answer. Luke mentally said so. Although this chick wasn't as powerful as the Black Widow. But she had already shown enough potential and the ability to cope on the same level. The game that was supposed to come to an end was rounded up by Natasha's speech. I was born into a poor family. It was only because of my good looks that I became a tool to cling to the powerful. Maybe it was Luke's superb acting that led Natasha to enter the play. When I was a child, my biggest dream was to eat bread until I was full. A cruel life taught me that, in order not to starve and have a good life, I have to cling to the big tree, like a vine. General, you are the strongest, most powerful and most dependable towering tree that I have ever seen. She had soft eyes, self-pity and a face with a hint of youth. But people could already see the beauty in the contours of her face. If the target had been someone else, it would have been a clean kill. Because in World War II, the Germans caused great damage to the Soviet Union. The invading army ransacked nearly 2,000 cities and worker settlements, destroyed more than 60,000 miles of railroads, almost 2,000 state farms, and nearly 100,000 collective farms. The economic losses were enormous, up to 700 billion rubles at pre-war rates. This, coupled with the depleted population of the war, made the Red Empire's advancement difficult. At least as far as the standard of living was concerned, there was no significant improvement. Everyone lived a collective life, and the supply of food and items for daily use was often in short supply. Therefore, it was reasonable for Natasha to say the words above. The tragic life, and the beautiful face. It could completely touch a man with a heart of stone and make them feel the urge to take care of her. I almost believed it. Luke thought so with satisfaction. He saw a good candidate for an agent. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs you. Uncle Sam poster.jpg. Take me to see the Red Room's people. Luke reached out and hooked Natasha's chin. It was time to meet the man behind the curtain as tonight's play ended. I forgot to say, I can hear your heartbeat, even your pulse. Your lies aren't perfect in front of a human lie detector. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 354, Chapter 351 Strange Fetishes, Majestic Mare. At the end of the dance in the ballroom, the participants dispersed. Natasha pulled open the door and got into a black sedan that was parked outside the Kremlin. This was the brand new Volga just assembled in the Gorky automobile plant a few days ago. It had smooth lines and unique decoration, which fully embodied the unique industrial aesthetics of the Soviet Union. The Volga was once known as the high-class car of socialism and the pride of Soviet industry, and then it was widely used as cars for executives. Once imported into China, it became a special vehicle for state leaders. On the surface of this black car, there was a KGB sword shield emblem. Although Taras was the manager of the Red Room, he was a senior executive of Leviathan. However, according to the professional habits of the master spy, one must assume the look when they go out to the battlefield. Taras had always used his KGB identity to do things. Apart from several core executives of intelligence departments, almost no one had heard of Leviathan. He was like a ghost hiding inside the Red Empire, silently nibbling away at the power and penetrating the center. Is that what Superman said to you? Taras frowned. Things were a bit beyond his expectation. In the script, at this point, Superman would have taken Natasha into his fancy suite and started a night full of fire and passion. The other party would find out about Natasha's identity, but it shouldn't be right now. Close skin-to-skin contact was needed to understand the heart. After chatting for a while, Superman bluntly identified Natasha and wanted to meet with him. This was wrong. Taras had a grim, paralyzed expression, not showing his anger. He was shocked to hear the news from Natasha. Superman wasn't interested in you. Taras temporarily put the idea of meeting in the back of his mind. Rashly sitting in front of Superman, in case the conversation fell apart, he didn't know if he would survive. He focused on Natasha, his icy eyes sweeping over. The latter's charming body trembled for a moment as if being targeted by a wild animal and subconsciously felt fear. Taras was the mentor of all the students in the Red Room and also the harsh father and a cruel devil in their eyes. When he appreciated a person, he wouldn't be stingy with his praise. When he was disappointed in a person, he wouldn't hesitate to impose punishment. I think, the general, he should be interested in me. Natasha said with slight hesitation, remembering Superman's flirtatious gesture of reaching out and hooking her chin before he left. Taras was silent as he gazed at the chick sent by the Red Room. Natasha was wearing a bright red backless dress tonight, with a tailored waist. It highlighted her beautiful curves. People couldn't take their eyes off of her red wine wavy hair, as if it was a burning flame. Natasha was still very young. She was a slender young woman, far from the stunning and charming beauty of the future. But this naive haze, like an apple that wasn't fully ripe, was more attractive to male creatures, making them want to take a bite. After all, men were single-minded. No matter what age they were, they would always prefer young, beautiful, lively girls. This pure fetish wouldn't change because of anything. Therefore, Taras was surprised. It was reasonable to say that Superman had no reason to be uninterested in Natasha. Could it be, as Igorova said? Superman had a certain fetish? Preferring the mature ones? Or have a soft spot for married women? Taras was well informed and had met a lot of business tycoons. Those rich people who were satisfied with their material life would always have all kinds of strange special fetishes. This wasn't surprising. As the head of the intelligence agency, Taras was privy to many private matters. For example, certain dignified politicians like to be whipped and have candle wax dripped on them. Some guys weren't interested in women but were keen on the warm embrace of young men. Even he had heard of it. A long time ago, some deranged people wouldn't even let animals go. They often extended their clutches to innocent goats. And people that lived in faraway locations in the snowfields had an indescribable relationship with deer. The reason was that the climate was cold, and some were too lonely when they went herding farm animals. Therefore, the heat was gained by their passionate movement with the deer, and the body and mind could relax. Looking deeper, not only the European people are open-minded, but they also like to care for animals. In mythology, similar stories are passed down. For example, Loki, in Nordic mythology. He was a mighty and magnificent mare. He once extended his wicked hand to a divine horse named Svadilfari. It pressed him under its body and recklessly defiled him. The ridiculous thing was that he also gave birth to an 8-legged horse named Sleipnir with that horse, and that was the horse ridden by Odin. The father rode the horse that his son gave birth to every day. This confusing relationship was too much information to digest. Of course, Greek mythology wasn't far behind, leading the way. The walking pile driver, the sewing tool, Zeus, the king of the gods who was both human and animal friendly. There's no need to say anything more. Flying in the sky, swimming in the sea, as long as it was female, he dared to hit on it. A one-night stand was guaranteed. With his thoughts averted, Tara's voice turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice, "Are you too nervous and not proactive enough?" At that time, he chose Natasha because he wanted to find a clean female student with a simple background. In this way, she wouldn't be easily investigated by S.H.I.E.L.D, and it would be convenient to approach Superman. However, Taras ignored one point because chicks were often no match for eagles, they would easily roll over. I'll report this to Leviathan. You stay close to Superman. I will arrange for you to accompany me throughout the Red Square conference. Tara still wouldn't give up and had to deliver Natasha with both hands. As for meeting Superman, since Hydra put forward the plan, let them have a headache. For the next few days, Luke's life was busy. During the day, he had to deal with the politicians, who all called him Comrade Cavill, trying to influence Superman with the glory of communism. Luke never imagined that he would have to face the painful Maoism course after crossing. Even worse at night, Natasha was an untrained chick who had no evil thoughts about the bed for the time being. But the Red Room seemed to be taking into account the cold weather in Moscow and sent women to Luke in different ways. In addition to following the whole process, Natasha acted like a secretary. Every day, 2 or 3 female students with different temperaments and excellent values were sent to parade in front of him. Taraz, the master spy, like a pimp in a clubhouse, would silently ask Superman, which massage therapist do you think is pleasing? You can take her back and enjoy. I wonder what Hydra is thinking. Luke sat in the lobby of the Kremlin building, automatically blocking out the noise in his ears. Taraz should have conveyed his meaning to Baron Strucker truthfully. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before he would get a reply. He hoped Hydra understood what was best for them. After all, a positive figure like him who didn't discriminate against villains was simply a rare thing. My secretary? Luke suddenly asked. He turned his head and found that Captain America had disappeared. He was there just now. Natasha's eyes were always on Superman, and she had no interest in the ordinary curly man. Luke narrowed his eyes. Could he be looking for the Winter Soldier? 355, Chapter 352 Brotherhood, Bucky's whereabouts. Rogers was depressed. He was with Luke these days. He watched as the other party mingled with the politicians. The game was complex and full of calculations, and there were also mutual probings with organizations such as Hydra and Leviathan. The female agents from the Red Room, like a beauty pageant, took turns trying to attract Luke. This made Captain America deeply feel that the world was sinister, people's hearts were changeable and there were too many schemes, and he began to miss the simple life in Brooklyn before. Although they couldn't fill their stomachs at that time, and they had to make a living every day, everyone was very happy. Rogers, who was in a bad mood, once told Luke about it. The latter called his psychological condition a post-veteran's disease caused by overeating and idleness. Simply put, it means living a rich and financially free life. Suddenly losing his goal, resulting in a sense of loss. It was easy to solve, he just needed to work harder. The best way to spend his energy and time was to devote himself to work. Rogers felt it was very reasonable, so he took up his shield again, put on his uniform, and joined SHIELD. He didn't realize in the slightest that he was being fooled, nor did he take the initiative to ask questions about his salary. This honest effort was worthy of Captain America's name. In this way, Rogers began the long journey of looking for Bucky. Luke always says I should wait. But how long should I wait? Rogers wondered as he sighed with the sunny face of the plain, curly-haired man. As long as he remembered, his good friend Bucky fell into Hydra's hands. He was being treated as a stallion and breeding machine by those damned bastards. He felt a twinge of discomfort inside. For every second delayed, Bucky will suffer another second of torment. Rogers walked aimlessly in the Kremlin. He had a pass, so he wasn't stopped by the guards. Dong! 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 The bell of the Savior Tower made a loud noise, which pulled Rogers back from his aimless thoughts. No. We have to find a way to locate Bucky as soon as possible. Captain America's head was full of images of smooth white bosoms pressed against his best friend's body. In the face of such inhuman treatment, Bucky, if awake, would surely suffer. With this in mind, Rogers was determined to act alone and try saving Private Bucky again. He was already a mature super soldier, so he had no reason to follow behind Luke and wait for the other party to solve the problem. I can do it. Inner anxiety, coupled with long-standing doubts that was the huge gap between two super soldiers. Various reasons prompted Rogers to violate the rules of a soldier. He was ready to break away from the team and save his best friend on his own. I'm sorry, Luke. Rogers strode out of the Kremlin with guilt. He didn't distrust Superman's ability. Captain America trusted Luke completely. They fought side by side and forged a deep mutual friendship that was beyond doubt. Besides, in every crisis, every time they met a strong enemy, it was Luke who stood in front of everyone and shouldered the responsibility and obligation of being a hero. This was undoubtedly admirable and worthy of respect. Superman was a well-deserved beacon of light on the earth, illuminating the world. If Luke himself knew that his image, in the eyes of Captain America, was so great, he would probably laugh out loud. Just thinking about Bucky's condition, and continuing to wait, feels like torture. His best friend had always preferred to get rid of the problem once and for all. Therefore, before catching Hydra and Leviathan, he wouldn't act rashly. Time to find that guy. Rogers started the Volga. The last time Rogers infiltrated Moscow, he didn't get away with nothing. Howling commandos penetrated the Soviet Union's underground brotherhood and gained access to some information. There was still a period of time before the emergence of oligarchs and the chaos with the gangsters. It was after the dramatic changes in Eastern Europe and the collapse of the Soviet Union. In the present Soviet Union, there were no gangs and no oligarchs in the true sense. As for the brotherhood that Rogers hooked up with, it was actually a much older organization. Like Leviathan, they had political background and power. Right now, the minister of the Soviet Union, Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria, was one of them. The brotherhood had a long history and had mastered the special skills of training assassins and collecting intelligence. Not only in the Soviet Union but also in North America and all over Europe. Captain America sneaked into Moscow last time and accidentally saved a girl named Galina Voronina. After a series of complicated things, he won the favor of the Brotherhood. I hope they can help me. Captain America didn't really want to deal with the Brotherhood. Those people, like machines, regarded life as a trivial thing, which made him somewhat resistant. In addition, Rogers promised to keep it a secret. For the sake of keeping his promise, he didn't explain it in his report to SHIELD. The Volga car sped along, kicked up the wind and snow, drove out of the city, and stopped at a nearby factory. Who is it? Before he entered, a few burly bruisers leaned over. Their eyes were alert, with a strong sense of vigilance. I'm looking for Banks. Rogers got out of the car and took off his glasses. After that, he took out a special token, a badge with a red 5-pointed star embedded on it. Not long after, a bearded, middle-aged man with a face full of vicissitudes came out. He was dressed in work clothes and smelled like motor oil. Rogers. Captain America. The man named Banks smiled and wiped his hands on his already dirty work clothes. Is it for Barnes? Rogers nodded. In his opinion, the Brotherhood was as knowledgeable as Luke. In terms of intelligence channels, they weren't much worse than huge organizations like SHIELD and Hydra. You're really lucky. Banks bowed his head and thought for a moment, then said, because of the confrontation between the two superpowers, the situation has always been tense and delicate. In Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, and Romania, there were several assassinations during this period. The victims are all high-level, the murderer is. Banks glanced at Captain America and faintly said, for the sake of saving Voronina, I won't charge you this time. The murderer is the Winter Soldier. The outside world knows nothing about which organization he belongs to and what his origin is. However, no matter how clever the beast passes through the jungle, it will leave traces. After an investigation by the Brotherhood, he should be the James Buchanan Barnes you are looking for. Banks took a picture from the pocket of his work clothes, obviously already prepared. Rogers took it. The figure in the photo was very blurry. They were wearing a half-face mask, riding on a military motorcycle. He didn't know why, when he saw those cold eyes, he felt they were very familiar. Bucky. Rogers carefully put the photo away and turned to ask, so, how do I find him? Banks raised an eyebrow but didn't answer. His meaning was self-evident. The free information ended here. What do you want? Rogers was also very direct. He knew that the Brotherhood sold intelligence in various ways. People could buy it with money or exchange something. I don't want money. Banks smiled heartily and whispered, I want Hydra to get the hell out of the Soviet Union. As it happens, I was thinking the same thing. Rogers understood. There was an irreconcilable and violent conflict between the Brotherhood and Hydra. Winter Soldier would go to Minsk to debrief after completing his mission. Banks, who got the reply, told him about Bucky's whereabouts. It was an abandoned collective farm. It's heavily guarded and difficult to approach. Holding back the joy in his heart, Captain America thanked Banks and sat back in the Volga car. Should I tell Luke? Rogers hesitated. He didn't know whether Luke would let him go or stay put and continue to wait. This is a rare opportunity. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 356, Chapter 353 The Unforeseen Path, The Desperate Villain. Steve is too impatient. Captain America's actions didn't escape Superman's sights. He left the Kremlin and got rid of Natasha. Standing above Moscow, overlooking the earth. Since coming to Moscow, several forces hidden in the Red Empire had jumped out one after another. After seeing Atlantis's bloody lesson with Namor and the others, the villains had realized that it was useless to approach him the hard way. When they couldn't solve the problem, they would die right then and there, and their whole family would be sent to heaven. It was a high-risk gamble with a very low possibility of winning. Winning was nothing more than kicking away the biggest stumbling block, Superman, and successfully moving towards the peak of power. During this period, they had to compete with their peers. After all, there was no lack of ambitious people and no lack of schemers. Ruling the world was the main goal of the vast majority of villains. If they lost, they had to pay the price with their lives. Superman was said to be a war hero, the beacon of light, the light of the righteous path. But there, the number of crooked nails he hammered down wasn't small, and he wasn't a soft-hearted person. For example, Baron Strucker once witnessed Superman personally kill 3 battleship-class people in Paris. Since then, he had been keeping a low profile, afraid to stir up trouble. Because the leader of Hydra had figured out the truth. Superman wasn't a righteous hero, with morality weighing him down. He wouldn't leave any room for error in the process of defeating his enemies, nor will he spare a life after defeating them and throwing them into prison to face punishment from the law. He never forgave anyone who was against him and sent them to see God, or Satan. To paraphrase the line from the studio next door. Your opponent is the most powerful person in the world. Even so, you still want to fight him. Going against him is undoubtedly an extremely stupid idea. Now, those villains who were hiding in the shadows and quietly developing in the corners were facing this embarrassing situation. What they used to fight against the enemy didn't work on Superman. Whether it was a conspiracy, a trap, or an assassination, ambush, kidnapping, and threats. These common tactics apparently had very little viability on Superman. The other party was like a max-level player in the tutorial village, giving Hydra, Leviathan, or other villainous forces a headache. By definition, such a presence as Superman should be placed in the latter levels. As a superhero in the finale, the savior in a crisis. Instead of showing up early, making these gangs of villains helpless. Aware of the problem, Hydra began to adopt the method of appeasement and soliciting. Although, they lost the basic dignity of a villain, who had to go against the good guys. What's more, the opportunity to trample those good guys underfoot, laughing maniacally and monologue their evil plans and terrible ambitions, was lost. However, there were gains and losses. Accordingly, they could survive without having to be killed by Superman's iron fist. It can only be said that this was a path that Hydra never imagined. That's why Luke didn't take the initiative to strike against Baron Strucker. He intended to negotiate and be elected as the new leader of Hydra through a democratic vote. As for whether anyone voted for him, Luke believed that an ambitious and conniving villain wouldn't be too stubborn. They would understand that the only way out was to give up the darkness and turn to the light, to give up evil and follow the good. Maybe this is the deep feelings between best friends. He's overwhelmed by love and affection. Overcoming distractions, Luke watched from afar as the Volga drove along, raising the wind and snow from a distance, and thought, Captain America is different from ordinary people. He's carried away because of his feelings. He fully understood that Barnes was Captain America's obsession. Rogers could only feel at ease when he met his friends again and saw the familiar face again. However, Luke thought of Marjorie, who was still in Brooklyn, waiting for Rogers to complete this mission, and then he would step up into married life with her. Luke couldn't help but mourn for the other for a couple of seconds. I'm afraid that cute blonde nurse will never know that another man is living in her boyfriend's heart. If Steve really got married and Bucky was there, it would have been a classic scene. Luke's mind diverged, and a scene appeared in his head. Bucky, I was here first. Rogers, why is this happening? I'm going to get married, and my best friend is the best man. It's two happy events overlapping. But why can't I? Let's get down to business. He shook his head to get the odd scene out of his head. Luke wrapped himself in his bio-force field and tore through the air like a cannonball. Now that Captain America had acted, there was no need for him to wait any longer. The cold wind hit Rogers' face like a whip. The Volga car had run out of fuel, and he replaced it with a military motorcycle made in Germany. Captain America wore goggles and an overcoat. Like a warrior who traveled thousands of miles to rescue the princess. It was also because his super soldier's physique was different from normal people. Otherwise, in such cold weather, riding a motorcycle would freeze people silly. After a long 10-hour journey, he changed from car to motorcycle, to train. Rogers finally arrived in Minsk, a city with a history of almost 1,000 years. However, there were no old houses or places of interest in the streets and urban areas. During World War II, Minsk was occupied by the German for 3 years, and the smoke and artillery of the war destroyed everything. It wasn't until the Allies won that the city was rebuilt on the ruins of Minsk, with the Sverdlovsk River as the central axle. Rogers wasn't a tourist, and he wasn't in the mood to experience the customs and atmosphere of Minsk. He followed the information given by the Brotherhood and found the long-abandoned collective farm. As Banks said, the perimeter of the farm was heavily guarded, with patrol guards constantly rotating. In all directions, east, west, north, and south, there stood a guard post similar to a sentry tower, on which several machine guns could be faintly seen. This reminded Rogers of Hydra's camp and recalled the feeling of being on the battlefield. How do I sneak in and find Bucky? Captain America hid in the thick forest and looked out at the collective farm not far away. He really wanted to be like Luke, a cannonball smashing into the tight encirclement. Then, under the hail of bullets, Bucky would be rescued from his deep suffering. I might be able to do it. Rogers suddenly realized he was already a battleship class rather than an ordinary super soldier. Hydra's fire attack shouldn't be a fatal threat to him. The longer I stay with Luke, the more I get used to the brutal, no-brainer approach to solving problems. Captain America held the vibranium shield and took a deep breath. Bucky, I'm coming to save you. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 357, Chapter 354 Your Name, Winter Soldier. Steve is acting out of character. Luke had his arms across his chest and stood high above in the sky. With his eyes looking down, he could see Captain America hiding in the thick forest. It would seem that the other party was observing the surrounding environment and considering how to sneak into the heavily guarded collective farm without disturbing others. But before long, Rogers put the vibranium shield in front of him and smashed the gates to the farm like a cannonball. This blatant, reckless style of doing things was nothing like the cautious nature of Captain America. I didn't expect Steve, a cautious man, to learn an assassin's method of no one will notice if there's nobody to notice. Luke lamented. Rampage in, break through the heavy siege, and eliminate all the enemies. This was the most common method used by Superman. Compared with Captain America's long journey, Luke arrived in Minsk long ago. The former took 10 hours, but he only spent a few minutes. After that, he found a hotel to stay in and experience the local customs. Luke originally wanted to finish the mission of saving Bucky before Rogers arrived, and by the way, have a face-to-face conversation with Hydra. However, considering that the former disregarded the principles of a soldier and left the team by himself, to travel thousands of miles to meet with his friend, he couldn't help but dismiss the idea. The long wait was for the satisfaction of the moment they met. But Steve and Bucky, in fact, may not want to meet in this way. Luke glanced lightly as if he thought of something interesting, and his mouth slightly tilted. Da-day. Da-da-day. Seeing a stranger breaking in, several machine guns mounted on the sentry tower spewed out. The heavy fire, unsurprisingly, all hit the vibranium shield. Although the red and white round shield coated with a big 5-pointed star could only block Rogers' upper body at most, no one shot at his lower body. It was as if the shield had an amazing effect on people, and they couldn't take their eyes off it. Ding! 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 Seeing a bullet hitting the center of the shield, Luke groaned. Are these Hydra guys having a shooting competition? Seeing who could shoot more accurately? Of course, Captain America's vibranium shield was where his 50% protagonist aura came from. It didn't surprise Luke. It seems like Hydra's tech hasn't been significantly enhanced since the end of World War II. Luke looked at the battlefield, which was one-sided, and shook his head. After Woden's Blood's 24 transformations, Captain America was no longer the super soldier who needed to avoid face-to-face firepower. He got the reinforcement he needed. Not to mention getting a 50-50 change going against any of the Avengers, even if Thanos came. Rogers could rely on his own strength to fight head-on with the other party. And Hydra was still in place, not looking for an effective tech to develop. It's still the same old story, reinforced fighters with modern weapons. Due to the loss of the Tesseract, even the only weapon that could harm Captain America, the energy gun, has gone into disuse. Where would Bucky be? Rogers didn't know that Luke was up there eating popcorn and watching the play. He threw up his shield and knocked down a Hydra soldier in front of him. The 2-meter-tall man with a big body and a round waist looked as if he couldn't withstand the strong wind, and with a thud he directly flew out. Even the crossfire formed by several machine guns couldn't even make Captain America take half a step back. Rogers braved the bullets, breaking through the tight encirclement while looking around, looking for the place where Bucky was being held. He was like a mammoth, shaking the ground with his footsteps and making loud sounds. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The blazing lightning contained in his eyes formed a few quick balls of light, which flew towards the towers, standing everywhere, and blew them into pieces. This collective farm, used as a base by Hydra, could not stop Captain America from moving forward. Those enhanced soldiers might have had an overwhelming advantage over ordinary soldiers. But they weren't enough for Captain America, who was highly equipped and enhanced. The strong bodies that could block small-caliber bullets as if those bullets were as fragile as paper. Punching a Hydra soldier, Rogers, who was invincible, suddenly fixed his eyes on a building in the northeast corner. Maybe it was his affinity to his best friend, or perhaps it was a man's intuition. Somehow, he thought Bucky was there. Bam! Stepping heavily on the ground as if he was releasing the classic war stomp skill. The enhanced soldiers who had fiercely rushed forward shook and fell to the ground. With the force of the recoil, Rogers was like an arrow off the string, shot out with a powerful whoosh. He catapulted hundreds of steps away in a matter of seconds. The closed metal door was crumpled as if it was a shoddy product. Unable to resist, it was directly knocked down by Captain America. The steel door slab was thrown out, and it smashed into the wall at the other end. The alarming noise echoed through the building. Bucky. Rogers stopped and looked around. The building appeared to have been converted into a dormitory. Several iron-framed beds with bunk beds are placed at the entrance, and there were signs and slogans like "Our cause is righteous," and "Victory will be ours" on the walls. However, Captain America's eyes didn't stop at these. He just stared blankly at the tall figure with a somewhat complex expression. First, he was surprised, then he was amazed. In the end, it turned into a few moments of surprise and some subtle unspeakable emotions. That tall figure picked up the clothes scattered to the corner of the bed and slowly put them on. He seemed to be unaware of Rogers's arrival. He stretched his body and relieved the tense muscles after his intense exercise. He put on his black combat outfit and put on his half-face mask. Finally, he set his eyes on Captain America. "Who is Bucky?" In those empty eyes, there was a hint of killing intent. He looked like he was very pissed at Rogers, who had disturbed him. How did this happen? Although Captain America had thought that when he saw Bucky again, his opponent would have changed a lot. However, it was hard to accept that he didn't even remember his own name. This meant that Bucky had abandoned his past identity and was no longer his best friend. And Rogers's eyes involuntarily glanced at the blonde lying in bed. More than one. Remembering what Luke had told him, Bucky became a breeding machine for Hydra. A flash of anger rose up inside him. "Your name is James Buchanan Barnes." Captain America tried to explain and awaken Bucky's memories. But the latter didn't want to listen, and his eyes were filled with wisps of blazing white light. An explosive ball of light containing energy struck Rogers's vibranium shield. "I'm the Winter Soldier." The tall figure stepped out of the door and gazed at Captain America, who was slammed back, creating a large crater behind him. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 358, Chapter 355 Domestic Violence, Physical Sobriety. Rogers was lying in the big hole smashed out by his body, with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. He didn't expect that Bucky would attack him, and he did so mercilessly, trying to kill him. If the passive effect of the vibranium shield hadn't played a role, it wouldn't have blocked the shot of energy that contained the exuberant heat. Maybe he would be blown apart and die on the spot. After realizing that the person in front of him wasn't his familiar friend, Captain America finally came to his senses. He rolled over and stood up, looking straight at the other person. "Bucky, you've forgotten who you are and what you've said before." Rogers gripped the shield in his hand, and his gaze turned resolute. "If the person you once were saw you now, as a tool in someone else's hands, I believe he would feel angry and would agree with what I'm going to do next. I'm taking you back, away from here, and back to Brooklyn. Get rid of this miserable existence." Captain America raised his shield, withstood several powerful energy shots, and took several strides to reach the Winter Soldier's position. A punch swung out. The air exploded, exhibiting incredible force. "Is that all?" The expressionless, cold man raised his left hand and caught Rogers's heavy punch, revealing a hint of contempt in his eyes. Like the other party, he was also a battleship class, transformed by Woden's blood. No matter in terms of strength, speed, and energy attack, both of them were similar. It can be said that they were evenly matched. "Although I don't know who you are, I remember that headquarters gave the order." Bucky, who had already been brainwashed several times, coldly said, "If I see a guy who uses a shield as a weapon and dresses like a clown, I should kill him." As Bucky's words fell, the arm clutching Rogers's fist was pulled back, and his knee was thrown upward. Clean, quick, and decisive. Bang! It was like the muffled sound of someone hitting a sandbag. The heavy force pounded into Captain America's abdomen, nearly bringing him to his knees and incapacitating him. With a strong will, Rogers struggled to overcome the excruciating pain in his head and threw out his shield before Bucky could launch his next attack. The Winter Soldier seemed to have a lot more experience in combat than Captain America, so he extended his arm and firmly took it. "You don't look like a veteran." Bucky said so. "Your body is getting rusty and slow. No belief in winning, no determination to kill your enemy." A fist smashed into Rogers' face, the bones of his nose breaking sounded, and the hard bones abruptly shattered. A string of blood rolled down. With only a few rounds of hits, Captain America, who had rarely suffered a defeat, fell into a disadvantage. "Ah, this is domestic violence." Luke looked down and saw the two men fighting. Compared with Rogers's passive parry, Bucky was much more active. It was like a storm of punches and kicks, occasionally interspersed with a few shots of energy blasts. The flat ground was full of ditches and potholes. Two battleship class, like humanoid machines, constantly collided in the most primitive way. If the situation continues, it looks like Steve is going to lose. Luke could see that Captain America was always thinking of his old feelings and always left room for them. The brainwashed Winter Soldier had no psychological burden, and every punch and kick was aimed at the vitals. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Several spherical lightning bolts, like tracking missiles, traced a dexterous path and circled around Rogers, who was dodging and then instantly exploded. Terrifying waves of air tumbled up, like tons of explosives ignited all together, releasing rampant energy. Luke was slightly surprised to see that the Winter Soldier was obviously better than Captain America in terms of control. Hydra must have given Bucky special training, while Rogers, on the other hand, had very few opportunities to fight after the war. It wasn't surprising that one was better than the other, resulting in a one-sided battle. I'm Steve Rogers, I live in Brooklyn, and I have a friend named Bucky. In the smoke that spread out, labored words and violent panting could be heard. Almost half of the tattered long trench coat was destroyed, and his whole body was covered with charred marks. Captain America, who looked awful, slowly walked out. Leave Hydra, leave this place, Bucky. Rogers stared deep into his eyes, seeing that physical persuasion won't work. He could only hope for an appeal from the heart. After all, if you couldn't fight, you could only try to persuade, which was also the basic actions of many protagonists. Steve Rogers, Captain America. Bucky looked a little dazed as if remembering something and subconsciously repeated the words. That's right. We used to live in Brooklyn, you earned pocket money as a paperboy, and I shined shoes. Seeing that something seemed to be working, Rogers wanted to strike while the iron was hot. As he walked forward, he approached Bucky, while slowing down his voice, he softly said, Your father served in the 107th Infantry Regiment, and you joined it later on. Remember? The Winter Soldier couldn't help but lower his head, and his eyes looked even more confused. As if he was struggling, trying to remember. Bucky, did you forget all those warm, funny, and meaningful things? Captain America continued to talk about their past, hoping to shake the other's memory and awaken the other party's inner self. I remember. When Rogers was about to walk in front of him, Bucky suddenly raised his head, and a cold light burst out of his eyes. You're the enemy. The moment he made a sound, his palm reached out like lightning and quickly strangled Captain America's neck. Caught off guard, the latter was struck. I am considering whether to kill you now or to take you back to the organization. The cold-voiced Winter Soldier crushed the last illusion Captain America had with his own actions. Attempting to awaken a brainwashed person with memories wasn't that simple. Bucky. Rogers squeezed the name out of his throat, his eyes carried a plea and a hint of pity. The annoying look in his eyes made the Winter Soldier tighten his grip and strangle him even harder. There seemed to be a hint of abnormal fluctuation in his cold emotions. Why did he look at me with pity? This question came up in his mind. Forget it. Let's settle it right now. Bucky was a little distracted as if some kind of memento mori scared him, which was emerging. To keep himself calm and undisturbed by external things, he even went so far as to give up his intention of bringing Captain America back to Hydra. Kill him. On the other side, the rational brain urged Bucky to take action. He tightened his palm even harder, like cast iron, so he could wring the other's neck. I advise you to let him go, Sergeant Barnes. The dark red cloak was blown by the wind and rolled like a wave. The tall and straight body slowly descended, landing on the ground. Who are you? With a wary look in his eyes, Bucky held Rogers, who was in a death grip, in front of him. As a veteran who set foot on the battlefield, he was an ace killer with an incredible amount of experience. His keen instincts told him that this uninvited guest was dangerous. I am another friend of yours. Luke smiled slightly as he turned toward Rogers and said, Hold on, it might hurt a little. The latter's red face was full of confusion, and Bucky didn't understand the other's meaning. They just saw Luke take a step, and then the Winter Soldier, who was holding a hostage, felt a sharp pain. His chest felt as if a heavy hammer hit it, and his bones were about to crack. Then, he heard the booming explosion that shook his eardrums, and a fierce gust of wind hit his face, painfully blowing him back. Finally, he saw the upright figure standing in Bucky's original position. As for Rogers? Luke took him away from the Winter Soldier, but his collarbone was slightly misaligned, and he felt a painful crick in his neck. Hiss. Your plan to rescue a hostage is too crude. Captain America said, craning his neck. Leaving without authorization, I haven't penalized you yet, Colonel Rogers. Luke's face was stern, displaying the authority of a general. I will go back and write a report and seriously reflect on it. Rogers obediently admitted his mistake, which was indeed his fault. Forget it. I'll take care of Bucky for you. Luke shook his head. He just said it casually. He didn't really want to blame Captain America. This was his best friend, so it was understandable. The most that could be done was to remind Rogers's girlfriend to pay more attention to Bucky and be careful of being cheated on. He doesn't remember his past at all. Captain America cracked his neck back and spoke in a downcast voice. Considering that he almost died at the hand of the Winter Soldier just now, the lucky feeling of surviving reminded him that the man standing in front of him had become a loyal tool of Hydra, not an old friend who grew up with him in Brooklyn. I can remind him of who he really is. Luke said lightly. Then, under Rogers's surprised gaze, he walked towards Bucky, whose sternum was cracked and couldn't move. What's your name? Superman asked in a commanding manner. Boom. A ball of lightning was ready to strike in the Winter Soldier's eyes. Luke's mouth tilted. He stretched out his hand on the other person's face and held their head. He slammed it to the ground with a straight face. Bang! The solid ground was smashed into a deep crater, and Bucky, who wanted to release his energy blast, fell to a dizzy state. What's your name? The Winter Soldier, who had been strictly trained never to divulge any information, still intended to answer Luke's questions with actions. He endured the sharp pain in his sternum, and his foggy mind grabbed Luke's right arm with both hands and twisted it backward. The latter's upright figure was as steady as a mountain, without the slightest hint of wavering. Bucky's resistance was like a child facing a towering tree. No matter how he kicked, there was no response. Bang! A second time. A hard whack to the ground. What's your name? Luke continued to ask. Bucky gritted his teeth and refused to say anything. He was the most powerful fighter in Hydra and the most loyal member. How could he easily give in to others? Bang! 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 Luke was like a rigid machine, asking questions over and over again and smacking him down over and over again. An unspecified number of smacks later, the Winter Soldier, who felt that his bones were going to break, weakly said, Barnes. My name is James Buchanan Barnes. Good, you finally remembered who you are. Luke dropped Bucky, who was almost at his last breath. He turned to a dumbfounded Rogers and said, Steve, look, he remembers. 359, Chapter 356 Powerful People, Meeting, and Dictatorship. It was 2 hours after Baron Strucker learned that the collective farm had been invaded and that the Winter Soldier had been taken away. For the previous Hydra, it would take 40 minutes at most. This fully reflected the weakness of the residual party and its complete inability to roll out an extensive and timely intelligence network. Back to the clock 2 hours ago, Baron Strucker was at the Savior Tower with peace of mind, considering Leviathan's suggestion that was, having a face-to-face conversation with Superman. The other party had already expressed their meaning and asked Natasha to convey it. Whether it's Leviathan or Hydra, they had to make a choice. Testing Superman's patience was unwise and dangerous. Besides, using countless means couldn't compare with serious and sincere positive communication. The only thing that Baron Strucker should worry about was probably his personal safety. If Superman wanted to catch Hydra and pull the fishing net out of the water, it was equal to sending his own head out the door, a purely idiotic act. Zima, what do you think of the godlike human? What is he really trying to do? Baron Strucker clasped his hands on the table and looked at Zima, sitting opposite him. The other was the only person who had gained his admiration and was entrusted with important responsibilities in the entire Hydra remnant party. On the one hand, it was because Zima had the same origin as himself. Having joined the SS under Führer, there was no doubt about his loyalty to the organization. On the other hand, there was also a serious talent shortage in Hydra, and there were no elites available. The scientists were all packed away by Dr. Zola and delivered to the then Strategic Scientific Reserve. Only the intelligence department was retained and was absorbed by Baron Strucker. I'm not sure. Zima shook his head. He wasn't so arrogant to think that he understood Superman like the back of his hand and could guess what the opponent was thinking. How could an ant guess what the giant was thinking? These were Zima's true thoughts. The difference in their positions was too big of a gap. The results obtained from the psychoanalysis were naturally flawed beyond measure. Judging from the past actions of the godlike human, he often does surprising things, things that the outside world won't expect. This is one of the reasons why I can't figure him out. Zima, wearing a purple mask, paused for a moment. He wanted to say something but couldn't say it. Such behavior, which was reflected in the change of his attitude, was unsurprisingly noticed by Baron Strucker. He held up his monocle and slightly frowned, there's no one else here. You can say it, no need to hide it. After getting approval, Zima went on to say, Baron, I think, since Superman conveyed that he wants a meeting, we might as well try it. The leaders of other factions of Hydra refuse to break down their prejudices, put aside their differences, and join with you to rebuild a more perfect, more powerful and more indestructible Hydra empire. They don't have the broad-mindedness and the foresight of a man who is one step ahead of his time, like you, Baron. As a subordinate, one must flatter one's superior before throwing out one's own opinions. This wasn't only a hidden rule in the workplace but also one of the cheat codes for promotion and salary increase. Baron Strucker was very pleased by this, even though he knew it was flattery. It was nice to hear, and people couldn't help but smile when they heard it. If you can talk, say more. The leaders of other factions indulge in power, only care about their immediate interests, and wouldn't go far. Omitting hundreds of words of praise, Zima then said, if we can take the lead in getting a connection with Superman, get the recognition of the other party, or even reach a partnership by promising a portion of the benefits, we can gain S.H.I.E.L..D's support. In turn, use this support to bring the other factions into your hands, wouldn't it be? Zima didn't make it too clear, but the meaning was obvious. Use S.H.I.E.L.D to deal with the other Hydra factions and hold Superman's support tightly. Their future would be bright. Baron Strucker frowned even more tightly and looked at Zima with a strange look. This guy isn't a spy hiding inside Hydra, is he? Bent on selling the organization to Superman. Such thoughts passed his mind but then disappeared. Baron Strucker shook his head lightly. Zima had served Hydra well and had shed blood. He shouldn't be so suspicious of him. This proposal seemed tempting but failed to impress Baron Strucker. Zima, Hydra, and Superman aren't on equal footing, and we can't guarantee our own interests at all. The bald-headed Baron was clear-headed, not biased, but worried. The only result of an unequal dialogue is to repeatedly give in, until everything is given away. Zima bristled, seemingly holding a different opinion. He thought that what Hydra had lost was nothing compared with the benefits they could get. That was Superman. The most vocal and powerful person in the world. This was the same as a once strong and established company facing a rising global giant. Continuing to maintain pride, not accepting acquisition, they would only be slapped to death by the surging tides. Within the Red Empire alone, there were two major organizations, namely the Brotherhood and Leviathan, competing with them. On the global scale, other Hydra factions, as well as various forces, could completely overwhelm them. In addition, mutants, inhumans, all kinds of aliens from the dark world, magicians, and so on. How could there be any room for Baron Strucker? But if they joined the ranks of global giants, they might get the opportunity and capital to rise again. Endure it for 3 years, and then grow silently, reverse the attack from the people at the top. That was what Zima was thinking. When he thought about this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but quirk up in a weird smile. Zima, do you have a different opinion? Baron Strucker's inquiry pulled Zima back to reality. He shook his head repeatedly and denied, I didn't think about it properly. Baron, you have a far-sighted vision. At this point, the conversation came to a standstill. The silent atmosphere ran through the room. The call from Minsk rang, and Baron Strucker picked it up. In a matter of seconds, his face changed from shock to anger to frustration. The call didn't last long, but the bald-headed Baron soon put down the receiver and slumped on the chair. This time, he even lost his last card and wasn't even qualified to sit at the table. Maybe you're right, Zima. After a few minutes of silence, Baron Strucker's eyes showed a touch of bitterness, and his ambition was doused with cold water. Losing the Winter Soldier meant losing the last hope of cloning an Aryan Superman. There was no bargaining chip for cooperation with Leviathan. Antares, the master spy, would soon attack him. What happened? Zima asked in a low voice. Superman took Winter Soldier away, which may be a sign or a warning from him. Baron Strucker answered. He is telling us that Hydra has no choice but to obey or die a silent death like Red Skull. He waved his hand, seemingly discouraged, and instructed Zima, have Leviathan send a message. We'll accept a meeting. Tomorrow, in front of Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov's mausoleum. The latter nodded, showing a trace of joy on his face, completely devoid of the frustration that Baron Strucker had. Wasn't it better to work with Superman than to live in the Soviet Union? The emergence of a strong individual was bound to give rise to another strong force. Perhaps Superman had no desire to become a dictator, but there was no denying that sooner or later, the world would be overshadowed by his presence. His opinion will determine the situation of a country and a continent, and everyone will have to show him respect. Invisible dictatorship is still a dictatorship. Zima thought so. He left the room and stood at the balcony of the Savior Tower overlooking the Kremlin. The new era belonged to Superman and also to the new Hydra. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 360, Chapter 357 Mausoleum, the National Anthem. On the west side of Red Square, in front of the magnificent mausoleum built with red granite and black feldspar, Baron Strucker and his confidant, Zima, arrived early. They stood under the solid pedestal and looked up at this solemn and simple building. The body of the man, who was praised as a mentor by people, was placed in a glass coffin inside the mausoleum, and his body was covered with the Soviet flag. There were a lot of people there, and every Soviet who passed through Red Square, or famous tourists, would come to pay tribute. You also came. A Volga car stopped, and Baron Strucker saw Taras, the master spy, come out. As a former member of the KGB and a senior member of Leviathan, his appearance was much more high profile. After giving a few orders, several groups of guards rushed to the Red Square and set up a perimeter around the mausoleum to prevent pedestrians from approaching. Hydra can't defy Superman's will, Kin Leviathan. Teras said so. Baron Strucker silently thought. When did villains become so humble, having no dignity at all? I heard that your trump card, the Winter Soldier, was taken away by Superman. The sympathy from the bald Baron didn't last long, and Teras awkwardly made small talk. Barnes was Superman's former comrade in arms, and it's normal for Hydra to return the person. Strucker coughed twice and corrected himself, please don't describe Superman as a thief. We did it voluntarily. Teras despised it. Was this how they bootlicked? As the leader of the Hydra, not even the least bit of pride, really. Da-da-da. At the sound of footsteps behind him, Teras' cold expression changed, and he put on a smile, General, seeing you again is a blessing for me. Tisk. Bootlicking little runt. Baron Strucker secretly sneered. Not to be outdone, he greeted him with a smile. General, I had the honor of seeing you defeat the Aryan demons in Paris. Red Skull and the Axis powers, General Sankt of Berlin. They were simply asking for death. The bald man kissed ass, and it was quite uncouth. I had repeatedly advised them that it was very unwise to make an enemy of Superman and suggested surrendering, but they did not listen and were stubborn. Teras was stunned. This guy could kiss ass more than himself. No way. I can't lose. As a former KGB executive and spy leader of the Red Room, Teras also had his pride. General sir, in fact, I admire you. All right, all right. Let's get down to business. Luke waved his hand and interrupted the bootlicking contest between the two. He wasn't interested in flattery. Although it sounded really good, it was still far from White Queen's flexible tongue, which could tie cherry stalks. The reason I wanted to meet with you was that I didn't want to convey our opinions through a middleman, which would make us all seem less than sincere. Luke stood in front of the mausoleum in a trench coat. From a distance, the song of the Red Empire, Unbreakable Union, was faintly heard. Teras laughed awkwardly and confessed, General, Leviathan has great respect for you. We are just parts attached to this country, and when the machine runs, the parts can't influence its direction. General, no matter which camp you stand in, Leviathan has no intention of being an enemy. The master spy was smart enough to extract himself first. The walls of the two polarities were increasingly rigid, and who knew which faction Superman was supporting. In any case, Leviathan relied on the Soviet Union to develop. The fall of the Red Bear wouldn't do them any good. Don't get me wrong. I am known to be a pacifist and a staunch supporter of the unity of mankind. Luke smiled and explained his position. It's not my business which side Leviathan is on. It's just that SHIELD has a shortage of intelligence professionals, and I was wondering if you had any ideas about moving to another job. Teras froze for a moment, not responding. Is this poaching? In front of Hydra? Getting appreciation from you is an enviable thing, General. Baron Strucker seized the opportunity and began to gloat. If it were me, I would have agreed to it immediately. Teras was in a dilemma, and the bald guy next to him was bound to release the news. When the time came, the organization would think that he had defected and wasn't loyal enough. What should he do? When working in Leviathan, if loyalty wasn't absolute, it was being disloyal. Teras was already panicking, subconsciously looking at Superman, who was smiling at the corners of his lips, and his heart thumped. As the master spy who presided over the purges, he was well aware that when dealing with traitors and unstable elements, the organization would always deal with them in a very brutal way. You don't have to answer in a rush, Teras. You can go back and think about it. Luke gestured to the other side to leave. Leviathan was not part of the quest, so naturally, he had no additional interest. At most, he would take away the young version of Natasha and train her well. She would be a good secretary. Now, his driver was Nick Fury, and the Black Widow would be his. Then deal with Thor, and the achievement of gathering the Avengers senior members would be half complete. Strucker, do you have anything to say? Luke looked at the leader of one of Hydra's factions with a kind smile. Watching Teras slowly back, the bald-headed Baron was shocked. He didn't want to be manipulated and poached by Superman, so he simply took the initiative to confess, James Buchanan Barnes was the original material for Red Skull's human experiment, but General Sankt chose him as a candidate for an Aryan demon. It really has nothing to do with me. I wanted to return him to you as soon as you arrived in Moscow, but... Baron Strucker spoke quickly and urgently, his mouth was like a machine gun. The Winter Soldier had a deep friendship with Captain America and was even a friend of Superman. Although Hydra knew about this, who could be willing to give away a battleship-class soldier? Besides, without the Winter Soldier, Baron Strucker would never have reached a cooperation with Leviathan. This was an important high-end combat force. That's a thing of the past. You don't have to mention it. Luke was very generous, which relieved Baron Strucker, whose forehead was covered in sweat. However, this ease didn't last long. But, Strucker, your actions have caused extremely serious psychological and physical harm to Bucky. Luke's tone turned serious and solemn as he said, I hope you can make up for it. I should. I really should. Of course. The bald Baron smiled bitterly while nodding his head in response. He was tempted to ask Superman to finish the conversation in one go. Otherwise, his heart felt like it was riding a roller coaster with ups and downs, and he could easily get sick. For specific compensation, talk to Captain America yourself. He is Bucky's representative. Luke finally got down to business and whispered, I'm not Hydra's enemy, and I'm not interested in completely destroying you. I said these words to Dr. Zola, and I will tell you now. I hope you can feel my sincerity. Not waiting for Superman to launch his speech, convincing Hydra and convincing Baron Strucker, Zima as a minor side character, looked up and said, just as you, General, are a pacifist and a staunch supporter of the unity of mankind, Hydra actually has similar ideas. The agenda we share is also the elimination of war and the creation of a better and brighter world in the future. Only to be used as a tool by the evil Axis powers and as a weapon for the ambitious Red Skull's personal desires. Red Skull was truly the almighty bearer of blame. Hearing this, Luke couldn't help but sigh. Therefore, Hydra was accused of dirty things and became an object of scorn. Zima completely ignored Baron Strucker's meaningful stare and spoke with increasing vigor. I hope that you, General, would give Hydra a chance to turn over a new leaf. Let us join your team, feel the light of justice, and experience the spirit of freedom and peace. This is a talent. Luke's eyes twinkled. It was obvious that Zima could see the situation even more clearly than Baron Strucker. He could even say such brazen words without even blinking. Strucker, what do you think? He didn't answer but looked at the complicated expression on the bald Baron. Who else could he look at? Baron Strucker squeezed out a small smile and agreed, what Zima said is exactly what I was thinking. Very well, I am willing to give you an opportunity to start over. Luke smiled contentedly. Talking to people who understood where the wind was blowing was always a pleasant thing. Strucker, Zima, let's say the words together. Under the mausoleum, the three stood. The anthem, Unbreakable Union, was sung repeatedly at the west side of the Red Square, nearing its end. Hail Hydra! The proclamation was drowned out by the loud, rousing, passionate tune. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 361, Chapter 358. After this battle, I'll go home and get married. Since I can't resist, just enjoy it. That was what Baron Strucker thought. Simple and unpretentious. As a mature Hydra, he knew that he wasn't in a position to make demands. What's more, Superman had a lot of means that even he couldn't counter. If he didn't make the right choice, he would reunite with Red Skull in the underworld. As a villain, Baron Strucker's advantage lied in his outstanding qualities of being able to judge where the wind was blowing, making the best of it, and never wanting to resist and fight to the end. In the face of the situation that this person was better than the others, there was absolutely no need to pay too much attention to personal dignity. If he could kneel, he would kneel and lick the other party's boots. Of course, villains had no loyalty to speak of. When disaster struck, if Strucker didn't backstab him, it could already be considered sincerity. Hail Hydra! After saying that, Baron Strucker figured it out. Surrendering to Superman and living a long life was actually quite good and not a bad thing. As Zima said, with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D., all the stubborn Hydra faction leaders would be taken down. Today, they are indifferent to me. Tomorrow I'll pull you all down. A step ahead of the others, he joined under Superman's banner. In the future, he could mingle with the big guys. Baron Strucker, who had reassured himself, began to think about what kind of argument to use to deceive. No, it should be, to persuade the remnant party forces entrenched in the Red Empire. A covert operation to infiltrate SHIELD and infiltrate the enemy. Hydra was once based in Europe, which was known as the top of the world. Later, they went into exile in Siberia, where the climate was cold and snowy. Now, it was time to get back on the big ship, sailing to North America. Baron Strucker, who had experienced so many twists and turns, stood in front of the mausoleum and suddenly realized that he was already a relic of the old days. Zima, who was also a member of Hydra, had a different mood. He thought that it was time to get rid of the past and embrace a beautiful new era. There was no future in holding on to the little power in his hand, hiding in the corner and fiddling with national politics. If Hydra wanted to rise, it needed a broader stage. On the surface, the world was polarized between two powers, but in Zima's view, Superman was fully qualified to be the third pole. Being attached to such a strong man, Hydra wasn't ashamed. Every day, Whitehall talked about the inhuman god, the so-called Great Being, and Madam Viper, who might not be much stronger than Superman. The furthest distance in the world is probably standing beside each other with completely different ideas. Luke took in the subtle expressions of the two. A sigh of relief. An ambitious expression. So be it. I hope the next time we meet, it will be in Washington, D.C. After negotiating the merge of Hydra into SHIELD, Luke waved his hand and left. Baron Strucker and Zima, who were standing in the cold wind, needed a little time to consolidate the forces at hand. I came alone and left alone, leaving with a lot of new baggage. With this in mind, Luke smiled with satisfaction. A trip without Harvest would be incomplete. He had always followed that thinking wherever he went. He just had to include some worthy collectibles in his bag. It could be a person or an object. It's another beautiful day. At the thought of having pulled Marvel Universe's green villain into his camp, Luke felt that he had made another contribution to the peace of the world. Without Hydra as a troublemaker, maybe the Avengers would have a bit of an easier time in the future, and the number of times the Earth would be invaded would decrease. In that case, he was really a good man. I wonder if the Cold War will continue to brew. Luke went to Red Square, ignored everyone's eyes, shrugged off Earth's gravity, and slowly rose to the sky. He overlooked the Red Square, the Kremlin, and even Moscow. When he looked up, his eyes seemed to penetrate the atmosphere, breaking the barriers of space and looking farther into the distance. The Hydra's quest was probably a countdown of his stay on Earth. After picking up the Kryptonian ship, it was time for him to embark on a journey to the stars. This small planet was like a room. Staying here, growing up, becoming Superman, he increasingly felt restrained. No wonder those dimensional demon gods would eventually leave Earth. Luke grew maced. For those veteran powerhouses huddled in dimensional worlds, planets might just be cramped rooms. Especially in the eyes of the Lord of Oblivion Sidorak and the Trinity of Vishanti, the Earth was probably like a glass marble. This reminds me that there's a maniac at the studio next door, who likes to collect planets and civilizations like people collect figurines. Luke wandered above the clouds, enjoying a moment of peace. A few days later, the meeting, which was more superficial than practical, finally ended. The competition between the two superpowers wouldn't be stopped just because of a discussion. Leviathan welcomed Superman's imminent departure from Moscow with open hands. They were eager to see him off. Despite losing the Master Spy Terras and the elite agents of the Red Room, Leviathan didn't show too much anger. On the one hand, they were too afraid and could only curse in their hearts. On the other hand, compared to Hydra, who was packed up and taken away, they ended up quite well. At least Superman left something for Leviathan and didn't take everything away. Therefore, a person's judgment about his own experience mostly depended on the surrounding environment. As long as they weren't the unluckiest ones, then everything was within an acceptable range. Send them here. Luke and his group appeared at the Irkutsk airport. Hydra's relocation activities would probably have to wait for a while. On the return trip, he, Captain America, and the Winter Soldier were the only ones in the group. In addition, the Master Spy Terras and 3 female agents of different sizes, namely B, C, and D. Steve, can Bucky recognize you? Luke walked up the ramp. Since Winter Soldier was brought back, Captain America had been watching over his every step. Every day serving him food and water, cleaning his body, it was really exciting to think about. Oh, no, it was touching. This deep friendship between brothers was simply a tearjerker. He refused to admit that he grew up in Brooklyn and refused to accept the fact that he was my friend. Rogers was frowning. Although Luke persuaded Bucky to admit his identity last time, it couldn't cure the root cause. The latter was brainwashed by Hydra for too long and completely forgot his previous memories. Winter Soldier had become the label branded on his body. Perhaps you can use a different approach, such as using scene reenactment, to stimulate Bucky's mind. Luke casually said. Regarding the brainwashing of the Winter Soldier, he had asked Baron Strucker for a solution. But brainwashing was like putting together Lego. It took a lot of time to assemble a complete model, but it only took a few seconds to break into parts. Hydra's brainwashing technique stimulated the mind with various physical pain, cut the complete memory into pieces, and then instilled new perceptions. The general idea was similar to reinstalling a computer operating system. Once installed, restoring the previous data needed a lot of technical work. Reenactment? You mean, take Bucky back to Brooklyn, let him walk through the old familiar places, and awaken his deepest memories. Rogers's eyes lit up. It was a good idea. No, those aren't deep enough and stimulating enough. Luke's mouth slightly tilted as he suggested, Steve, I remember you said that after this trip to the Soviet Union, you would go back to Brooklyn and marry your girlfriend, right? I still remember that you told Bucky that you would ask him to be your best man when you got married. Simply put, why don't you just complete that lifelong vow, stimulate Bucky's memory and awaken his emotion at the same time? Captain America instantly froze. Luke's suggestion sounded reasonable and convincing. But why did his inner instincts tell him that this might be a trap? Marriage? Rogers, holding a complicated mood, fell into tangled thinking. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // 362, Chapter 359 Las Vegas, Better Than Hell. Luke, who returned to Washington, D.C., couldn't live a quiet life for a few days. People from the White House, and the Pentagon, took turns visiting every day. The Red Square Conference had made the conflict between the two superpowers and the future situation very clear. The whole world wanted to know whose side Superman was on. To be more precise, everyone was worried. Would Superman become a weapon and be placed on the battlefield? Luke never wanted to be Dr. Manhattan at all. In case Howard couldn't get over it and saw him as the biggest threat to the world. Then he devised a series of conspiracies and finally used the lives of nearly 8 million people in New York as the price to end US-Soviet hegemony over the world and the outbreak of World War III. And he would stay alone, far away on Mars, completely losing his humanity. That was boring. The Watchmen's plotline in the Marvel Universe wasn't impossible. Therefore, in order to avoid the harassment of politicians and to prepare for Captain America's bachelor party before he got married, Luke took Howard to Las Vegas for a special trip. They were sitting on a passenger plane flying to Nevada, but due to the conditions and not wanting to be victimized by the publicity, they didn't call a bunch of stewardesses and pole danced in the first-class cabin. That kind of corrupt and decadent extravagant life could only be achieved by Iron Man. Why would you want to open a hotel and casino in Las Vegas? Howard asked curiously. Nevada, mostly a barren desert, was discovered by Mexican traders and subsequently by a group of Mormons. It was only with the opening of the Union Pacific Railroad that the area began to flourish. Then came the gold rush that prompted the influx of people. But just like the mining towns of the West, when the gold and silver resources were depleted, the gold miners would leave and look for the next location. First of all, gambling is legal in Nevada. Secondly, the Department of War had built a lot of military bases there so that I could spread my influence. Finally, I believe Las Vegas will become a rich man's paradise and a gambler's paradise. Luke said with a smile. The Las Vegas plan he considered before had long since been completed and put into operation by the mafia people that traveled from Sicily to North America. At Luke's behest, they didn't compete with their compatriots for turf, nor did they have any conflicts with the Irish people. Casa Alessandro, a newcomer, brought his brothers over to gain a firm foothold in New York. They only managed the underground casino business in a few blocks. In Luke's words, let them practice first. Running a casino wasn't easy. From security to customers to chip exchange, capital circulation, and so on, they needed to accumulate experience. Most of the gangsters had no skills. Apart from using violence, not many knew how to use their brains. That's why they were keen on high-risk businesses like smuggling and drug trafficking. In legitimate businesses, there were thresholds in place. The Wall Street stockbrokers' favorite clients were gangsters before. Because they were quick to pay and never asked about the financial status of the account. It was just like the entertainment circle of later China, where the most popular investors were the coal bosses. There were great similarities in nature between the two. Later, there was also a shocking case in which a daring con man, disguised as Morgan Stanley's two-level broker, tricked the heads of the 5 Italian families, and even the accountant hired by the mafia didn't notice anything wrong. In just half a month, the swindler had extracted nearly $1.5 million and then slipped away. Of course, later, the heads of the 5 families issued a wanted notice. With greater efficiency and speed than the federal police, they caught the man 4 months later. As for his end? The swindler wasn't dismembered or drowned, but in accordance with legal procedures, locked up in a local prison. 2 weeks later, he died of a rectal fissure. It was said that he had roommates 4 times. From fierce men to perverts. Each roommate had a special interest in men. It was daily torture. Finally, he was overwhelmed and died of a rectal fissure. This incident also revealed that gangsters were good at fighting and getting revenge. But when it came to economic thinking and dealing with wealth, it was the complete opposite. Luke didn't want Alessandro's gang to become thugs who were dependent on him and could only do illegal business. The more stable the social environment was, the less room there would be for gangs to survive. Sooner or later, they would wash up on shore. Why not stop going to the sea from the beginning and reduce the stains on their bodies? Just like the saying, the way to get rich is written in the law, the existence of profitable business was basically illegal or in the gray area. The only thing worth investing in a free and democratic country, was probably gambling. From the past to the present, there were 2 kinds of businesses, business of the flesh and gambling. They had never been outdated and were always a hardwired human need. Paradise for the rich. I do have many friends who are attracted to Las Vegas. Howard pondered, but the Vegas this time wasn't known around the world yet. Its name only spread in the small circle of rich people. Those bastards who had money and no place to spend loved to take their lovers to Las Vegas in droves. New York's bars, horseback riding, and golfing were no longer enough to satisfy them. Once the threshold of desire was raised, it was difficult to lower. But you're involved with the mafia? Howard, who was leaning back in the plane seat, asked. He had heard of the legendary story of Superman assisting the Allied forces in raiding Sicily. But an army lieutenant general shouldn't and couldn't actively get involved with the mafia. I was originally an Irish immigrant, and my uncle painted houses for the Irish mob. Luke shrugged and turned to ask, do you know how influential the International Truck Drivers Union is? Their president, Jimmy Hoffa, has over 2 million registered members and $8 billion in pensions under his belt. How many voters is that? How much glittering money for investment is that? Howard, don't underestimate gangs. Their time is not over until the Cold War ends and peace comes. Even Kennedy Jr., who would become president in the future, had a delicate relationship with the Irish mob. Many people say Italians do business by laundering what was originally illegal, while Irish people fight and engage in politics. It means that the mafia went to the sea first and came ashore later. From a gangster to a business tycoon. And the Irish specialize in uniting unions, making political contributions, and investing in politics. Their greatest success was probably sending Kennedy Jr. to the White House. But it didn't turn out so well. The Kennedy brothers weren't as disciplined as their father. There should be fair trade and exchange of benefits. After they came to power, they turned around to fix the problems of collusion between unions and the mob before they could even warm up their seats. That's true. Jimmy Hoffa has always been the man of the hour. Howard looked at the scattered clouds, ended the topic about gangs, and brought up another matter. Rogers is really going to get married. Luke nodded. His thoughtless words were listened to by Captain America. A wedding to awaken a former best friend seemed like a solid plan on the surface. Steve is going to spend his last night of bachelorhood in Vegas. When talking about this, Luke was in high spirits. On the other hand, in Las Vegas, an old man with a fedora and a silver cane appeared in the deserted desert. Perhaps the sun was too hot, and the temperature was too high, his figure looked distorted. I can smell a tantalizing scent. The old man sniffed, and his mouth opened with a smile. Like a hungry diner, seeing a feast on the table. The last time I was here, there was nothing here. The old man muttered and stepped forward. It was as if the space shortened automatically. He quickly disappeared into the desert. The insatiable greed, the inexhaustible lust. It's more like hell than hell. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 363, Chapter 360 Investment Plan, National Hero. The first time Howard arrived in Las Vegas, he was captivated by the city that never sleeps, standing in the desert. It was like a hot girl clad in tulle, sexy and charming. There was an urge to explore and discover more. You should have brought me to a wonderful place like this earlier. I'm sure Rogers would have loved it too. Howard was sitting in a stretch limousine and enjoying the roadside scenery through the window. The roaring waves and undulating curves reminded people of the beaches and bikini girls in Hawaii. Steve, with his old-fashioned personality, may not know how to enjoy such a degenerate life of luxury. Luke shook his head and smiled. Compared with Howard's status as a capitalist, Captain America was a national hero. True. If we say a dirty word in front of Captain Rogers, we might get lectured. Howard exhaled. A few days ago, Luke took Malena, then Rogers took his girlfriend, and Howard was left alone to act as a third wheel. They held a family party together in Brooklyn. As a result, Howard said "oh shit," and was seriously lectured by Captain America. Don't swear in front of Captain Rogers. It had become a classic phrase, circulating in SHIELD. The Italian family business seems to be doing well. Howard and Luke had just got off the plane when members of the mafia came to greet them. Moreover, it was a big spectacle, with an extended version of the convertible luxury car and 4 police motorcycles with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department logo clearing the way. Of course. Any visitor who comes to Las Vegas would be protected by the mafia, as long as they enter the casinos and spend money. Luke smiled and lightly said so. So, thieves and robbers stay in the old city. If they dare come to the new city and attack those guests, they would be cut off by the mafia and thrown into the desert to feed the vultures. The police in Las Vegas were only responsible for maintaining law and order in the old city. As for the order in the casinos and hotels, it was the job of the gangsters. In this respect, everyone had a good understanding and a clear division. It sounds a bit like Hell's Kitchen. Howard remembered a place in New York. To be honest, when he saw a group of big men wearing black suits and sunglasses lined up in 2 rows. Treating him with respect somehow satisfied the sense of vanity in men. Should Stark Industries invest in several projects, it would definitely become a gathering place for the rich in the future. Luke suddenly said. About the Las Vegas project. In the beginning, he planned to invest money to build 2 luxury hotels. Of course, building a hotel was just a cover. As a complimentary entertainment facility, the casino and spa for guests were the main priority. The plan submitted to Alessandro included the construction of a golf course and a resort in the later stages. "You're that optimistic about Las Vegas?" Howard was a little surprised. The investment was no problem. He was an arms tycoon and a scientific advisor to SHIELD. No matter from the company's size and competitiveness or connections and back office, there was no shortage of business orders from the Pentagon. However, Howard was curious about where Luke's confidence came from. Everyone knew that Nevada was a deserted desert 20 years ago. Only few people would come, except for gold diggers and workers. "Never doubt my prediction of the future." Luke's answer revealed a trace of mystery, just like a bluffing trickster. Las Vegas became the future casino city and entertainment capital of the world. In addition to the support of the local government, it was also related to its own geographical advantage. First of all, it was the only water source in the Mojave Desert in the southwestern United States, and it was also a transportation hub. If someone wanted to go from the east to the southwest corner cities such as Los Angeles and San Diego, they had to pass through Las Vegas. Later, the railroad was opened to form the Los Angeles-Chicago Junction. After the rise of air transportation, Las Vegas would become the 4 major air cargo transfer stations in the United States: Chicago, Houston, Atlanta, and this world-famous Vegas. As we all know, it was a superior position for traffic. It could gather popularity and attract investment. The highlands and valleys, combined with the natural hot springs, made Las Vegas a great place for a vacation. With all these conditions, the rise of Vegas wasn't a coincidence but a foregone conclusion. What I asked of Alessandro was that the city attracts not only gamblers but also the rich and famous Hollywood celebrities. Luke lowered the window, and the hot air from the weather poured in. The honey-colored thighs wrapped in shorts could be seen everywhere on the streets, and people couldn't take their eyes off them. No wonder Howard was so excited just now. A lot of people's perception of Las Vegas was limited to the well-developed gaming industry and mob money. Little did they know that it was actually the world's #1 hospitality center. It would have the largest and best racetrack, top golf course, and ski resort on the west coast. Because of its special climate and non-industrial environment, it was one of the best places in the United States for lung disease treatment. If the Mafia could operate seriously and build it steadily according to Luke's plan, a few decades later, Las Vegas would become a huge inexhaustible gold mine for them. You always have a wider perspective. Howard wasn't shocked by Luke's grand plan. Skynet, a company financed by Stark Industries with the technology provided by the former, was mainly engaged in telecommunications. The scope of its business development, as well as the research and development technology, were basically implemented according to Superman's vision. AT&T, which was the owner of Bell Labs, was unable to resist Skynet's dominance. "You know what? I recently found a chief financial officer." Howard sighed. "He's a very capable and insightful young man. He admired your proposal, and I feel like he has a pair of eyes that can see the future, watching everything that will happen in the near future." Luke picked his eyebrows. The CFO Howard found was not Obadiah Stane, right? That was the villain that almost brought the Stark family to its end. "General, we have arrived at the hotel." The stretch limousine was parked on the side of the road, and a soft carpet was directly rolled out from the hotel to the car door. On both sides stood ladies of various complexions and nationalities, each with their own characteristics. "Isn't this a bit too high profile?" Howard felt the slight movement of the beauty radar on his lower body, and his intuition told him that tonight would be a sleepless night. "General, Mr. Stark, please have a look upstairs." The ladies surrounded the two who got out of the car and walked into the elevator under the envious eyes of tourists. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 364, Chapter 361 Hotel Inferno, Soul Chip. It's boring. Staying at the Mafia's Flamingo Hotel, Howard, who had been having fun for a whole week, was paralyzed on the sofa. His eyes seemed unfocused, and he looked bored. He was bored of the Baccarat, Texas Hold'em, and other games. The ski resort was under construction, and there was nothing to do but play golf. He enjoyed the natural hot springs every day, lying in a hot spring pool that could accommodate hundreds of people, overlooking Las Vegas below. It was simply the height of luxury. And there were beautiful women who could give him back rubs and shower him. It sounded like a comfortable life in paradise, but for Howard, who enjoyed new things and got bored very quickly, after experiencing it a few times, he had already lost interest. Even if Alessandro, the leader of the Mafia, had hinted that the hotel's ladies, the sexy dealers, and the waitresses, were available to serve, Howard, who could enter a time where he didn't even bother with women anytime he wanted, didn't go along with the flow. Even if it was free prostitution, he refused such illegal behavior. Well, the reason for this was. Actually, it was because he overexerted his body on the first day he arrived in Las Vegas, playing multiplayer sports. Nevada was the only place in the United States where the sex trade was allowed and considered legal at this point in time. A playboy like Howard, who had only been around for a few days, was already out of ammunition and out of energy. No wonder it's a rich man's paradise. You can do whatever you want here. Howard collapsed on the sofa and took a sip of juice. He acted so bored because Luke didn't hang out with him. For men, going out to enjoy themselves was something that had to be done as a team. If they were alone, their excitement was automatically reduced by half. He clearly agreed to avoid the White House, the Pentagon's people and help Captain Rogers prepare for a bachelor party, but he's still talking about work. Howard complained. Luke had experienced the local customs on the first 2 days he arrived in Las Vegas. Not only did he set a record of winning 43 blackjack games in a row in the casino of the hotel, but he also played all kinds of games. Poker, craps, big six wheels, slot machines, roulette. These games developed by humans weren't a challenge for Luke. Therefore, it was just a short moment of immersion. He pulled himself out and went back to work. Las Vegas wasn't only the casino city of Nevada, it was also a national security zone. The U.S. Department of Energy had established the Nevada test site in the southeastern desert of Nye County, where the military had conducted over 900 nuclear weapons tests. This also attracted a large number of nuclear explosion tourists. The atomic bomb took Nevada by storm and became an instant sensation. There were many Miss Atomic Bomb in Las Vegas beautiful girls in mushroom cloud bikinis, which was a unique feature. Anyway, Luke was here, and naturally, as a war hero, he had to visit various military bases to pay his respects. So, he left Howard in the hotel. This is a rare vacation. How can I waste my time in a hotel room? Howard, who had slept for a while, narrowed his eyes. He touched his mustache and decided to go out and have some fun. Even if he played golf or went to a hot spring for a while. Staying in a room for too long wasn't his style. Is there anything worth visiting nearby? Putting on a brand new high-end suit, spraying some cologne, and grooming himself to look more like a hustler, Howard caught a glimpse of the attendant in charge of the elevators. Sir, there's a newly opened Hotel Inferno 2 blocks away from this hotel. I heard that it's very interesting. The attendant pocketed the tip and gave directions. Hotel Inferno. Howard muttered. This name seemed a bit interesting. A depraved soul like mine should visit hell. He said to himself as he picked up a glass of champagne. He followed the directions given by the attendant and soon saw the newly opened Hotel Inferno. Wow, the atmosphere is great, and there's a long line. Howard raised his eyebrows. Waiting quietly in line wasn't something he would do. Hey, man, if you're willing to give me your spot, this is all yours. Using money to make things easier was always one of the best ways to solve a problem. The 2 guards at the door took one look at him and placed a stamp with the pattern of a horned devil on his arm. Go in. The security guard said in a hoarse voice. Howard walked through the door with one hand in his pocket. He sniffed and slightly frowned. It smells like sulfur. Howard thought to himself. But his attention was soon drawn to the decorations inside Hotel Inferno. A dark red color filled every corner of his view. The soft carpet gave off a bit of heat. There was also a faint flow of glowing light as if it was lava. The walls were carved with a variety of frightening and eccentric patterns, and there were waiters dressed like demons and devils going back and forth. A hotel with hell as the theme, it's really unique. Howard got interested and went to the front desk, where the chips were exchanged. Sir, we don't take checks or cash here. The waiter, who had curved ram horns on top of his head and a hawk's hook snout, said so. He refused the check signed by Howard and the bills he pulled out of his wallet. Then what do you accept here? The corners of Howard's mouth curled up as he asked curiously. The soul. The Hotel Inferno uses souls to exchange for chips. There's a place to weigh your soul over there. The waiter answered. You guys are really acting like the real deal. Howard looked in the direction where the waiter pointed to. There was indeed a huge scale, not far away. Many guests who entered the hotel stood on it, waiting for the final result. Soul for chips? What if I can't exchange my soul for enough chips, or if I lose all my chips and still want to continue the game? Howard crossed his arms around his chest like a guest who was deliberately making things difficult. You can sign a contract to mortgage your soul to Hotel Inferno. The waiter, expressionless, took out a thick pile of paperwork. We have short-term mortgage contracts of 10, 30, 50, and 100 years, respectively, and long-term mortgage contracts of 200 to 1,000 years. Howard just glanced at it, and the dense words were enough to cause a headache. He grimaced and casually pulled out a pledge contract of unknown duration and signed his name. The waiter's dark eyes flashed with a touch of fiery light. He counted out several piles of chips of different denominations, packed them neatly on a tray, and handed them to Howard. Welcome to Hotel Inferno. We hope you have a great time. 365, Chapter 362 The Old Devil, I Had Beaten. Southern Nevada, Lincoln County. It was a top-secret U.S. military base, which was ostensibly used for secretly developing and testing Air Force aircrafts, while carrying out other research projects behind the scenes. Because of the air traffic control and the fact that it was a restricted area, the outside world often made up all kinds of strange anecdotes. For example, many people claimed to have seen UFOs. It was also believed that an alien corpse was kept in this military base. Every newly elected president of the United States would come and visit. Yes, this was the place that would later be known as Area 51. General, the soldiers are very happy to see you. They regard you as an idol, just like a celebrity in Hollywood. They want to take a picture with you and shake your hand. A military official said with excitement. I'll be in Las Vegas for a while, and when I get a chance, I'll be participating in these fun events. With his standard business smile, Luke took a special tour of the military base with a sense of curiosity. As a result, no alien remains were found, and no frozen Cybertronians were detected. He had to say, this was somewhat disappointing. The mysterious Area 51 was really used as a bomb and artillery test area. After the end of World War II, it was abandoned and later selected by Lockheed Skunk Works as a test site for the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft, with a 7,000-meter runway built specifically for it. After the veil of mystery was lifted, Area 51, which had caused so much controversy, appeared to be so plain and ordinary. According to Nick Fury's habit of building safe houses all over the world, this is a good place. Luke looked around and finalized his ideas. Then, he was in the midst of a crowd of either adoring or admiring eyes. The tall and straight figure rose to the sky, causing a great burst of air in the atmosphere. Superman. Below were the excited American soldiers. Area 51 was only 130 kilometers away from downtown Las Vegas. With Luke's speed, he could be there in a matter of seconds. Bang! There was a shadow passing over the clouds, the rolling wave of air emitted an explosive sound. The dark red cape whipped up with a strong gust of wind, and Luke landed steadily on the tarmac of the Flamingo Hotel. Alessandro, you look a little nervous. What happened? Luke pushed open the tempered glass door and saw Alessandro, the hotel owner, city council member, and mafia boss, with a slightly uncomfortable expression. The Italian man's forehead was dripping with sweat, his eyes were wary, and there was a hint of worry. General, you're finally back. Alessandro looked like he had seen a savior. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his face, wiping away the oily sweat. Mr. Stark, who came with you, has been missing for 2 days. Luke raised an eyebrow. It was a bit of a surprise to him that something would happen to Howard, that kind of guy. As a result of the last Essex biotech assassination, the latter became even more vigilant and took his portable armor with him wherever he went. As for the Mark I armor, it was kept in the basement of the Stark mansion. If someone wanted to attack Howard, whether it was a sneak attack or a personal visit, the process wouldn't be easy. Is it kidnapping or something else? Luke's calm voice quickly calmed Alessandro's anxious mood. Neither. The mafia boss struggled to organize the words, and he looked like he had some doubts about what to say. 2 days ago, Mr. Stark entered a newly opened hotel and never came out again. I was worried that something had happened to Mr. Stark, so I sent a few people to look for him. However, after they stepped through the doors of the hotel, it was as if they had disappeared. Luke listened patiently and took the elevator to his room. What's the name of the hotel? He raised the key question. Hotel Inferno. Alessandro replied. Luke thought about it and approached the sofa. He was just suspicious before, but now he was basically sure. Howard's disappearance must have been caused by the old Lord of Hell, Mephisto. It's just that, why was that old devil after Iron Man's father? Although it's said that Howard was an uncompromising capitalist. In order to gain wealth, his hands were covered in blood after all, arms dealers were selling death. But the soul of a person didn't carry a lot of weight just because he did good or evil. The weight of the soul depended on the firmness of one's will, a strong spirit, or some kind of passionate belief. When did this hotel appear? Luke collected his thoughts and calmly asked. This wasn't the first time he had dealt with the old devil. In other universes, in order to help Stephen Strange win the Sorcerer Supreme position, he fought with Mephisto. The old devil was still no match for Superman in hell, let alone now, in the human world. I don't remember exactly. I think, it was a week ago, or 2 weeks ago. Luke looked at Alessandro, who seemed to have been affected by some strange power, and his memory was all messed up. Obviously, this was also Mephisto's doing. Did this guy move hell to Las Vegas? Luke lifted up his eyes, looked through many obstacles, and saw the dark tower towering into the clouds. The shape was obviously so peculiar, with smoke and flames billowing out. But the pedestrians passing by were oblivious, and instead, were unwittingly attracted to join the long queue. The more we meet, the more we get to know each other. Luke's mouth curled up in a small arc, and he smiled lightly, if you've been beaten once, there would always be a second time. Mephisto, with the silver cane, stood at the top of Hotel Inferno. With a condescending gaze that looked down on all beings, he looked down at the crowd of beings below. The long queue outside had blocked the traffic along the street. But people kept joining in as if they were possessed. Too tempting, too satisfying. Mephisto took a deep breath. The city that lied beneath his feet was home to 1.7 million people. To the old devil, this was 1.7 million delicious souls, and it also had a huge and incalculable value. They all voluntarily offered their souls to me. Mephisto's lips smiled in triumph. He didn't get those human souls by means of coercion or extortion. Every guest who walked into Hotel Inferno exchanged their souls for chips and signed a contract. I didn't violate the Sorcerer Supreme's rules. Even if the Ancient One came here, their souls would be marked and will fall into hell, sooner or later. Thinking of that, the smile on Mephisto's face grew wider and wider. He felt a little annoyed that he didn't think of this method earlier. In the old devil's long lifetime, he kept looking for people who had a hard time fulfilling their desires, who were ambitious, or were extremely desperate and easily fooled. Then, he sold hell's insurance to them. The devil had to use a lot of words to persuade the person to sign the contract. Describing how slow the process was and how long it took was unspeakable. In the past, the old devil liked to play such games watching those human beings getting seduced by their own greed, tyranny, and malice with his own eyes. Watching them kill each other for money, power, or women, and finally falling into hell with regret, resentment, and fear. Mephisto enjoyed tasting the complexity and distortion of human nature and regarded it as a glass of richly flavored wine. However, playing the same game for so long would inevitably feel boring. It's time to change the game. Mephistopheles poured himself a glass of red wine. The scarlet liquid rippled in circles. Ring ring. Ring ring. The ear-splitting phone call interrupted the old devil's personal time. Mundus, I hope it's really an emergency. Otherwise, I will throw you into the 9th level of hell, where you will be eaten by evil spirits that have been starving for thousands of years. In the gentlest tone, Mephisto spoke of the worst possible punishment. The casino manager, Mundus, shuddered, and a heavy dose of fear appeared on his flesh-covered face. The demons in hell knew that Mephisto had always been merciless to those who didn't do their jobs properly. There's a human. He's winning all the time. He won a lot of chips. There was a hint of panic in Mundus's voice. Hashem can't keep up. Mephisto frowned slightly. Hashem was the champion of the world poker competition in his lifetime, especially in Texas Hold'em. He could be called the king of gambling. Of course, he was able to possess such a high level of skill because of his contract with the old devil. The young gambling king, Hashem, who was on the rise, died in a car accident, and his soul smoothly fell into Mephisto's hands. Now the enslaved Hashem's soul was put to good use by the old devil in the poker area of the casino as a stabilizing presence. There were many human souls like Hashem's in Mephisto's hands. In his casino, it was impossible for anyone to win all the time. Trash. You guys let a human act cocky in Hotel Inferno. Mephisto cursed and directly hung up the phone. Then, a dark flame rose up and revealed the scene of the casino on the 12th floor. At the Texas Hold'em table, two men sat opposite each other, surrounded by a large group of semi-transparent shadows. Hashem is actually the best in Texas Hold'em. Mephisto's brow furrowed even more. He couldn't figure out how Hashem could have lost in the game he had pride in. The old devil caught a glimpse of his opponent's chips, which had piled up into several small hills. Obviously, he had been winning and never lost. I'm sorry, my cards are still better than yours. The young man sitting across the table from Hashem spread his cards and once again won a pile of chips of various colors, branded with a picture of a ram-horned devil. It looks like you're having a bad day. Lady Luck lifted her skirt for me and raised her middle finger for you. 366, Chapter 363 The Blessings of Hell, The Abyss of Gambling. Turn back the clock to 1 hour ago. Luke looked up at Hotel Inferno, where smoke and black flames were billowing out, and walked to the head of the long line. As Howard did, he held a few bills with his fingers and handed them to the black guy wearing a big gold necklace. The latter readily took it and gave up his position. No matter when and where, the smell of ink on bills was always addictive. Residents of Las Vegas are oblivious to the oddities of this hotel, but they flock to it in droves. Luke used the all-seeing eye spell from the Book of Vishanti to glance over at the two guards guarding the door. Beneath a human skin was a ferocious body haunted by the flames of hell and crowned with the horns of a demon. Walking into the hotel's entrance, the welcoming ladies, dressed like seductresses, weren't much different from them. They all had red skin, enchanting bodies, evil breasts, and a slender tail that kept shaking. This is to Howard's taste. Luke suddenly remembered something very serious. According to Alessandro, Howard walked into Hotel Inferno and never came out. He had a preconceived notion that Mephisto was up to something. But thinking about it differently, Howard was such an old pervert, it was possible that he was drained by a succubus. In the exhausted state of having no ammunition left, his legs would be weak, and he wouldn't be able to walk. After careful thought, Luke thought it was possible. After all, Howard had even banged a female vampire, and his taste was diverse. I'll look for Mephisto first. Where is the old devil? Luke walked up to the front desk where the chips were exchanged, and his attention was instantly drawn to it. Under his all-seeing eye, the chips in blue, red, and white, which were branded with the demon pattern and horns, turned into twisted faces. They were all human souls. Pain and suffering are the currency in Hotel Inferno. The waiter who exchanged the chips recited the script and expressionlessly said, "Sir, everything you need can be obtained in Hotel Inferno. Provided that you dedicate your soul to win game after game." Luke pursed the corners of his mouth. Mephisto is also a genius. The Soul Chips casino model was used to build a circulation system. It seemed that the old devil had skillfully learned all kinds of ways to profit after wandering the earth for the past few years. Those so-called Devil Security Company, Hell's Loan Company, their slogan should be no limit loans, guaranteed minimum interest, no forceful debt collecting. Can I go to the table without chips? Luke glanced at the soul weighing scales. He wondered if he was going to expose himself by standing on them. It's okay. We have a guaranteed contract here. If you sign your name, you'll get your chips. The waiter took out several paper contracts. The edges of the papers were decorated with beautiful patterns. A 10-year contract can be exchanged for 1 blue chip, a 30-year contract for 3, and so on. The blue chips were equivalent to $10,000 for the casino, followed by red chips and white chips, which represent different values. Wow, there's a 1,000-year pledge contract. Luke deliberately exaggerated. The old devil still had a hard time gaining profit. Anyone who thought this was just an act would sign the contract. Once they lost all their soul chips, they would have to work for Mephisto for 1,000 years, never being able to rest. I want to sign the 1,000 years one. Luke took out the contract and signed the name Sorcerer Supreme without hesitation. All these contracts were binding, so it was better to use the ancient one as a shield. Anyway, the Sorcerer Supreme should be very experienced in refusing debt collectors. Okay, sir. Here are your chips. The waiter put away the contract and handed the tray full of blue chips to Luke. Let me see what's interesting. Texas Hold'em, let's go with that. Luke made his way around, squeezed into the crowded poker area, and casually picked a table to sit at. Here comes another lamb. Hashem, pretending to be a gambler, glanced at the chips in Luke's tray and coldly smiled. Back to the present. Texas Hold'em had always been a popular game in casinos. The number of participants generally ranged from 2 to 12 players. There were 3 main types of tables: limited bet tables, pressure limit tables, and unlimited bet tables. The rules were too complicated to elaborate on, and it was easy for others to misunderstand them as trying to increase word count. So, to sum it up briefly, at the beginning of the game, each player would be given 2 cards facing down. After several rounds of dealing and calling, the player should combine the cards facing down with the cards exposed to make a bigger hand and compare the numbers with the other players. There were about 10 types of cards, from big to small. The biggest one was the royal flush, while the smaller ones include 3 of a kind, 2 pairs, 1 pair, and so on. Texas Hold'em was a game of calculation and psychological manipulation. Master players could read and predict the cards. Basically, they would know what type of hand they should play in what round and predict their opponent's card through psychological hints. For example, some people would wildly call to put pressure on their opponents. They obviously didn't have a big hand. There were also some veterans who were very good at bluffing. Talking loudly, acting arrogantly. The ultimate goal was to scare the opponents into calling or getting suspicious of their actions. Hashem was the reigning champion of the World Poker Tournament and had mastered a variety of poker games, including bridge, stud, blackjack, and more. Texas Hold'em was his specialty. His innate talent for reading cards enabled this guy to set up the most suitable hand in every round and win his opponent's chips. Since his soul fell into hell and lost its freedom, Hashem endured the heat, the smell of sulfur, and the chattering of those inferior demons every day. Hell wasn't a nice place. Otherwise, why would those devils, demons, and even Mephisto himself, go around wandering the human world? It wasn't until the establishment of Hotel Inferno that Hashem, who was a gambler all his life, was remembered by Mephisto. He had already become the devil's minion and temporarily left the worst area of hell. He became the regional manager of the hotel casino, specializing in all aspects of the poker area. Hashem had bankrupted dozens of guests within a few days, taking all their soul chips and making them into slaves for the Lord of Hell. In short, he had a great track record. Until Hashem met the bastard sitting opposite him, a young human who won 32 games in a row. You're definitely cheating. Hashem was enraged. The veins on his forehead bulged out. The bloodshot, bulging eyes were staring straight at Luke's unfolded cards. A, K, Q, J. 10, 5 cards have the same color and suit, which made up a royal flush. How can such a hand appear? His cheeks were thin, so it made Hashem look like a drug addict. It gave off a feeling that his brain was about to explode any moment now. According to his calculation, the occurrence ratio of a royal flush was 30,939 to 1, translating to a 0.003 probability. That meant that, unless there was a miracle or Luke cheated, it was completely impossible to pull off such a rare hand that would dominate the entire field. Can't afford to lose? Accusing an opponent of cheating without evidence is a very unpleasant thing to do. A blue chip with the largest denomination rolled through Luke's fingers. Within 2 hours of entering the casino, he had already won 5 people's worth of souls. Let's call it a day. You've made me lose interest in continuing the game, and you've lost everything. Luke flexed his fingers and flicked the rolling chip to the succubus lady next to him. The chip, branded with the devil's emblem, fell right into the middle of the latter's breast. You're so amazing. Hotel Inferno will always welcome guests like you. A blue chip was roughly equivalent to 1/3 to 1/5 of a human soul. This wasn't a small amount. The succubus couldn't wait to glue her body to Luke's. Hotel Inferno also had a work assessment. They worked for Mephisto and were able to earn a certain amount of soul chips. The old devil knew how to motivate the employees under his command, and all the demons could enjoy the benefits, like social animals. Wait. I can still play. Hashem's face showed a hint of ruthlessness as he thought about his own work and the bonus. I can wager my soul. 367, Chapter 364 Bet. How can you use your soul as a bargaining chip when it does not belong to you? Luke hugged the succubus lady, let the latter carry the tray full of chips, and then strutted to the next table. He didn't even look at the devil's pawn who lost all his chips. This was the contempt of the winner for the loser. And no matter how many more rounds we play, you can never be my opponent. Luke spoke with the standard villainous tone, full of sarcasm. The human gambling game wasn't the least bit difficult for him. Hashem's pride in card reading and card counting was nothing in front of Superman. Not to mention the ridiculously low probability of getting a royal flush. If Luke wanted, he could play 10 of such cards. Besides, his super eyesight could see his opponent's cards. Playing Texas Hold'em, no one could beat him. Luke really wanted to throw a smug emoji pack at the other party. Blackjack. Leaving Texas Hold'em table, he moved on to the next place. Leaving that face of despair, self-effacing, an incomparable defeat of the man. If Mephisto doesn't come out, I'll win all the chips in every table. Luke thought so. Anyway, in order to gain profit, the old devil's casino had no limit on the number of bets. Theoretically, as long as he won chips fast enough, he could close down this Hotel Inferno. Ladies and gentlemen, all the expenses tonight will be paid by this gentleman. Luke walked halfway down and whispered something into the succubus lady's ear. The latter conveyed the exact words, which immediately caused a wave of cheers inside the casino. One of the easiest words in the world to get people's favor was to treat. And one of the easiest things to do was freeloading. Hearing that someone was paying the bill, guests who came in for fun flocked to the buffet. They haven't realized that they would never leave the hotel if they couldn't earn enough soul chips. I hope you have a good time. Luke was like a rich guest, throwing out a lot of red and white chips. Once again, a large group of people came around and clamored for the chips while he sat down at the blackjack table with the succubus lady in his arms. As a result of the previous actions, he won a lot of chips. The money he threw away made Luke seem like a god of gambling at this time. Not only did the guests next to him give up their seat voluntarily, but even the sexy dealer's hands were shaking a bit. Luke pushed out all the chips in the tray with a relaxed smile around his mouth and whispered, "Let's get started." This was a calm and relaxed look that made the succubus lady nestled next to him blissfully happy and starry-eyed. She couldn't help but get closer, and her slender tail swung around. Luke kept his eyes open and focused on the table. He wasn't interested in the succubus, who smiled from ear to ear. Even in friendly matches, the player should also be at the level of the Queen of Limbo. Mundus, how many did he win? Sitting at the top floor, staring at the casino, Mephisto's expression was indescribable. The human won 17 times in a row, and each time he won exactly 21. Even across the telephone line, Mundus could feel the Lord of Hell's anger. This kind of behavior would provoke a serious warning from the casino, even if it was a normal casino. What's more, the owner behind Hotel Inferno was Mephisto, an old devil with absolutely no mercy and compassion. Oh, it's all blackjack, such arrogance. Mephisto's tone was soft, but the more so, the more his inner anger accumulated. The rules of blackjack were very simple. The sum of cards in one's hand should not exceed 21, that was a blackjack hand, and should be as big as possible. Generally speaking, players would continue to hold when the sum was around 4 to 8. At 17 and above, players wouldn't take any more cards for fear of blowing up exceeding 21. If someone could win 17 games in a row, it could still be attributed to good skills and good luck. But on this basis, not only can he win 17 times in a row, but the cards were exactly 21. That was also a rare hand, just like a royal flush in Texas Hold'em. As long as someone got it, they were sure to win. The disadvantage was the high degree of difficulty and risk. When the number of points reaches 19, the probability of blowing up would increase indefinitely. In order to get enough for 21, Mundus couldn't think of any other method except cheating. It's time to meet this guest. Don't let anyone say that Hotel Inferno doesn't entertain our guests well enough. Mephisto hung up the phone and stood up. The ferocious face squeezed out a smile, and the hellish flames that lingered on his body turned into a red suit. He built Hotel Inferno on Earth just to harvest more souls. But Luke's presence brought the old devil's plan to a slight halt. Winning Texas Hold'em with a royal flush. When he played blackjack, he would always get a 21. The points of the two cards at hand would add up to 21 in total. For example, an ace and a suit, or a 10. This was simply pointing at the casino owner's nose and saying, "I'm cheating. What can you do about it?" Mephisto has never been a good-tempered devil, and some people had offended him before. Except for the previous Sorcerer Supreme, this generation's Sorcerer Supreme, and the next generation's Sorcerer Supreme, all the others were dead. With his silver skeleton cane, Mephisto arrived at the casino. He walked straight up to the blackjack table, looked at Luke, and said, "I'd like to play a few games with you." "Okay." Luke nodded and agreed. After gaining the authority of the god of death, Set, the light of his soul that was shining like a firefly in the night, could finally be hidden. Otherwise, the old devil wouldn't think that he was a human being. If Mephisto could see the light of his soul, he would have seriously considered it. What he was doing would provoke the fearsome entity in front of him. "How about stud poker?" Mephisto snapped his fingers. The waiter behind him pushed a small cart loaded with blue chips, which could cover the entire gambling table. "No problem, I also like this exciting method of playing." Luke nodded once again, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the succubus lady sitting next to him had gradually distanced herself. Rush! Stacks of blue chips were pushed onto the middle of the gambling table, one fresh soul after another. 2 for the player and 2 for the dealer. The hands of the sexy dealer, who was issuing the cards, slightly trembled. "Looks like you're really confident." Mephisto glanced at his up card and down card and took a sip of the red wine that was served to him. "I just feel that Lady Luck seems to be on my side tonight." Luke slightly smiled. He couldn't see the old devil's hand. The black flames were so dense and unparalleled that they wrapped around the area where the old devil was. It seems that this Lord of Hell had sensed that the means Luke used might not be cheating methods in the usual sense. "Let's play." Mephisto, who had confirmed his cards and no longer looked at them, seemed confident that he had won. In his long life, he had also been addicted to the gambling games invented by humans. In other words, the old devil was actually a veteran gambler. 19. "What do you have to beat me with?" Mephisto turned over his down card. The number of points added to the open card was exactly 19. It was just a little bit away from being blown up. The old devil was watching Luke the whole time and didn't find anything unusual about his opponent. No one could cheat in front of him without being found out. Mephisto firmly believes in this. With Luke only having to take one card, a rough estimate of the sum of his points would be between 8 or 10. "I win. If you can beat my 19 points, I'll eat this table." The old devil sneered and said so. A glint of fire flashed in his eyes as he looked right through Luke's cards. "Sure enough. Only 10 in total." "You're the one that said it, Lord Mephisto." Luke's lips curved up at the corners, and he spread out all the cards in his hand. "Sorry, Blackjack. I was set up." Mephisto reacted, and his eyes, filled with the fires of hell, fiercely glared at Luke, who became the winner. "Who the hell are you?" the old devil asked with a gloomy face. 368, Chapter 365. Step by step, submit to humiliation. Thinking of the Sorcerer Supreme, Mephisto couldn't help but remember some bad memories. As the most famous devil in hell, he has dealt with 2 generations of Sorcerer Supremes. Guys like Beelzebub and Samael were all standard hell shut-ins. Only when something amazing happens in hell, will they open their eyes and take a look. The rest of the time, they would either be sleeping or eating. They seldom devote their time and energy to this world. And Mephisto was an anomaly. He was keen on doing things, and liked to play tricks. As long as he was idle, he would sneak into the human world and find some delicious and powerful souls to improve his diet. Luring heroes to fall, enjoying human tragedies, witnessing moral collapse. These were Mephisto's favorite things to do. The so-called, getting your feet wet when you walk on the beach. The very active old devil met Agamotto, who was just starting out at that time. The latter was the result of tears from the ancient god Oshtur, who was gifted in magic. He was determined to clean up the world, expel the minions of darkness, and rebuild a stable order. Mephisto, a wily old fox, confronted Agamotto, who was quite rash. At the beginning, the two sides were still in an evenly matched state. However, in the world concept of the Marvel Universe, a god's offspring like Agamotto's growth was unreasonable, and its plugins were amazing and aboveboard. Oshtur, the ancient god, directly poured all of her white magic into Agamotto. It was like someone eating up EXP, instant full-level skills. Later, she gave Agamotto the precious time stone to make a magic weapon. When they met again a few days later, Mephisto was almost beaten to a pulp. Unable to beat him in a fight, the old devil thought it would be okay to play a little trick. After investigating his background, Mephisto found that his mother was an ancient god, and she was a leader. She was better than Than, the god of chaos, and Set, the serpent god. Forget it. I can't afford to mess with you. Mephisto, who had always been reluctant to suffer and had an explosive temper, silently swallowed the broken teeth with tears of blood and treated everything as if nothing had happened. The old devil endured in hell for hundreds of years, until Agamotto retired with honor. He swaggered into the human world, thinking that he could finally make his mark. At this time, his heart was proud, thinking that Kamar-Taj had lost Agamotto, and everything was under his control. Therefore, Mephisto, who laughed so much that his mouth was crooked, took the initiative to create some trouble for the Ancient One. And then, he was beaten to a pulp. Moreover, the Ancient One, who inherited the Sorcerer Supreme position, was even more violent than Agamotto. Not only did she beat Mephisto violently in this world, but when she was in a bad mood, she also opened a portal and went to hell to beat him up like a sandbag. For some time, Mephisto was the unlucky sandbag. Therefore, the feelings of jealousy and hatred towards the Sorcerer Supreme were completely burned into the old devil's bones. When Mephisto saw Luke shrouded in pure white light and felt the familiar aura of the Vishanti, which lingered like a nightmare and made people fear it, he almost turned away and retreated to hell. "Are you the Sorcerer Supreme?" the old devil asked, in a trembling voice. "When did the Ancient One abdicate?" He didn't get the memo. "To some extent, I'm indeed the Sorcerer Supreme." Luke shrugged his shoulders and lightly said so. It seemed that the Vishanti's approval was mutually applicable in all parallel universes. He simply called out the names of Oshtur, Hoggoth, and Agamotto and received a quick response. The Sorcerer Supreme of this universe was naturally the Ancient One. But Luke was the one in Earth 91 he named the universe where he participated in the Sorcerer Supreme Battle 91. He was also a Sorcerer Supreme appointed by the Vishanti. "What did you say just now?" Luke stood up and looked directly at Mephisto, who revealed his demonic body. "Misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding." When the old devil saw that the situation wasn't right, he quickly put away his anger and squeezed out a smile, and said, "Master, let's sit down and talk slowly. Fighting and killing isn't a good thing, it's what barbarians can do." The devil's body gradually shrunk and became human again. The blazing fire of hell changed back into a red suit again. "Ah, Lord Mephisto, that wasn't your attitude before." Luke's face was expressionless, as he lightly said so. He wasn't a person with a good temper, who could be easily fooled by a few nice words. After spitting out harsh words, you want to swallow them back up while not paying the price? How would that work? "Ah, that. I just lost the match, and lost my temper for a while, please don't take it to heart." Mephisto skillfully lowered his posture, and it's not the first time he's given in to the Sorcerer Supreme anyway. The dignity and reputation of the Lord of Hell were certainly important. But his own life was more important. Not every devil could repeatedly survive in front of the Sorcerer Supreme and despite all kinds of death. Mephisto survived for so long, it was all because of the speed of his persuasion. Moreover, Hell didn't have rules, saying that pride had to be above everything. The powerful had to survive and continue. Being able to live for a long time was considered a great thing. In the perception of the creatures of Hell, a moment of strength was of no use. The longevity of one's existence was the essence. "Lord Mephisto, I'm not a narrow-minded person, who has no tolerance and is vindictive." Seeing the old devil's extremely good attitude, Luke couldn't press too hard and had to change the subject. "It's just that, I have a friend who went into your Hotel Inferno and never came back out." The corners of Mephisto's eyes twitched as he realized that his opponent didn't seem to want to let go of him. He clutched the crystal ball that contained the souls in his hand, and a hint of anger came out of his eyes. "Do you really have no regard for the Lord of Hell? Sorcerer Supreme is that great, hey? Can you be that arrogant just because you have the Vishanti backing you up?" The three questions echoed in Mephisto's heart. And then, he grimaced and answered. The other party really had the right to ignore the Lord of Hell. Sorcerer Supreme was really impressive. With Vishanti's backing, he really could act arrogant. Mephisto glanced at the white light rippling out behind Luke. He silently put away his discontent and put on a smile. "Master, your friend, I wonder what his name is. You can tolerate this?" Luke was a little surprised. He thought Mephisto would get angry, then turn against him and fight him. Unexpectedly, the old devil was this weak, and the ability to submit to humiliation was first class. Howard Stark. Luke said the name. I seem to have heard of him somewhere. Mephisto slightly frowned, then remembered a loathsome human being. The bastard who harassed the casino dealer is your friend. 369, Chapter 366. You're operating without a license and evading taxes. Harassing the casino dealer. Luke picked his eyebrows, but he wasn't surprised. In his impression, Howard was indeed someone likely to do this kind of thing. He would first tease with a few words, then put on a "I'm funny, handsome, and charming. Do you want to roll in bed together?" look of confidence. The reason why such tricks could go all the way was more because his name was Howard Stark. And wealth and status could endow men with a deeper charm. For example, when Howard was holding a bunch of keys to a luxury car and talked about the billions of orders from Stark Industries. At that time, his attraction to most women would multiply. Stark Industries, arms tycoon. These words don't mean much in hell. Luke shook his head and smiled, guessing that Howard had hit a wall. Hell, and heaven, there was no shortage of historical celebrities and high-level elites. The bosses of the two camps liked to collect these kinds of souls. For example, Beelzebub and Mephisto in hell once fought for the soul of the Führer. After the death of a certain celebrity, the popular saying was, "What does God want, so shall he taketh." Under Marvel's world concept, it wasn't nonsense. Lord Mephisto, will you do me the honor of forgiving Howard's unreasonable behavior? Luke looked at the old devil, whose attitude turned 180 degrees. He came here for Howard. They were supposed to take each other out for a tour and prepare for Captain America's bachelor party. Who would have thought that they would happen to meet Mephisto, who left hell and came to start a business on Earth? No problem. The old devil readily agreed. If he could send away this Sorcerer Supreme, who came out of nowhere for the price of a human soul, then he would certainly be happy to send it off with both hands. Then, in place of Howard, I thank Lord Mephisto for his generosity. Luke's eyes flashed as he kept his smile. He spoke well, but he had other plans in mind. Besides Howard, so many soul chips in Hotel Inferno were also very attractive. As Superman, a positive figure, I can't just sit back and watch Mephisto harvest souls and kill people. I must do something to stop it. Luke silently thought so. Seemingly feeling the strength of this belief, he suddenly looked righteous, his eyes bursting with light. The sudden change made the old devil sitting across the table jolt. Why do I feel a change in the atmosphere? Mephisto was afraid to say anything, afraid to ask anything. The two bitter failures in the devil's career had proven that if he went against the Sorcerer Supreme, there was a high probability of a bad ending for him. Master, I'll take you to the vault. Your friend should be there. Mephisto walked ahead and quickened his pace. He just wanted to send the other, thousands of miles away, so as not to disturb his business. When did such a young Sorcerer Supreme appear on Earth? The old devil thought as he led the way. The familiar aura of the other party's power from the Vishanti was absolutely impossible to fake. The blessing of pure white light. This was a treatment that only the Sorcerer Supreme could get. The authenticity of the identity was unquestionable. Mephisto isn't trying to lead me into some kind of trap, is he? When the old devil was speculating about Luke's identity, the latter was also in doubt. Usually, the better a devil's attitude towards you. Like a nanny, he had to be ready for everything. And he should be vigilant, watching out if the other party had dug a deep pit, waiting for him to step in. Here we are. After crossing the corridor outside the casino and taking the elevator all the way down, Mephisto took Luke to Hotel Inferno's vault. He took out a bunch of keys, raised his hand and waved back the demon security guard with a round waist, and opened 3 thick and solid alloy doors. What's the point of this? Luke narrowed his eyes. Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, actually set up a whole set of human security systems in his hotel. This wasn't his style. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Master, please. Mephisto opened the last door of the vault. A dazzling golden light filled his eyes, almost blinding Luke. The gold bricks were stacked neatly, lighting up the large vault. In just a few days, Mephisto harvested so much profit. Luke was a little surprised. In his all-seeing eyes, those golden bricks were twisted souls, all of which were marked by hell. Howard Stark, please wait a moment, let me look for it. Mephisto paced slowly, holding the crystal ball in his palm as if searching for the personal information of every soul. Before long, his eyes were fixed on a golden brick. That's him. Picking up the gold brick, Mephisto respectfully handed it to Luke. The latter caught a glimpse of it. Just as Franklin's head would be printed on the bill. Howard's face was also on this brick, but it was slightly distorted with fear. Yes, look at this mustache. Luke also didn't need Mephisto's help and crushed the gold brick himself. An illusory shadow jumped out. Save me! Luke, you're finally here. Howard, in a ghostly state, shouted for help, eager to hug Luke's thigh. Presumably, the treatment of a soul being harvested by the old devil wasn't good. Calm down, Howard. Every time you have fun, you seem to get into trouble. Luke soothed the other's emotions and smiled lightly, from vampire to the Lord of Hell. I hope you keep up the good work. Howard smiled, not answering. Master, your friend's soul is returned, and his physical body is in the guest room upstairs. Mephisto lowered his posture as he walked outside. The implication was obvious. Get out of here. No rush. Luke pinched Howard's soul into a chip, put it in his pocket, narrowed his eyes and spoke with a smile, Lord Mephisto, your vault is really good. Really spacious and sturdy. Mephisto's heart jolted once again. He had no intention of chatting with Luke at all and tried to pull the other side out again after a perfunctory sentence or two. There are countless souls in the vault. It seems that you, Lord Mephisto, is not only proficient in gambling but also making money. It's just that. Luke paused, glanced at the anxious old devil out of the corner of his eye, and continued, I'm curious about one thing. Do you have a legal business license? Have you paid your taxes on time? If none of the above, then you are operating without a license, and conducting tax evasion, which is an illegal act. I am obligated to have you rectified, corrected, and punished. A series of question marks appeared above Mephisto's head. You want me, a devil from hell, to obey the law? Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // 370, Chapter 367 Hell Group, listing in 3 years. Unlicensed business? Tax evasion? Mephisto looked dumbfounded. Can human law still be administered in hell? Yes, Lord Mephisto. First of all, I don't have any prejudice against hell, and I keep the same attitude towards devils and demons. Luke held his head high and spoke in a loud voice. So, this is definitely not personal or revenge. Mephisto's face was full of disbelief. You're obviously targeting me. Master, aren't you stretching your hands too far? The old devil said with a sharp tone and an eerie voice. Don't treat the human world as Kamar-Taj, calling the shots yourself. The rules formulated by the Temple of the Three don't need to be observed by human beings. Similarly, the laws of the world are invalid for masters and the devil. Besides, what position do you have to intervene in human law? Didn't Kamar-Taj claim to be independent of the world and never ask questions about the world? Mephisto clasped his arms over his chest and kept sneering. He was suppressing the anger in his heart. If he weren't afraid of the pure white light, the power of Vishanti, he would have rushed up and ripped off the other party's head. Not every sorcerer supreme was as powerful as Agamotto and the Ancient One. The old devil thought so. Kamar-Taj had produced 2 generations of powerful people in a row, and it was bound to fail once in a while. I have repeatedly tolerated it because of my good manners, not because of fear. Mephisto tacitly said. He felt that his patience was approaching a critical point. The other party was a sorcerer supreme, but he came here and lectured the devil about the law. Was he that idle? Mephisto had been doing this all his life. Why should he explain things to a mortal? Not to mention obeying the laws of the federal government, he didn't even care about the commandments issued by the Temple of the Three. If he had nothing to do, he would sneak here and wander the world. Tax evasion. Being charged with this? The old devil wanted to laugh. If they were able to do so, the IRS would have to come to hell and collect the missing taxes from him personally. You mean I'm not qualified? Luke's tone was the same as usual, not much anger. Whether on Earth, in hell, or in Kamar-Taj, there's a set of rules for proper operation. Mephisto said in a deep voice. Random interference will only lead to worse consequences. Even if my Hotel Inferno doesn't conform to human laws. You shouldn't be the one to deal with it. The old devil continued to use words to squeeze his opponent, trying to force him to stop. He had made it very clear that human laws couldn't control hell. Even if he could manage it, it's not the Sorcerer Supreme's responsibility. I'm sorry, in fact, besides being the Sorcerer Supreme, I'm a Lieutenant General of the Pentagon and the Director of SHIELD. Luke's mouth turned up as he placed all his cards on the table. He looked at Mephisto, who once again looked puzzled, and slowly said, with my identity and scope of power, I can replace the tax bureau to deal with social vermin who operate illegally and evade tax. So, let's continue to talk about the immediate suspension of your Hotel Inferno and the payment of the fines. The old devil's brain was a mess. His thoughts were like intricately intertwined threads that he couldn't sort out. Who the hell are you? After a long silence, Mephisto asked again. When he first came to the human world, he didn't have the habit of reading newspapers or watching TV. So, it was normal for him not to know who Superman was. It doesn't matter who I am. The focus of the matter is what are you going to do, Lord Mephisto? Luke put away his smile, and a touch of menace appeared in his eyes. Are you going to resist the law or accept punishment violently? The pure white light suddenly glowed brightly. Terrifying fluctuations shook the area. The solid and thick vault seemed to be crumbling and ready to collapse at any time. I am the Lord of Hell, and human law can't restrain me. Mephisto's face twitched with the most ruthless tone, he uttered the most persuasive answer, but since Sorcerer Supreme is acting on its behalf. Fine. Luke regretted it a bit. He wanted a chance to whack the old devil. After all, as the Sorcerer Supreme, if he didn't beat Mephisto, it felt incomplete. But the other party did well. If he were aggressive, he would easily look like a villain. It's okay to make mistakes, as long as you correct them. Even when dealing with the devil, I will remain fair and impartial. Luke smiled and looked at the neatly stacked and incalculable number of gold bricks. Mephisto was a little flustered. The Sorcerer Supreme isn't trying to profit from me, is he? What does he need souls for? Kamar-Taj didn't belong to either of the two camps, heaven or hell. The Trinity of Vishanti had little demand for souls. If we compare the earth to a large market, heaven and hell occupy a position of absolute monopoly. About 80% of souls flow into these two camps, and only then would the various gods and dimensional demons get their share. As for Hotel Inferno, first of all, you don't have a business license, which is illegal. According to the normal path, you need to close down immediately and resubmit an application to the municipal government, and by the way, cover a certain number of fines. Luke looked back at Mephisto, who was nervous. This isn't an unsolvable problem. The local government in Las Vegas is very supportive of entrepreneurs like you. The old devil had a wry smile on his lips. Intuition told him that the main event was coming. Sure enough, Luke didn't stop there. After a short pause, he went on to say, but tax evasion is a very serious matter for the federal government. Benjamin Franklin once said, nothing is certain except death and taxes. There was no need to go into the story of Al Capone, the gangster, who ultimately fell at the hands of a diligent accountant and was sent to prison for failing to pay his taxes in time. Since then, the mob has passed down three classic quotes: heavy machine guns are better than submachine guns, you should pay taxes to the government on time, and you must wear condoms when you have sex. Similarly, the three stupidest, most idiotic and most deadly things in the world: drug trafficking in China, hostage-taking in Russia, and tax evasion in the United States. With the above warning, it was easy to see how difficult dealing with the IRS was. So, Lord Mephisto, you won't only have to pay the missing taxes, but you will also have to pay a large fine and a long prison term. Luke displayed an "I can't help you either" look of distress while the old devil was already cursing his mother in his heart. Oh, what prison on earth can hold me? Mephisto tried to maintain the last shred of dignity as the Lord of Hell. SHIELD has entered into a partnership with Kamar-Taj to create a special prison for fallen masters, evil creatures and demons from hell. Luke smiled as if to remind him. Then, Master, do you have any ideas? The old devil asked weakly. He already understood that this Sorcerer Supreme was even more annoying than Agamotto and more shameless than the Ancient One. In fact, he was trying to coerce him into paying a certain amount of money. To put it bluntly, the Hotel Inferno couldn't be opened without paying protection fees and sharing some benefits. This is simply robbery. Bastard. The Ancient One really doesn't know how to judge people. She made such an asshole the Sorcerer Supreme. Mephisto bitterly scolded away in his heart. After quietly venting his emotions in his heart, the old devil still had to wait for Luke to make an offer. I hope he doesn't go too far. Otherwise, I don't even want to stay in this world. Lord Mephisto, have you ever considered bringing in the other great devils of hell to create a complete joint stock company? Luke picked up a gold brick and lightly said, the market in Las Vegas is too small. We can expand this business to the whole world. When the time comes, being listed in 3 years, becoming one of the top 10 in the world in 5 years, and surpassing heaven in 10 years, it won't be a problem at all. Mephisto was dumbfounded once again. Hell Group. A chain of hotels all over the world. Binge. New fanfic released on Patreon, One Piece. 371, Chapter 368 Heavenly Past, Under Protection. Mephisto found himself in a passive position against this extremely young Sorcerer Supreme, during the conversation. From beginning to end, he was like a dog on a leash, being led around. When to stop and when to walk were all in the other party's hands. Of course, this description was too hurtful. To explain euphemistically, it might be that the old devil preferred to listen to other parties' opinions and had enough patience. It was also possible that Luke's thinking was too wild, making it difficult for him to keep up. A Hotel Inferno chain. Mephisto's mouth twitched. Listing it, and becoming a giant company, sounded ridiculous enough. He even dared to say that it would surpass heaven. Wasn't he afraid of causing trouble? The archangels like Gabriel and Michael were very narrow-minded and bore grudges. The old devil took the spirit of vengeance created by God and made it his own slave, thus ending up on the blacklist in heaven. The two sides had fought many times, each winning and losing. For example, Faust, a famous poetic drama in literary history, was based on real events. The archangel Gabriel used the soul of the human, Faust, as bait, and tricked Mephisto. For a positive person like me, heaven shouldn't mind me saying a few offensive words. Luke shook his head and laughed. Compared with the studio next door, where God was the supreme being, the identity of God in the Marvel Universe was much more ambiguous. He rarely appeared, and hardly ever appeared in person. Even the existence of heaven was introduced later. Originally, there were only 9 kingdoms on Earth, but in the original sin event, the 10th world, heaven, appeared. Right now, there wasn't much known information. It was said that there was a country where angels inhabit, and there were 2 pairs of wings on the backs of the creatures living in it. Several thousand years ago, the leader of heaven, betrayed Asgard. In a rage, Odin off heaven from the other 9 realms and Yggdrasil, and exiled them completely. But in this story, God was still in the background, and didn't directly appear. According to the answer given by the Marvel Universe Travel Guide, the Lord of Heaven wasn't God, but the Queen of Angels. Otherwise, Odin wouldn't have made such a bold move as to exile to heaven. The only glimpse of this supreme being was probably at the birth of the spirit of vengeance. After the flood thousands of years ago, Noah's Ark opened a new era. God found that the original sinful nature of man hadn't changed and remained the same. Therefore, God created the spirit of vengeance, who rained down on mankind in the form of fire. It was intended that the spirit of vengeance, which couldn't tolerate the least bit of sand in its eyes, would oversee mankind and wipe out the greed and arrogance in their hearts. The spirit of vengeance that landed in the human world would fuse with the soul of a human host with the right conditions, and carry out the ultimate task of eliminating sin and evil. But God probably overlooked that regardless of good or evil, in which camp, taking things to the extreme would often brew a great disaster. The spirit of vengeance didn't completely eliminate evil, but was tempted to fall into hell, one after another. The blue flame, which originally symbolized justice, had become the red flame of punishment. Mephisto took the opportunity to enslave it and infuse it with the fires of hell. The spirit of vengeance had thus become the evil knight under the command of the old devil. Luke thought about it. A heaven that could be exiled by Odin, wouldn't be that strong. As long as that old man, God, continued to hide in the background, he wouldn't have any problems when doing something so reckless. Are you really the Sorcerer Supreme? Mephisto couldn't help but slightly frown, when he saw that Luke mentioned heaven in a frivolous tone. This guy looked even more heretical than the devils in hell. Of course, I'm officially certified by Vishanti. Luke raised his eyebrows. The pure white light that enveloped his whole body became even brighter, almost blinding Mephisto's eyes. A proper master only needed to learn illumination magic. I believe it. Believe. Master Sorcerer Supreme. The old devil's eyes felt sour and tears of regret were shed. The pure white light burned him and caused his body to smoke and sizzle. If Agamotto was the Sorcerer Supreme who hated hell and discriminated against the devil, and, the Ancient One was the most violent and brutal Sorcerer Supreme, the one standing in front of him was undoubtedly the most shameless and jerk-like Sorcerer Supreme. I'm just asking a question. Was that really necessary? Mephisto's heart ached for his red suit, which could turn into flames of hell. Losing a little meant that some of his power was consumed. Let's get back to business. Luke acted as if nothing had happened and looked normal. He knew very well that, dealing with the devil, talk less, do more. The best thing to do was to hit him more, so that the other party wouldn't have time to think and do meaningless little tricks. Devils were fickle villains and dishonest liars. Placing sympathy and trust in them was the most foolish thing a person could do. All along, souls have been monopolized by heaven and hell, but there's only one leader in heaven and 7 devils in hell. The position of the actual Satan was still vacant. Luke started to talk, and used Constantine's skill card to deal with the devil. Maybe there was an additional chance of success. After all, that guy had cheated countless demons. Even the bosses in hell reserved a VIP room for him, waiting for Constantine's soul to fall. In addition, hell is a general term. Some souls will go to hell, Asgard's underworld, some spirits will be separated, and go to Hades, the king of Hades, then there are the various gods of death. Luke counted with his fingers and counted Mephisto's market share. Not to mention other dimensional demons, their followers account for a lot, and their souls don't return to hell. In the end, it seems that you're one of the biggest winners. But in fact, it's all an illusion. There's no denying the fact that the overall strength of hell is always inferior to that of heaven, and sometimes you have to show respect to those bunch of humanoid birds. The old devil originally put on a calm expression of no matter what you say, I won't be moved. But he didn't know why, the more he listened, the angrier he became. He only felt a strong sense of empathy and a sense of approval. Lord Mephisto, I'm a pure passerby. Listen, a lord of hell of your level, has to personally develop business. No one will believe me when I tell them. Moreover, the souls you have diligently and conscientiously harvest, may not necessarily go into your own pocket sometimes. Is this in line with the rules? Luke glanced at the old devil's red face, continued to add fuel to the fire, and coaxed, why is this happening? Because there hasn't been a Satan in hell for a long time, everyone is fighting on their own, a scattered mess. All the souls harvested by heaven belong to them. Those archangels earn a lot of money and enjoy a lot of profit. Hell, on the other hand, has to be divided at every level, which virtually weakens its own strength. The situation is getting worse and worse, so you can't catch up. Mephisto subconsciously nodded, thinking it was very reasonable. Satan is the title of the ruler of hell. It not only represented a kind of honor, but also symbolized supreme power. As long as one became Satan and sat on the throne, that was the real ruler of hell. Mephisto also had the great ambition of competing for the Satan title, but he was limited because of insufficient strength and couldn't overwhelm other big demons by himself. In your opinion, what should hell do? The old devil modestly asked. Naturally, join forces and form an alliance of interests. Luke tried his best to talk, kept talking, and tried to make Mephisto take the initiative to step down from the intellectual high ground. The vast majority of human beings often have the problem of having weak wills and indulge in pleasure. It's not just casinos that could harvest souls and cheat them into signing contracts, there are also other ways. As far as I know, each of the 7 demons of hell has a favorite kind of soul. Beelzebub likes gluttonous people, while Asmodeus appreciates lustful people. As far as I can see, Hotel Inferno can expand its business scope, to include fast food and erotic online live streaming, and subdivide souls for precise placement and harvesting. Oh! The old devil's eyes glowed as he nodded again and again. Then how can we persuade other demons to reach this hell alliance? Mephisto gradually neglected his tendency to stay vigilant, and took the initiative to ask questions. If you regard Hotel Inferno as a company, you can give up part of the shares and core business as a bargaining chip to attract other allies. Luke had already thought about it and explained it to him. Let Beelzebub have the fast food restaurant, and Asmodeus can be in charge of the erotic online live streaming. Think about it. The harvested soul completely meets their requirements, and harvesting at a fixed point saves time and effort. In order to achieve better results, the Hell Lords will try to develop the market and grow the business. The Devil's employees will also work overtime. By that time, they won't complain about the blank checks and empty promises. As the major shareholder of the Hotel Inferno chain, we have a group of hard-working employees who will create wealth for us in a large market, and in a few years, we will become a giant in the industry. In this way, Lord Mephisto, your strength will be greatly enhanced. Won't it be easier to take the Satan title? The more Mephisto listened, the more excited he became. The beautiful blueprint outlined by Luke simply made his heart soar, and he couldn't wait to start his business right away. Wait. Something's wrong. Us. The old devil seemed to regain his senses and wondered, what do you mean us? Of course, it's you and me, Lord Mephisto. Luke smiled brightly, stretched his arm around the old devil's neck, and showed a warm and affectionate expression. The expansion of Hotel Inferno into a chain will inevitably require permission from Kamar-Taj. Without the Sorcerer Supreme as an umbrella, how can you develop your business? Seeing Mephisto's sinking expression, he tightened the strength of his arm, as if he was going to strangle the other party. Then I'll be the one under protection. The old devil said with difficulty. Thinking of starting his own business, he had to pay protection money to others. The old devil was somewhat reluctant. Lord Mephisto, you have never opened a company, right? Listen, when you become a boss, you have to learn to make a name for yourself, pull in politicians, squeeze employees, and provide benefits. Luke shook his head, explaining, to make a name for yourself is to know how to do the books, to make those shareholders think that the company has been profitable, that the future is promising, and to learn to fool the authorities, always on the verge of risk. To woo politicians is actually to make friends. Heaven won't sit back and watch hell grow. How can you compete with those humanoid birds without allies, right? Bringing in a Sorcerer Supreme can not only help you avoid the obstacles encountered in the development of the company, but also add an ally for you. Why not? Don't have a psychological barrier, Mephisto, you must know how many people want to kneel down and ask for this blessing, right? But they have no way to get it. The old devil looked confused, but gradually realized that Luke was right. If the Hotel Inferno chain could be built so easily, it wouldn't have waited until now, let alone be his creation. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 372, Chapter 369. Finalizing the agreement, the future is promising. Seeing Mephisto's face of approval and trust, Luke had to lament that the Constantine skill card was simply a killer move against the devil. The Lord of Hell, who was famous for his cunningness and scheming. Under his babble, he lost the intellectual high ground. The old devil already began to imagine a beautiful hotel inferno chain becoming bigger and stronger and listed in the stock exchange. Mephisto aspired to win the Satan title in one fell swoop and become the veritable ruler of hell. At that time, what Beelzebub, what Asmodeus? All the little brothers could only obediently submit to his will. Not to mention those bird people from heaven, and forget about the sorcerer supreme in Kamartaj, Satan, the ruler of hell, only needed to be cautious of the trinity of Vishanti. No matter whether he was faced with dimensional demons or ancient bosses, those three together, in a small fight or a big fight, never paid attention to what the lesser beings did. Well, don't worry about the future, be down to earth, stable, and steady. Luke glanced at the old devil who was smiling from ear to ear, cleared his throat, and said, "The plan looks perfect, and there's nothing wrong with it. However, it's also necessary for the executor to have sufficient ability. Otherwise, it would just be all talk and no practical meaning." Mephisto coughed in embarrassment, realizing that he was a little carried away. Before starting a business, thinking about listing was just too far off into the distance. "Master, I think your plan is very feasible." The old devil's attitude gradually warmed up. With the previous in-depth conversation, he inexplicably had a strange impulse to make Luke a confidant. In Mephisto's view, there was obviously a devil's soul hidden under the cloak of the Sorcerer Supreme. But with a little moral bottom line and moral integrity, who would think of such a perfect way to harvest souls? He was simply born to be a devil. Compared to the time he met Agamotto and the Ancient One, conflict and disgust subconsciously rose up. Mephisto's feelings for Luke were completely different, and there was a vague sense of mutual admiration. "I'll go back to hell later and see if I can make an alliance with a few friends I know." The old devil stroked his chin and hooked Luke's shoulder with his opposite hand. Who would have thought, a sorcerer supreme, and a lord of hell? These two could also collide with each other and get together. "By the way, old devil, there are so many soul chips in the casino that can be used as a demonstration of the results," Luke advised, acting like he's doing his best and thinking about Mephisto. "You should bring all those big devils to Las Vegas and show them what real soul harvesting and entertainment culture is all about. The idea of heaven has long been outdated. Before long, people preferred bosoms that can warm their cold hearts and lusty images, rather than believing in God." Luke took Mephisto into the elevator. As if he could foresee the future, his tone seemed like a hero pointing out the beautiful landscape to the skeptical masses. With the advent of the internet age, the religious system in heaven would continue to grow weak. Harvesting souls won't be effective enough compared to the number of devotees. If the great devils of the 7 deadly sins of hell struck hard and entertained those angels who emphasized truth, kindness, beauty, and sacrifice, their earnings might not be able to compare to the other side. In a materialistic society, what could be more heartwarming than bosoms in a hot body? Speaking of this, old devil, you should be careful about Asmodeus. He is the master of lust and may become your biggest competitor in the future. Luke warned. Lust was the first productive force of mankind. "I'll remember." Mephisto nodded. Although he didn't understand why Luke said that, the Sorcerer Supreme's foresight could never be wrong. Just, because of the precept of the Temple of the Three, and the existence of the Sorcerer Supreme. The old devil turned to another question and hesitatingly said, "The great devils of hell may not be willing to come to the human world, and even if they do, they may not agree." Luke smiled calmly, he wasn't worried. Arriving at the top floor of the hotel, the two men looked out at the brightly lit Las Vegas. "If someone disagrees or holds an opposing view, you can mention me. Although I'm a gentle person, and I don't like fighting and killing. But to be honest, I have a lot of experience in persuading others and educating them through persuasion." Luke took the initiative and volunteered to exchange ideas with the other big devils. The reasoning was a simple thing to do. With one punch down, all the big devils would be obedient. "Then, I'll leave it to you, master." Mephisto was overjoyed. Luke's way of reasoning with virtue was something he understood deeply. It's time to let other big devils feel the power of the Sorcerer Supreme's iron fist. Oh no, it should be physical persuasion. "So, what do you think we should do with Vegas's Hotel Inferno?" The old devil felt that the landscape was very different from before. The business in Las Vegas couldn't satisfy his ambition at all. "You can continue to operate, but you don't have to hide." Luke couldn't help but gag when he thought of the pitch-black look and the smoke coming out of the hotel. "Old devil, you're a serious businessman from now on, don't try to use some crooked and illegal means. Open the hotel, then go through legal procedures, apply for a certificate first, then buy land, and then seriously manage it and make a name for yourself." Hotel Inferno was so shabby on the surface. It didn't attract the attention of the local residents. So many people entered here and never came out again, but the police didn't receive any reports. Obviously, Mephisto used his power to exert influence. Yes, I was short-sighted. I just wanted to have a little fun. I didn't consider the follow-up." Mephisto accepted it modestly and decided to turn over a new leaf, becoming a serious businessman. Now, he only wanted to build his own hell group and harvest souls to earn the name of Satan as soon as possible. Old devil, a big devil with ideals, abilities and entrepreneurial passion like you, will surely succeed. I have my eye on you. Luke patted the other on the shoulder encouragingly. I'll definitely work hard to lead hell, to become bigger and stronger than heaven. The old devil's passion seemed to be ignited, looking towards the dark night sky covered by dark clouds, as he spoke in an aggressive tone. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation caused by Archangel Gabriel. He had been holding back for 100 years in order to one day launch a counterattack. I'll leave the preparation of Hell Group to you. I'll come and cut the ribbon on the day of its establishment. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Luke was satisfied and ready to leave. Placing Howard's soul into its flesh, he was prepared to go to Kamar-Taj for a while to report this matter to the Ancient One. The Sorcerer Supreme reaching cooperation with the devils in hell was something unprecedented. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 373, Chapter 370 Working part-time is impossible. Luke, thank you. Howard's soul was stuffed into its body. When he opened his eyes, he immediately hugged Luke. Provoking Mephisto, the Lord of Hell is also a talent. The latter was speechless. Every time he took Howard out, he would inevitably get some unexpected gains. Last time in Paris, it was the Corvinus family and Cellini. When they arrived in Las Vegas, without fail, he met Mephisto. Since I met you, my luck has been really bad. Howard threw back the blame. He thought that if it weren't for Luke, he wouldn't be a trouble magnet. If you could restrain the impulse to have fun and control your lower body, there wouldn't have been so many accidents. Luke cast a contemptuous look. He still remembered the bloody case in Paris caused by Howard's date. Howard smiled shyly and promised, I'm determined to devote my energy to science in the future, and at best, I'll occasionally indulge in sex. After 2 lessons, it really left some kind of trauma in him. You'd better find a way to get married and shoulder that important responsibility. Luke smiled. He wanted to see Tony Stark born. Although he had seen him once in that other world, it was the middle-aged Iron Man. Marriage is the grave of love. If you walk in easily, you'll never get out. Howard shook his head. According to the mainstream values of the land of the free, getting married late wasn't a big deal. But after marriage, they had to maintain faithfulness in public at least and couldn't play outside arbitrarily. Marriage is the grave of love. So, if you don't get married, wouldn't you die without a burial? Luke mentioned an old saying and whispered, I have a feeling that you will find your grave soon. Howard didn't believe it. He was still a staunch bachelor. I've already told Mephisto. You can have fun in this hotel, and I'll take care of the bill. Luke said a few words and opened a portal to Kamar-Taj. Really? Then can I talk to those sexy dealers? Howard, who just said that he would focus all his energy on scientific research, was instantly excited. No. Luke gave an answer and walked straight into the portal. Sure enough, it was even more unreliable to expect a pervert to change its nature than talking to the devil about following the rules. Not afraid of being drained. Luke muttered. He ignored Howard's question, mainly because of the other's body. The succubi of hell were recognized as juicers, which were much more terrible than a female vampire. Not to mention Howard's small stature, even Captain America, a big strong man, would be squeezed dry by those legs, greatly injuring his vitality. This wasn't nonsense. The second-generation Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, had fallen to hell once. While he mowed down the devils, at the same time, he didn't forget to solve his physical needs. As a result, he met an adult succubus, then Johnny was squeezed to the point that he couldn't even release hellfire, almost ending up being eaten. Therefore, Luke turned down Howard, but it was actually for his sake. Looking around on Earth, the only one who could compete with a succubus was probably Superman. But I'm a decent person. Luke stepped into Kamar-Taj. And, how could a Sorcerer Supreme sleep with a succubus? If words get out, I might be expelled from the sanctum by the Vishanti. He could imagine a small dramatic scene happening at that time. On the contrary, a young Sorcerer Supreme in cahoots with Hell would be banished from Kamar-Taj. Yes, leaving Kamar-Taj, there would be no place for him in the magical world. Let's see how I will live from now on. Luke smiled crookedly and recited cliché lines. Kamar-Taj is looking for death. Then, the 4-dimensional demons are in control, this is a slap to the blind Vishanti. Being the Superman of the Marvel Universe, he could simply say anything he wanted. What are you doing standing at the door, smirking? The Ancient One, who had returned from a business trip and was back on duty, asked curiously. From her perspective, Luke seemed to be thinking of something delightful, and his mouth was smiling crookedly. It's nothing, it's nothing. Luke withdrew his distracting thoughts and waved his hand. Master Ancient One, you weren't in Kamar-Taj before, where did you go? He and the Ancient One of this world were old friends. Entering the room, he poured himself a cup of freshly brewed tea. There was no constraint in his actions. You have become the Sorcerer Supreme. Don't you know what I was doing on a business trip a while ago? The Ancient One's gaze lingered on Luke for a moment, her eyes flickering slightly, seemingly a bit surprised. She already had the idea of passing the position of Sorcerer Supreme to the other party. Judging from the qualifications, potential, and work style, Superman was the right choice. Just as the Guardian of Earth and the leader of the Kamar-Taj, becoming a Sorcerer Supreme still depended on their nature and heart. Luke, a chaotic neutral, it was difficult for him to get the Vishanti's approval. Then again, Stephen Strange, the son of Destiny who wasn't born yet, was destined to take over the Sorcerer Supreme position. She could only dream of early retirement. I'm just a temporary agent. This seat will be handed over to Strange sooner or later. Luke was very compelling. The Vishanti most likely wanted something when choosing him. Ah, although I don't know what happened to the universe where you became the Sorcerer Supreme, your thinking should be correct. The Ancient One said in a slow, gentle voice. Vishanti has requirements for one's character. A guy like you, who doesn't obey the rules and often does amazing things, will probably have a hard time getting past Agamotto, who's an old-fashioned guy. His nature would clash with yours. As the Ancient One said so about her teacher, there were no inhibitions in her words. Indeed, he looked very reluctant. Luke recalled Agamotto's tone and expression at that time, which vaguely revealed a sense of helplessness. Don't worry too much, just think of it as a deal. There are many advantages to being the Sorcerer Supreme. Besides the power given by Vishanti, you also have the right to command the Temple of the Three and access to the full power of Kamar-Taj, including the magical weapons. The Ancient One picked up the eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck and said in a tempting tone, theoretically, this could also belong to you. I can't afford it. Master Ancient One, you'd better wear it yourself. Luke didn't even think about it and simply refused. The Ancient One made it clear. She saw that he had inherited the Sorcerer Supreme position from Earth 91, so she also wanted to take this opportunity to retire. If he was greedy enough to take the Time Stone in the eye of Agamotto, he would have to assume the responsibility of guarding the Earth. No, thank you. When the time came, he would have to act like a firefighter. Whenever the Avengers were in trouble, they would have to call him to solve it. If the Earth were on fire, they would have to call him for help. Before crossing over to this world, he was already a 9-to-5 social slave. After crossing, he was expected to continue to work for the Vishanti. No, thank you. 374, Chapter 371 Turning a Blind Eye. Anyway, when you're the Sorcerer Supreme of one universe, you are also the Sorcerer Supreme of other universes. It's the same thing. What's the difference? The Ancient One pursed her lips and seemed a little unhappy. The Eye of Agamotto was the supreme artifact of Kamar-Taj. There was a true Infinity Stone inside, which could distort time and retrace everything. All other masters would be ecstatic and readily agree. When it was Luke's turn, he directly refused it. Won't the Sorcerer Supreme lose dignity? Thank you for the kindness, Master Ancient One, but I just want to live a quiet life. Luke replied rather in a perfunctory manner. The Ancient One obviously dug a hole and waited for him to jump in. The Eye of Agamotto wasn't only the supreme artifact of Kamar-Taj but also the inheritance token of the Sorcerer Supreme. If he really wanted to take it, it meant taking the initiative to take on the Ancient One's job. Although Luke had become a Sorcerer Supreme, how vast were the troubles of this universe? He hadn't figured it out yet. The Vishanti forcibly appointed him, and for the quest reward, he just took the seat. As far as the current situation was concerned, this universe was definitely more complicated than the movie universe. What if he just took the seat? Then the Celestials called, the Living Tribunal appeared, the 5 gods died, and the big event of restarting the multiverse began. What should he do? According to the norm, in the face of the great crisis sweeping the universe, they first needed to sacrifice a superhero. Superman in the studio next door, and the Flash would take this job. For decades, he just waited to be sacrificed. But in the Marvel universe, it's much more complicated. Because there was no fixed candidate. Iron Man, Captain America, Captain Marvel, and others have all been sacrificed once or even more. Summing up the rules, Luke believed that the greater the reputation, the easier it was to get this precious opportunity. After all, no one cared about this shit. To sum it up, being this universe's Sorcerer Supreme was a big enough headache. If he became another universe's Sorcerer Supreme, Luke was worried that he wouldn't be far from being sacrificed. Look at the bigger picture, don't be so narrow-minded. The Sorcerer Supreme doesn't need to sacrifice anything. You just need to protect the Earth. The Ancient One seemed to have guessed part of Luke's thoughts. She shook her head and said. It's most unlikely to suffer from suspicion and malice from anyone. Luke saw the Sorcerer Supreme put on an expression of "I am a positive person, why would I lie to you," and smiled. She was also a beacon of justice on earth, the light of the right path, so she occasionally did something that violated the rules. Superheroes only had a higher moral bottom line, but with the right purpose, they would make big mistakes and create disasters. This had become the norm in the Marvel Universe. For example, the Ultron Crisis. Whether in the movie universe or in comics. At first, the purpose of manufacturing Ultron was a good cause. However, the result was unsatisfactory. The former led to the Sokovia Incident and the Superhero Registration Act, which planted the seed of the Civil War incident. The latter was even worse. Ultron had become the ultimate villain, dedicated to eliminating all life on Earth, bringing endless death and destruction to the world, which could be called a lingering enemy of the Avengers. In addition, the Illuminati would banish the Hulk, which would lead to the subsequent World War Hulk. In order to prevent an invasion towards Earth, the Illuminati broke into the Skrulls people's planet to show their strength. They were captured, escaped, and chopped their enemies' heads off one by one, leading to the secret invasion. Doing bad things with good intentions made it impossible to end, and the innocent people paid for it. This was completely the traditional scene in the Marvel Universe. Therefore, Luke's trust in superheroes had always been kept at a barely passing level. Good people make mistakes, and unlike villains, they always get the punishment they deserve. Good people would suffer from inner torment and fall into self-repentance. But when they saved the world again, their previous mistakes would be forgotten, and they would still be sought after by the public. Luke didn't think this was right. So Agamotto was right about you. You're unwilling to sacrifice for others and have a strong sense of self, which hardly fits Vishanti's requirements. The Ancient One thoughtfully shook the wooden-handled fan in her hand. She didn't have any prejudice against Luke. Demanding others to make sacrifices was no different from being a bandit. The Bald Master just felt it was a pity. Superman's moral bottom line needed to improve to become the perfect Sorcerer Supreme successor. I was appointed. If the Vishanti thinks that letting me sit in this position could change my thinking, then it's inappropriate for me to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Luke shrugged his shoulders and said so. The hot tea in the cup had cooled down. He took a sip and calmly looked at the Ancient One. Then, I'll take back my previous comment. The Ancient One put down the eye of Agamotto after realizing Luke's resistance to words like responsibility, obligation, and sacrifice. She seemed to remember something, and the corners of her mouth curled up. You should know that sooner or later, you will face a choice. The Sorcerer Supreme spoke slowly and meaningfully. There is a saying in the East, when the sky falls, a tall man will hold it up. As you gain more power and have more strength, sooner or later you will have to step up, in front of the whole world and the whole universe. What are you going to do then? The Ancient One raised the key question. We'll talk about it when we get to that point. Luke's answer seemed perfunctory and then digressed into an unpleasant and rather uninteresting topic. He put down his teacup, put forward his purpose, and got down to business. Doing business with the devil, and it's Mephisto. After listening to the presentation, the Ancient One narrowed her eyes and showed her displeasure. She wasn't like her own teacher, Agamotto, who was very determined to fight against hell. However, harvesting human souls in partnership with the devil sounded like something that evil villains would do. Kamar-Taj won't allow it. If the creatures of hell are allowed to enter this world, then the Temple of the Three would just be a decoration. There would be no value to its existence anymore. The Ancient One shook her head and refused. Luke had put forward many ideas. Some, she would agree to. For example, the establishment and preparation of the Magic Congress, deeply rooted in the secular world. However, there are some issues involving the bottom line that cannot be agreed upon. Master Ancient One, you misunderstood what I meant. Luke also knew that trying to get Kamar-Taj in Hell, Sorcerer Supreme, and the Big Devil, to sit at the same table was just a fool's errand. Even if the two sides weren't completely opposite camps, there was no room for cooperation between them. The ultimate destination of human souls is either heaven or hell. Luke held out his finger and outlined the 10 realms. He had read the relevant materials in Kamar-Taj's library. Only by doing his homework could he persuade the Ancient One with confidence. Different from religious books, where you can enjoy happiness in heaven and suffer in hell. In fact, heaven and hell are just two vast dimensional worlds. The Ancient One closed the fan, her eyes were curious, and she seemed to want to know what the other party was going to say. The soul is the currency in circulation, and this sentence is valid in every dimension. Luke pointed to hell on the map and lightly said, whether to heaven, or hell, the essence is the same. The soul is considered consumable and cannot be recycled. In other words, once a human being dies, there is no possibility of rebirth or reincarnation. In this case, what's the difference between heaven harvesting souls and hell harvesting souls? The Ancient One clapped her hands twice to express her appreciation for Luke's long-winded speech. Her mouth turned up, and she softly laughed. No wonder you and Mephisto could hit it off. Compared with human beings, you're more like a devil, Good at compelling people. Is that a compliment? Luke asked as the corners of his mouth twitched. An impartial assessment. The Ancient One said. The two people in the room were silent for a moment. The Sorcerer Supreme, sitting at the top, then gave an answer to Luke's previous question. Heaven or hell, Kamar-Taj is not on either side. However, the forces represented by the two camps are both light and dark, and Kamar-Taj favors the former. The flow of souls into hell is indeed no different from ascending to heaven, as both use them as consumables that support the existence of the dimensional worlds. But there is one difference. The devils and the demons of hell are born to spread the seeds of chaos and evil. Although heaven is disingenuous, angels still maintain the basic principles of justice and righteousness. The Ancient One denied Luke's idea of the Kamar-Taj choosing a side. Between the black and white of heaven and hell, the Sorcerer Supreme clearly leaned towards the former. Then the three sanctums too. Luke didn't stop there, he had guessed the Ancient One's answer. Cooperation wasn't something easily achieved. To put it bluntly, the image of hell wasn't as bright as the surface of heaven. Companies need to face regulators, and the three sanctums could take on this part of the responsibility, which could constrain hell. Luke, as if the business was a cake, took the initiative to cut a piece and serve it to the Sorcerer Supreme. The rules and regulations are determined by the Kamar-Taj, while the Hell Group represented by Mephisto would need to play according to our rules so that most of the problems could be avoided. As for the so-called harvesting of souls, it is only to give them a stamp in advance for their final destination. This doesn't constitute a crime or being evil. Luke, who had his head held high and was very dignified, paused and then said, even the Vishanti wouldn't turn down a soul that came on their own. And Kamar-Taj can also benefit from it. For example, use those reserved souls to repay the cost of casting spells. The Ancient One did not say anything. She was thinking. The interests of Kamar-Taj shouldn't be based on the sufferings of innocent people. This was the Sorcerer Supreme's bottom line. Other than that, the Ancient One didn't have many commandments to follow. About the Hell Group, about soul currency. She could see that Luke was trying to build a strong and stable system through this. The prospect was bright, but whether it could be achieved was still unknown. The next time you talk to someone, don't make your interests so obvious. The Ancient One could turn a blind eye to some things. Kamar-Taj won't cooperate with Hell, but whatever Mephisto does on Earth will be supervised by the three sanctums. As for the consequences of the success or failure of your plan to form an alliance in Hell, and what kind of consequences it would lead to. Seeing Sorcerer Supreme's expression and attitude, Luke understood it and naturally answered, I'll take care of it myself. 375, Chapter 372 I will protect Superman's reputation. With Sorcerer Supreme's approval, Luke didn't leave immediately. Instead, he poured himself a cup of tea and tasted it slowly. He was curious about what the Ancient One had been doing on the business trip before. He asked a few words before, but the frank Sorcerer Supreme was secretive this time and didn't want to say much. If it wasn't for the Ancient One's gender and her usual sober demeanor, Luke might have thought of something indescribable. Under the guise of business trips, engaging in healthy activities. It's not like no one had ever done this before. It wasn't without reason that the unborn Stephen Strange is called the kidney-deficient master. In addition to that, he always dropped the ball at critical moments, losing his magical power and defeating a demon god when he's powerful and pulling a muscle when he was weak. There were also some physiological reasons. Johnny Blaze, the second-generation Ghost Rider, wasn't the only one who had the rare experience of being hollowed out by a succubus and drained of physical strength. Master Ancient One, why do you think the Vishanti chose me? Luke changed the subject. There was no free lunch in the world. If so, he should be mentally prepared to lose everything. Because free was always the most expensive thing. According to the Ancient One's analysis, the probability of the Vishanti liking him and choosing him as the Sorcerer Supreme was almost equal to Loki winning Odin's favor, replacing Thor, and becoming the king of Asgard. It's not that it was impossible, but there had to be something fishy behind it. Just like Odin, if he had Alzheimer's, it was indeed possible to make Loki the king. In other words, the Vishanti may also be aiming at Luke's outstanding face value and extraordinary temperament, thus appointing him as the Sorcerer Supreme provided that their wisdom was declining. Although, the above advantages were all facts. But when it came to dimensional demons, it didn't make much sense. According to your account, Strange hasn't matured yet, and the me in the parallel universe was ready to retire. It would be normal for the Vishanti to choose a spare tire. The Ancient One had a look of teasing in her eyes. Spare tire. Luke's mouth twitched. You don't have to say it so badly. The Sorcerer Supreme position wasn't a fruit on a tree someone could pick at will. The glorified name, which was obviously highly regarded and competed for, sounded so cheap when the Ancient One said so. How many people wanted to get that spare tire but couldn't? In short, you don't have to worry too much. Even if the Vishanti really wanted something from you, what kind of problem can't Superman solve? The Ancient One praised insincerely. From the hidden smile on her face, people could see that the Sorcerer Supreme was obviously looking forward to the day when Luke would be pulled over to step up. All right, the Vishanti asked me to do a job, but the reward has to be adequate. Luke tilted his head and finished his cup of tea. He didn't work for free. Want someone to work for free? Not a chance. After they exchanged pleasantries, Luke opened a portal, ready to return to Las Vegas and give Mephisto an answer. With the Vishanti's official certification, his ability to cast spells had greatly increased, and he could fully utilize the great potential of the Super Demon card. However, in order to avoid paying back the price, ending up like Strange, Luke's arsenal wasn't biased. He didn't only use an attack-based spell and studied all kinds of spells. Instead, he added his attributes to the illumination spell and tried to lean closer to Gandalf the White of Middle-earth. His idea of fighting was very simple: first, use illumination to blind the enemy, then an iron fist to hammer them down. Perfect. Oh right, Superman. As soon as Luke stepped into the portal with one foot, the voice of the Ancient One came from behind. Take good care of the foreign object you have with you, it's important. What? Luke slightly frowned. He didn't like this vague way of talking. Foreign object. Luke's mind turned to these words. The upright figure quickly disappeared into the portal. The only thing on him that was foreign was probably the 10th medal from the studio next door. This thing seemed to be quite important, and it could even smash the source wall. I have a feeling that trouble is piling up. Luke sighed. If he couldn't figure it out, it was better to talk about it later. He didn't dwell too much and went back to Hotel Inferno in Las Vegas. How did it go? In the office, Mephisto rubbed his hands nervously. His nose twitched, and he smelled the disgusting scent. The Ancient One. After being beaten so many times, the devil was naturally familiar with the scent of the Sorcerer Supreme. Although he didn't know why Luke could inherit the position of Sorcerer Supreme while the Ancient One was still around. But this didn't prevent him from cooperating with the other party. It's settled. Luke, with his tone, whetted Mephisto's appetite. The old devil built a hell group to make it bigger and stronger and surpass the great work of heaven. Not only did it take a long time to accumulate, but it also required a balance of forces. Without the permission of Kamar-Taj, Mephisto couldn't move or even step out of the gates of hell. Old devil, as you know, business isn't easy these days. Luke was earnest and conveyed the meaning of the Ancient One. Hell's image wasn't too good. If he wanted to set up a group and seize the market share from heaven, he had to pay a certain price. You need to solve this part of the problem yourself. Luke concluded. Mephisto thought about it for a long time and finally agreed. Sacrifice some small benefits in exchange for a brighter future for hell. It's a good deal. Old devil, I hope you can abide by the law and be a good citizen. Luke patted the other on the shoulder and explained some matters needing attention. It was true that the old devil was cunning and scheming. But when he really came to the human world, facing Kamar-Taj and the Sorcerer Supreme, it was useless no matter how careful he was. In the past, he used to try again and again, on the edge of being beaten, and then he quickly slipped away after faking death. When the Hell Group would be established in the future, since it was a large business, he couldn't run away and leave such a large establishment. The establishment was too big. If Mephisto wanted to cause trouble, he had to think twice. That's for sure. Now that I'm a serious businessman, how can I do anything illegal or criminal again? The old devil rightfully said. He was a mature lord of hell. Pride and decorum were completely unimportant. He could ignore them. No shame in that. Luke gave a thumbs up. 2 weeks later, Luke dragged Howard out of Hotel Inferno. They arrived at the airport and waited for Captain America. I heard the old man say that you have a stake in the hotel. Howard was wearing sunglasses and leaning against the car. These days, he had tried every means to hook up with the succubus lady in the casino. This made Howard, who called himself a playboy, very frustrated. Yes, I'll be a member of the board of directors when the Hell Group is established. Luke nodded and didn't hide anything. He acted as a middleman between Kamar-Taj and Hell, building a solid bridge for communication. They're demons, and you are Superman. Won't your reputation be affected if word gets out? Howard was worried. Superman's reputation was soaring and was highly sought after by the public. But, if there were a flaw in the perfect white and smooth porcelain, it would be magnified countless times. By the time the persona collapsed and he had to walk down from the altar, the loss would be immense. Don't worry. I'm using the name Howard Stark. You're now the devil's advocate, a veritable merchant of death. Luke smiled back. Howard kept the 10,000 curses in his heart. He was considering punching Luke in the face, but the pain would only be on himself, so he gave up the plan. How could you discredit me without permission? Howard was very angry. He didn't want to get involved with the devil. If it got out, it would have a great influence on Stark Industries and his own image. If you become the director of the Hell Group, the succubus dealer in the casino, you know what I mean, right? Luke winked explicitly. There were hidden rules in hell. The succubi weren't interested in ordinary human beings, but to the boss of their superior, that wasn't necessarily the case. It's only right that I should make some sacrifices for friends. Howard's expression quickly changed as he patted his chest. It's just a bit of a stain on reputation. It's not worth caring about. Luke, don't worry. I'll protect Superman's reputation. 376, Chapter 373 Bachelor Party, Apocalypse's Whereabouts. We skipped this chapter because of numbering error, sorry. Howard was willing to shoulder this heavy stigma for his good friend. Even if the world misunderstood him, he was willing to do whatever it took. Don't you think it's a bit shameless to use the power at hand to coerce others? Howard leaned against the car body and heard that he could become a director of Hotel Inferno and get close to a succubus dealer. He couldn't help but slightly stiffen to show his interest. Cooperating with the devil wasn't a big deal. Anyway, his reputation as an arms dealer had never been very good. No matter how much he participated in charity, many people would still regard him as a black-hearted capitalist, who sold death. Of course, being in the arms business, it was true. The reason you don't attract attention is that the wealth of Stark Industries, and the aura of the world's top genius, is nothing in hell. Luke explained. There were countless heroes and kings in the long river of history, and their souls would either ascend to heaven or fall into hell. At the hands of Mephisto, infamous celebrities, or those who had been known for thousands of years, how could Howard compare? It's like removing your title and letting you wear ordinary clothes to ask out a female Hollywood celebrity. They would also turn you down. Luke's analysis was well-reasoned. Because you're too ordinary, you won't have the Stark's last name, you wouldn't have a rich man's status, you wouldn't have that smart brain. Without these, you're an ordinary person. But it's different now. You're the director of the Hell Group, a big man who can sit on equal footing with Mephisto. Status gives you extra charm, so you don't need to use any means. Those young succubi ladies would take the initiative to come to your door themselves. Luke watched the plane slowly land on the runway but didn't say his last thoughts. He thought that Howard might as well find a way to replenish his kidneys instead of worrying about the details. The nickname Juicing Girls of the Succubi of Hell was by no means in vain. Rather, it was the blood and tears of experience gained through the energy and active practice of generations of warriors. Luke didn't remind him. It was time for Howard to understand that the word sex was a knight dangling above his head. On the battlefield between men and women, it was almost impossible for the former to achieve a long-term consecutive victory. Even if Howard exhausted himself, he probably couldn't plow the succubus's fertile land. Thinking of this, Luke looked at the other with a little pity. Steve is here. Howard didn't know it, but he was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of his own masculine style, conquering every land. Though it was Captain America's bachelor party, he could date the succubus lady who looked pure and charming, feminine and coquettish, and then, he. Long time no see, Steve. How are your wedding preparations going? Meeting his good friend, he hugged him warmly. Captain America, who was about to get married, seemed to be much more mature than before. He scratched his head, apparently a little unsure of how to answer. Well, it should work out. After thinking of what to say for a while, Steve gave this answer. After he came back from the Soviet Union, he followed Luke's suggestion and prepared to marry Marjorie. Captain America booked an upscale restaurant and then went to the jewelry store to buy an expensive sapphire diamond ring. The next step was to find the right opportunity to create a romantic atmosphere. To be honest, Luke went to a lot of trouble to help Steve with this part. Captain America was really bad at lying and concealing, almost revealing it many times. Fortunately, Steve made it to the day of the proposal. The upscale restaurant was a private venue, filled with the soothing sounds of violins. Captain America knelt down on one knee and presented the diamond ring. The job was basically done. After all, not many women could resist Steve's flamboyant chest muscles in America's ass. Looking for venues, sending invitations, inviting the band. Marjorie is working on everything. I couldn't get involved at all. Steve said honestly. After his bachelor party in Las Vegas, he would return to New York the next day for his wedding. I'm very nervous and confused right now. You know, Luke, I've imagined many times that I would make my vows with the woman I love in the presence of my family and friends. Steve's words were slow, and his tone was emotional. When I joined the army, I also thought that I would die on the battlefield, as in, sacrificing myself for my comrades in arms, or being hit by a stray bullet. I couldn't sleep all night yesterday, and my mind was full of memories of the past. Captain America was a bit incoherent at the end of his speech. He squeezed Luke's shoulder hard, his eyes filled with complex and sincere emotions. Brooklyn's little man was finally going to complete his major event in life and move towards fulfillment. Relax, Steve, soak up the warmth of the Las Vegas Sunday. Luke turned to Howard and said, let Captain America forget about his waiting bride in New York. I'll leave the task of experiencing the customs of Vegas to you. The latter took off his sunglasses, hooked Steve's shoulder, and pulled him into the car. This is the last day of your life as a bachelor. So, buddy, you need to leave your burdens behind and dive into this party with all your heart and soul. Howard took out the activity list in his pocket, glanced at it, and said, the first stop is the spa. First, go to the Imperial Hot Spring to wash away your fatigue. Wait. Howard, wait, I also brought someone. Steve pointed to the plane and awkwardly said, Bucky is here too. I don't feel comfortable leaving him in Brooklyn alone. Luke followed Captain America's line of sight and found the Winter Soldier. At the command of Hydra, mainly Baron Strucker, Bucky was no longer hostile to Steve and didn't have any intentions of taking this opportunity to escape. The task he received was to follow the other party. We met again. Looking at Bucky, wearing a leather jacket, carrying a backpack, wearing sunglasses and dressed like a cool guy, Luke took the initiative to say hello. The former caught a glimpse of Superman and couldn't help but slightly tremble. The steady pace, too, paused for a moment. The beating in the collective farm was still deeply imprinted in Bucky's heart, becoming an indelible trauma. Humph. He probably couldn't think of anything to say, the Winter Soldier only hummed coldly and continued to maintain his cold image. You're pretending to be cold now, but soon you'll be watching a good friend enter the wedding hall. At that time, you can slowly experience the taste of bitter wine in your throat. Luke's mouth turned up as he thought so silently. He got into the car, sitting next to Captain America. Howard acted as the driver and Winter Soldier as in the co-pilot seat. A group of 4 people, with the start of the limousine, quickly drove out of the airport. In California, near Nevada, on a mountain with dry vegetation. On a hot day, Apocalypse was still cloaked, looking up at the dazzling sunshine. Behind him, a large number of mutants were dressed in the same way. In just a few months, using Caliban's talent and ability, the god of mutants had gained many followers. Do you feel it? Apocalypse opened his hands as if to embrace the sky. I didn't perceive anything, great god. Caliban lowered his head and shook his head to answer. What about you, Eric? Apocalypse turned to the smallest teenager. I feel very agitated and uneasy, great god. The child named Eric Laneshare said truthfully. Very good. Apocalypse spoke with satisfaction. Time and space are vibrating, and I have found it. The god of mutants' eyes seemed to penetrate the shackles of time and space and see farther away. His deep eyes gradually reflected a fiery red, gorgeous, huge phoenix. 377, Chapter 374 Phoenix Force, Historical Presence. The Apocalypse and Phoenix were old enemies, so to speak. After overthrowing the rule of Kong the Conqueror, he abandoned his former name En Sabah and renamed himself Apocalypse. It meant the Supreme God. Because he was raised by the nomadic people since he was a child, he had to fight against the harsh environment and adults who were more powerful than himself every day. Living in despair and hardship until the day his powers were awakened. Apocalypse's extraordinary abilities were equivalent to the gods in those days. Soon, he got a large number of followers and believers. However, the cruel experience had molded Apocalypse's indifferent and stubborn character. Similarly, he was a firm believer in the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. Apocalypse replaced Kong the Conqueror and ruled Egypt. He started wars and created disputes everywhere. In order to select the target that met his requirements, he used the most stringent standards. Apocalypse believed that only through the baptism of fate, the harsh test. Only by struggling to survive in a bloody battle could one be qualified to be his vassal. In this way, relying on his powerful ability, Apocalypse kept expanding its territory until he took the initiative to provoke the Phoenix. The Phoenix Force was one of the most ancient powers in the multiverse. The Phoenix itself was an awe-inspiring ancient being. It was born in the primitive universe and preferred to find people with strong spiritual power as hosts. For example, the mutant Jean Grey and her clone Madeline Pryor, also known as the Red Queen. In a certain timeline, Rachel Summers, Jean Grey's daughter, Emma Frost, the White Queen, and so on. They were all selected by the Phoenix and gained unparalleled powers. This was all a later story. The feud between the Phoenix and Apocalypse goes back several thousand years. At that time, Apocalypse was full of thoughts on how to build a great empire without weak people, defects, and lower races. As it happens, the Phoenix discovered the Earth while wandering through the universe. It was like an energy storm that swept in with great force. Apocalypse was aware of this terrible energy fluctuation. In order to verify his strength and show his power, without hesitation, he went up. Then, the god of mutants was burned into a half-paralyzed state by the Phoenix Force and fell into a long slumber. This was why Apocalypse slept in the pyramid. Mainly for healing and restoring vitality. As for the Phoenix that came to Earth, it later passed through K'un-Lun in China. Feng Jiwu, an Oriental with the power of Xiao Lao, punched it, and it scattered everywhere. Further on, Jean Grey got one of the pieces and became the Phoenix of the mutants. The trajectory of fate was so clear. It's coming. Apocalypse's grey face revealed a hint of excitement. When he woke up from a deep sleep, he learned to accept the changes of this era and look for his 4 horsemen. While still tracking the whereabouts of the phoenix, it had burned him into a person with paraplegia. This revealed the magnitude of that ancient divine power. If he got the phoenix force, mastered it, and fully controlled it, he could definitely beat Superman. When the time came, there would be no further obstacles on his way forward. Besides, Apocalypse always felt bitter about losing to a human being. Even though Superman was so powerful, he was only a human being. How could humans be better than mutants? This somewhat shook Apocalypse's worldview. So, he couldn't accept this defeat. He still had to prove it. Mutants were the perfect race. Great God, what are you looking for? Young Eric looked up and asked. Among all the believers who followed Apocalypse, he was the favorite. The mutant god implemented a hierarchy system for his fellow mutants and appreciated whoever had more potential. Power. Ancient and powerful power. Apocalypse was like a bronze bell, emitting a loud sound. He followed the traces of the scattered fragments of the Phoenix Force from Eastern Europe and Asia to California, USA. The vast majority of the Phoenix's power disappeared into the unknown landscapes of the East. Apocalypse was going to stomp around, but his keen intuition reminded him that the trip could be extremely dangerous. Considering that even the Phoenix had been broken up, the chance that he would be giving away his head for nothing was there. So, the mutant god obeyed his instincts and honestly looked for another location. The part of the power scattered in Eastern Europe had become faint and almost disappeared. Apocalypse could only collect the residual Phoenix Force while searching the area with the most energy distribution. Finally, he found the complete Phoenix in California. This will be the most beautiful existence you have ever seen in your life. Apocalypse's deep eyes, reflected by the fiery red phoenix. It was getting bigger and bigger. After a few seconds, like throwing a stone into the calm lake, the space vibrated with a clear ripple. Not only did the future Magneto, young Eric, but the other mutants also felt it. Their inner emotions became restless. Like boiling water, it kept gushing up. The Phoenix Force was the fire of creation of the universe and the embodiment of life and spiritual power of the universe. It was normal for its appearance to cause a change in people's emotions. After a few minutes, the rippling space was like a cracked mirror, with several shocking black crevices. After a while, those gaps gradually widened. In the nihilistic space, a fiery red color suddenly rose up. The Phoenix. A huge flaming phoenix opened up the space, spreading its wings and chirping. The terrifying psychic storm was like a cannonball hitting Apocalypse's shield. Even if its body was broken up, the reassembled Phoenix Force still can't be underestimated. The tall Apocalypse stood in front of the mutants. The purple light energy shield, like a solid wall, blocked the Phoenix Force. The flaming phoenix opened up the space and spread its wings. The paradoxical atmosphere of destruction and creation, new life and death, was simply enchanting. I can harness it. Apocalypse found that Phoenix had indeed become much weaker, and his self-confidence rose inside. He raised his arm. The surrounding space suddenly sank. As if filled with glue, it slowed down the Phoenix's movements. Then, Apocalypse firmly gripped his hand. The invisible power of his mind turned into a huge palm, clutching the flaming phoenix tightly. Shriek! Shriek! The dazzling fire that destroyed matter rolled up a wave of blazing flames. The space seemed to melt. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. Apocalypse's face showed a painful expression. His grey palm had become charred and black, leaving a faint scent of burnt meat. It can cause damage to my body even through my mind. The mutant god was a bit surprised. He subconsciously retracted and then clenched again, squeezing the huge phoenix that was about to fly away with its wings. How could I give up this great opportunity? Apocalypse revealed a ruthless expression. Ignoring the pain in his hands, he increased the output. The extremely strong psychic power restricted the phoenix. As if the two sides were wrestling in the air, neither could overpower the other, gradually falling into a stalemate. Sizzle! The phoenix seemed to feel the pressure, it shook its wings, and the open space was shattered again. The horrible flame broke out and melted Apocalypse's energy shield. In order to protect himself and the children, he had gathered with great difficulty. The mutant god had to withdraw his strength. This allowed the phoenix to seize the opportunity, it flapped its wings and disappeared in an instant. Space transfer. Where can you go? Apocalypse grunted coldly and left a sentence, stay here, don't go anywhere, stepped into a portal, and followed it. Binge. Happy New Year 2022. A small heads up, we will release not one, but 2 new fanfics for you to read in the next 2 weeks. One Piece fanfic, and another Marvel fanfic, but with a unique concept. 378, Chapter 375 Bathing together, enemies would always meet again. Why do you want to soak in hot springs together? It feels strange. Howard clasped his arms in front of his chest, squeezing the corner of the towel, sitting on the edge, dilly-dallying and refusing to get into the water. He looked at Luke and Steve with sad and angry eyes. The strong and perfect lines, the solid and healthy chest and abdominal muscles. By contrast, he had been doing scientific research all year round, and he hadn't done much physical exercise. He looked like a chubby couch potato. Sure enough, when there was something to compare with, he would suffer the most damage. Don't be a pussy, Howard. Luke leaned back against the pool, tilted his head back, and said so. The lower half of his body was wrapped in a towel and submerged in the moderately warm water of the pool. A glass of chilled sparkling wine and a variety of fresh fruits were at hand. Come on down. Don't worry, we won't laugh at your size. Luke joked as he put a soaked towel on his face. The strong muscles full of power relaxed, and a sense of sleepiness and lethargy spread. Somewhat sleepy. Luke squinted his eyes. Enjoy this rare peace and quiet. What are you talking about? Stark men are always proud of their prowess. Howard quickly sat in the hot spring pool. No male creature would accept people questioning their courage. It's just that he tried to stay away from Luke and Steve. A Superman and a super soldier. Being caught in the middle, Howard experienced the feeling of being the poorest man for the first time. Steve, why are you getting married while you're this young? Howard, a staunch bachelor and lover of singlehood, didn't understand Captain America. Days of debauchery and one-night stands were fun. If he got married, he would face a lot of problems. Howard imagined changing diapers, singing lullabies, and telling bedtime stories for his children in the future. He couldn't help but shiver. It was terrible. How could he devote his limited time to such trivial things? You don't understand. Steve glanced at the prodigal Howard and shook his head. When you have sex with a woman, it's just a short moment of pleasure. Howard, it's hard for you to understand. When you open your eyes in the morning and find a person lying next to your bed, she would gently smile at you, hold you in her arms, then make you breakfast. Howard grimaced when he saw Captain America show a faint smile and spread romantic, sentimental longings heartily. Holding a purple grape in his mouth, he spoke in a muffled voice, "Those women who date me can do the same things, as long as I'm willing to show generosity or give them a good time." Steve's face looked speechless. No matter what the topic was, it would always become dirty when it came out of Howard's mouth. This was probably some kind of unique talent. I've heard Jarvis complain many times. You take different women to Stark Mansion every night. After sleeping, you run off to work in the laboratory, and he has to clean up after you. Luke said lazily. He's probably the one who wants you to get married the most in this world. Howard was embarrassed. It was just a momentary relief when he had no scientific inspiration and felt bored. He won't even remember the names of those women. Anyway, it was just one night, so there was no need to know too much. That day will come. Howard chuckled as he looked out the window. The sunset was shining on Las Vegas. Then, the sky turned red. A huge phoenix suddenly appeared, rapidly approaching. Did I drink too much? Howard rubbed his eyes and wondered if he saw things. Although he had seen vampires, werewolves, and hell demons. But he was still a staunch atheist, a scientist with the spirit of exploration and thirst for knowledge. It looks like tonight's bachelor party will have to be postponed. Luke, who was still sleepy, took off the towel that covered his face. He simply stood up from the hot spring and walked over to the window. Luke, I know this thing of yours is magnificent, but there's absolutely no need to show it off. The corners of Howard's mouth twitched as he happened to be sitting nearby. He turned his face away. Although I don't know who brought it here, it must be in big trouble. Luke didn't pay attention to Howard's words. He put a bath towel around him, but some things just couldn't be covered up. What is that? Captain America, who noticed the anomaly, also stood up and walked in front of Howard. The latter really didn't know where to look, so he had to raise his head and look at the ceiling. Please stay away from me. I will definitely have nightmares tonight. Howard looked helpless. Taking a bath with his good friends was terrible. That's the Phoenix. Luke was no stranger to the three ancient forces of the Marvel Universe. He fought Than, the god of chaos, in the sky above the White House. The other party had used the chaos magic as bait to lure him into becoming his envoy. Chaos magic could rewrite reality. It was extremely powerful and the source of the Scarlet Witch's powers. The same level of Phoenix Force, naturally, wouldn't be any worse. It seems that it's heading for Las Vegas. There are over 500,000 innocent citizens in the downtown area alone. I can't guarantee their safety. Luke's eyes flashed a trace of dignity. Although the Phoenix represented life and creation, it didn't distinguish between good and evil. Jean Grey's emotions produced the Dark Phoenix, which was an obvious example. While Phoenix Force affected the host, it would also be subliminally influenced by the host. Steve, you have to contact the municipal government and ask them to organize the evacuation of the city. Luke changed into his Superman's battlesuit and told him, those who don't have time to evacuate can be taken to Hotel Inferno. Howard, you also follow. Don't even think about putting on power armor to help, this isn't Hydra's reinforced soldiers. Steve nodded, quickly removed the towel around the lower half of his body, grabbed the folded clothes, and put them on. Seeing this, Howard's trauma expanded again. He felt that his eyes were going blind. I need to see 100 women naked to forget this. He quickly stepped out of the pool, fearing that Luke would follow Captain America's example. Luke directly smashed through the glass wall and flew towards the flaming phoenix. Before approaching, the heat was already rolling onto his face. He saw everything around the phoenix melting and decomposing. The gravel turned into crystals, the vegetation burnt into smoke, and even the towering peaks along the way looked like half-melted ice cream. Where are you running to? High in the sky, a semicircular passage in space expanded, and a tall grey figure slowly walked out. He wasn't afraid of the exuberant heat emanating from the flaming phoenix, and his cold face revealed a hint of a smile. Surrender to me, kneel in front of the great apocalypse. The flame phoenix expressed no desire to care about this strange man and threw a ball of energy at him. Boom! A loud explosion resounded through the air. 379, Chapter 376 Sorry, too ugly, I refuse. Being closely chased by Apocalypse. The phoenix looked up and hissed, and the waves of flame rolled. Its attitude was arrogant and contemptuous. It was as if it had no regard for this mutant god. Even if it wasn't the same as before, and its own strength was greatly weakened, this cold attitude remained unchanged. Humph, weak creature. The phoenix emitted such a thought. The flaming wings flapped violently, sending a wave of incandescent flames into the sky. High in the sky, even the air currents became viscous. With a few breaths, a normal person would be completely ignited and burned to ashes from the inside out. Are you better than me now? Apocalypse's grey face twitched. Thousands of years ago, he was burned by the Phoenix Force. And had to sleep in the pyramid for a long time. But now, the situation had turned around. The Phoenix had somehow encountered an accident or some kind of enemy. That powerful cosmic energy was halved, and he could squeeze it and flatten it. Apocalypse didn't think that it would come to this. The Phoenix lost the battle but was still as scornful as it could be. You really think I can't handle you? Even the calmest person in the world would have fire in him, not to mention Apocalypse, a self-proclaimed god. With a cry of anger, a semicircular shield of energy rose around him. Then a strong purple light flashed in his right hand, instantly forming several terrifying thunderbolts as big as a millstone. Boom! Boom boom! The sound of continuous explosions resonated high in the sky. The energy collision set off a fierce gale, sending up a sonic boom-like explosion. 4 miles around, the sky changed. Dark clouds covered the sun, and thunder rolled. The oppressive, suffocating layer of leaden grey clouds looked like a backdrop. And the huge fire phoenix was particularly dazzling. It spread its wings and covered almost half of Las Vegas. Why hang on? How much more power can you muster? Apocalypse sneered. Before, the phoenix was able to disintegrate everything and reorganize matter with a single thought. The fire of creation, which could melt everything and erase existence, was even more terrifying. But after the encounter just now, Apocalypse found that the phoenix's power had deteriorated considerably and wasn't as powerful as it once was. I heard that the Phoenix Force has no material form and likes to look for powerful hosts. Apocalypse had found out the truth about Phoenix and completely emerged from the shadow of defeat. Is there a more suitable host for you on this planet, other than me? The Phoenix seemed to have heard the joke, and its huge body shook. The spiritual waves it emitted spread through the void. Ugly, go away. Translated, that was probably what it meant. The hosts chosen by the Phoenix Force were both male and female. It might be related to its aesthetics, with women being the majority and men being involuntary. One of K'un-Lun's strongest iron fist of all time, Fang Jiwu, who shattered the Phoenix's form, needs no introduction. A standard Oriental girl with a beautiful presence. Jean Grey, White Queen Emma Frost, Cyclops Scott Summers, Wolverine Logan, Colossus, Magic. In terms of looks, they all fluctuated around the upper middle range. No one was as ugly and unforgettable as Apocalypse. Rage 100. Apocalypse's eyes rounded as if he had been stabbed. When he was born with grey skin and blue lips. He was regarded as a monster by his parents and abandoned in the desert. Since childhood, Apocalypse had been looked at with disdain and disgust. You'll regret it. Apocalypse's eyes turned white as he used his abilities. One by one, lightning bolts as thick as a child's arm struck down amidst thick dark clouds. Like a silver fence, it surrounded the flaming phoenix. At first glance, it looked like a huge cage, holding it in place. As the phoenix flapped its wings, waves of fiery red flames tumbled, tearing apart the lightning and dark clouds. Like a meteor disintegrating into 1,000 streams of fire, the Phoenix Force swept out and struck the grey figure standing in mid-air. You think I'm unprepared? Apocalypse raised his hand and placed layer after layer of energy shield around himself. A rich purple light enveloped him, with dark clouds and violent thunderbolts, making him look like a god. He had the experience of learning how to fight with the nomads. The cruelty, indifference, and savagery were practically in his bones. The goal was to bring together his strong combat awareness. Therefore, he wasn't only the god of mutants but also a tough warrior. The best warriors are often good at drawing lessons from their experiences. Apocalypse believed that the reason for the last failure was that he underestimated the enemy, and partly due to the horrific power of the Phoenix. Both energy and matter could be broken down and destroyed. There was no defense, no stopping it. Therefore, Apocalypse painstakingly pondered and found a solution. That was: form the thickest armor and receive the vicious strikes. Anyway, he has a good body and high defense, so as long as he didn't burn, he could withstand the full output of Phoenix Force. As it happens, the tidal wave of flames that raged through dozens of layers of Apocalypse's energy shields was somewhat overwhelming. The tall figure wearing metal armor, like a hard reef in the heart of the river, remained tenacious. He strode forward against the billowing flames that could melt gold and iron. At the same time, all the psychic attacks and energy output was directed at the Phoenix. The flaming Phoenix, perched high in the sky, was unable to break free from the lightning cage and could only be passively beaten. The dazzling light radiating from its whole body gradually faded down. Accept your destiny and become the most powerful weapon for me to conquer the world. Apocalypse's face was cold, his right hand clenched into a fist, and a terrifying force filled it. Boom! The mutant god, equally powerful in the flesh, punched the Phoenix. The overwhelming power that could sink mountain peaks was like waving a heavy hammer on a red-hot iron sheet. Sparks erupted. Thousands of bright flames, like falling meteors, fell down. The towering buildings of Las Vegas looked as if they had been built out of the sand, melting and burning in a matter of seconds. Reinforced concrete was fragile in the face of the Phoenix Force's flames. A fight is a fight, but you have damaged the buildings, hurt innocent citizens, and caused great economic losses and property losses to Las Vegas. The clear smiling voice echoed through the dark and gloomy sky. Boom! A silver lightning bolt struck down, reflecting a dark red cloak and a sturdy figure. Luke stared at Apocalypse with a scowl on his face. Are you going to pay the fine? Then, go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for coffee with me, or do you want to resist the law violently? Superman's arms were clasped around his chest, and his eyes were glowing red. Enemies will always meet. Here you are again, Superman. Apocalypse's confidence was high. After emerging from the defeat of the past, he felt confident. He coldly glanced at Luke. The fear that he had before was gone. With the Phoenix Force at hand, why should he fear Superman? Just on time. Getting rid of two enemies at once will save time and effort. Apocalypse threw a final punch with a terrifying force that pierced through the air as if to break the Phoenix's form apart. 380, Chapter 377 Superman's Wrath, the God-Killing Sword. Did I give you permission to move? Luke's voice turned cold as he raised an eyebrow. He raised his right hand, and a flash of bright silver stretched out. The 10th metal turned into a long sword and slashed straight towards Apocalypse. Rib! The combination of the powerful force poured into the extraordinary metal sword created a terrifying effect. The wind pressure roared like a dragon, blowing away the clouds that had built up in the sky. The void split open like a broken mirror, cutting a sharp straight line. Apocalypse's grey face twitched as if he felt fatal danger. He quickly withdrew his fist and added dozens of layers of energy shields around himself. Then, the god of mutants still felt unsafe. He activated his natural abilities. Body of Steel. The grey skin turned metallic and covered his entire body. This always works. Apocalypse trusted his intuition. Although he almost defeated the Phoenix, and his self-confidence was boosted, it wasn't boosted enough to make a low-level mistake as belittling the enemy. Superman was strong, and there was no doubt about that. So, he didn't take it lightly, he had to go all out. Apocalypse was able to complete his defenses in a matter of minutes. And then he looked up at the powerful sword that cut through space and tore through the atmosphere. With a flash of silver light, the lightning and thunder, as well as the thick dark clouds, all dissipated. The force of the sword was so strong that it tore through all of Apocalypse's energy shields in a matter of milliseconds. With his bare hands, Superman might have to punch hundreds of times, to be able to injure this mutant god. But with the 10th metal that could kill a god, he only needed one chance. Just one slash. The light of the sword fell on Apocalypse's steel body, like a burning knife cutting through butter. So effortless, so silky smooth, without feeling the slightest hindrance. Swish! A broken arm flew in the air. It turned into a pulp by the violent air current. That was close. Apocalypse, who was about to be cut apart, was able to move out of the way in the nick of time by using his intuition. If he had hesitated, his whole body would have been split in two. This was fatal. What a terrible weapon! Apocalypse held his broken arm, the wound nearly solidified. The slash was so fast that he didn't even feel a hint of pain. As I said, great en saboneur. Luke, sword in hand, looked towards Apocalypse, who had lost an arm. I hope you can behave yourself and learn to abide by the rules of the new era instead of holding on to your backward, barbaric, and foolish ideas. This could lead you to indulge in a self-important, arrogant personal worldview, ignoring changes in the outside world and causing unnecessary problems. Beneath Superman's feet were the empty streets of Las Vegas. He had to say, Captain America did a good job. He took over the authority of the city council and evacuated most of the city residents through radio and TV news announcements. Of course, there was also Mephisto's help. If it weren't for the old devil's magic, the people of America, who were crying out for freedom and democracy during a city lockdown, might not have been so obedient. I'm a pharaoh of Egypt, a great god king. Do I have to obey the laws of a country that is only a century old and short-lived? Apocalypse's innate ability to shed flesh and blood from the severed wound gradually grew a new arm. This was the terrible thing about the mutant god. He had too many abilities and was too perfect. It was hard to find his weakness and deal a fatal blow. The Phoenix could beat Apocalypse because it had the fire of creation. This was an ancient force that could destroy time and space and erase dimensions. No, the law of the land is, of course, a worthless piece of paper in the eyes of a powerful man like you. Luke moved his feet and his dark red cape shined high in the sky. The sturdy figure stood tall against the thunder and lightning of the apocalyptic scene as if he was holding up the sky. Mortals lack the power to restrain gods, so they're as small as dust in your eyes. You can ignore the laws of this country. It doesn't matter. But I think there should be mutual respect between the strong. Great en saboneur, you should at least respect my will and cherish the respect I give you. His voice was calm, without the slightest emotion, as if stating the facts. But when it reached Apocalypse's ears, it sent a chill down his spine. Superman's eyes were as sharp as the sword in his hand. It seems that today, there is no way to end it peacefully. Apocalypse shook his head. His new palm slowly opened. He also had the ability to restructure matters partially. The microscopic particles of the world were moving according to his wishes. From scratch. A bronze war spear from the primitive period suddenly emerged. I have never fled from any battle. When fear occupies your heart and drives you to expose your back to the enemy, you will only die faster. There is no honor in that. Apocalypse clenched the war spear as if he had returned to his youth. He remembered hunting beasts in the desert, each time struggling to climb back from the edge of death. Now, he was facing Superman, who was even more fearsome than any beast. But, I'm no longer that weak mortal. Apocalypse shouted. A fierce bolt of light tore through the thick clouds. I am Apocalypse, the great king, the god of destiny. With this roar, he raised his battle spear and took a step forward. With strong flashes of light, the tall figure crossed the void and appeared at Luke's side. The grey face was full of murderous intent, and the spear, imbued with power, struck like lightning. The gods, too, will die. Luke smiled. It's not like he hadn't met a god. Set, the god of death, also from Egypt, was even stripped of his authority. Apocalypse was nothing. He swung his 10th metal sword in a swift line. The spear was split in two and broken into two pieces. The armor covering Apocalypse's chest suffered a visible crack. Crack. It completely shattered. I forgot to mention, I am also a master swordsman. Luke grinned. He swiped the Deathstrokes card, which came with a weapon mastery attribute. When it came to the most savage and brutal cold weapon battle, he had never been afraid of anyone. Do you want to continue? Luke held his sword flat, with a cold glint in his eyes. If there's no other move, it's my turn. He took a step forward and followed his example. A space-cutting portal was instantly formed, and then another magical circle was quickly drawn above Apocalypse. The silvery light of the sword struck down head-on, catching the opponent off guard. Apocalypse, like a frightened prey, with keen reflexes and a high level of vigilance. He made a fist with his right hand and bashed it hard. A metallic iron fist swept at the 10th metal sword. A deep wound appeared on the knuckles of his clenched fist. As if unaware, Apocalypse had entered into a state of struggle. This pain couldn't interfere with his firm will. In the empty left hand, another war spear emerged. He raised his hand and swiped the spear out. The heavy force of the blow blasted the air and quickly slashed towards Luke's neck. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Apocalypse hit the target, but it felt as if all his power hit the air. The figure struck by the spear didn't feel like a physical body but rather an illusory wisp of air. Then, hundreds of Lukes spread all over the sky and surrounded Apocalypse. Superman's a master. Apocalypse's eyes widened with an incredibly shocking expression. How is that possible? How would there be a master that could shatter mountains and crush the earth with a single blow? Binge. Read next 60 chapters in advance access to One Piece on Patreon. Visit patrayon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 381, Chapter 378. Thank you for your sacrifice for Earth. I haven't given up yet. With a punch to the face, Apocalypse's face looked like a ton of TNT had exploded on it. Only half of his malicious words were uttered. Then it looked as if a grey cannonball pierced the car behind him and tumbled into a shop a block away. His hardened body, enhanced by his natural abilities, dragged a long, deep trail across the ground before slamming into the thick wall. The dust floated around and obstructed the view. With a few sharp coughs, Apocalypse silently pulled himself out of the wall. What a powerful fist! Despite his steel body, the sheer force of the punch caused Apocalypse's internal organs to almost shift and every bone in his body to cry out as if they were falling apart. A trace of blood spilled from his mouth. His whole body wobbled and was about to fall. Keep fighting! Apocalypse instilled belief in himself and propped up his bruised and exhausted body. He looked up and saw the tall and straight figure arriving in a flash as if he had teleported. The debris rolled up wildly and scattered to the sides. The metal boot was lifted high and swept up at Apocalypse like a powerful whip. Then, another uppercut. Boom! The mutant god, passively beaten, lost control of his body and flew straight upwards. His head smashed through layer after layer of ceilings. Those solid metal materials broke like flimsy foam sheets. By the time the terrifying force had dissipated, Apocalypse had traveled through 37 floors of the building and nearly burst through to the atmosphere. He was floating 10,000 meters in the air, and blood smeared across his grey face. Do you choose to surrender? Or run away? In a daze, Apocalypse heard Superman's voice. The other person was very cold, without mercy in his eyes, not at all like the superheroes he had met before. When those people fought, they were always full of hesitation and sympathy. They regarded killing as a crime or a last resort. Apocalypse could hear that the choices Superman gave him were just a joke. How could a true warrior, who had no weakness in his heart, let the enemy go? There's no honor in that. Apocalypse's voice sounded weak as he gave his answer. He opened his eyes and caught Superman's movements. Hastily, he raised his arms and tried to block the punch. He would try to regroup and launch a counter-attack. But he was too slow and too weak. The air-bursting fist broke Apocalypse's bones. He was hit head-on by a speeding train at full throttle. Once again, the hard body flew out uncontrollably. Oops, a bit of a blunder. Luke watched Apocalypse fall downwards, smashing a hotel billboard run by the Mafia along the way. To some extent, this was his own business. If I do that again, I would ruin my own property. He shook his head. His dark red cloak tore through the air with a dull burst as he flew towards the site where Apocalypse had fallen. His supervision didn't find the other party through the obstacles. He ran away. Luke raised an eyebrow, thinking that Apocalypse didn't look like a mutant who would strategically retreat. He was at least a pharaoh of Egypt, but he shouldn't be as flexible as the younger generation. If he wanted to run away, he would have done so long ago, why wait until now? Superman's perception was turned on. With the pure white light of Vishanti, the whole city was under control. Among the mutants, there were also a few with the gift of invisibility. A moment later, Luke discovered Apocalypse's position as the bio-force field opened up. Above. He looked up and saw a steamroller weighing dozens of tons crashing down. High-temperature rays were emitted from both eyes, directly melting the huge metal object. The grey, translucent figure gradually revealed itself. It was none other than Apocalypse. He didn't seem to want to smash Superman with the steamroller, raising his fists upwards in a dazzling gleam. This was the energy absorption ability of mutants, which absorbed energy and violently released it. It was as if two small celestial bodies were floating above Luke's head. The terrifying energies mingled with each other like a giant ball of light. The heat emitted turned the asphalt road where Luke was standing into a sticky puddle of mud. The silvery white flames of light were terrifyingly volatile, and a searing stream of air radiated the powerful heat that could melt gold and iron. Let's go to hell together, Superman. Apocalypse hissed like a lunatic. All his strength was used for absorption and release, just like an extremely unstable suicide bomber. Once the countdown had reached 0, the whole city would be leveled. And Superman was at the center of it all. I thought you had a new scheme. A desperate villain, pulling the protagonist into a double suicide, no surprises at all. Luke shook his head as the exuberant power enveloped him, putting a degree of pressure on him. Superman had many ways to avoid Apocalypse's desperate attack. But considering the great damage caused by the other party's self-explosion, Luke rejected those choices. Although he never claimed to be a hero, he didn't like to be tied down to a single work style. But as the Ancient One said, when Superman stood at the top of the world and at the forefront of mankind, it was hard to retreat. He had to take his share of the responsibilities, just like how he used his share of power. This was an equivalent exchange. No one forced Luke, but he had to. Just as a qualified king needs to be responsible for his country, and a qualified lord needs to protect his territory. Do you know what despair is? Luke asked with his head held high. When you have tried to kill your enemy with all means, even at the cost of your life, you find that your efforts have been in vain. This is despair. Superman's voice was calm and cold. He glanced high into the sky out of the corner of his eye and then extended a hand. Slowly but powerfully, it penetrated the huge ball of blazing light. How is this possible? Apocalypse was still delivering the same uninspired, death-triggering villainous lines. He opened his eyes wide and saw Superman tear open the ever-growing white ball of light. The high-temperature heat was enough to evaporate steel, and the violent energy was enough to burn any living thing to ashes, but it didn't cause fatal harm to Luke. He was in the white ball of light that enveloped half the block as if he had entered the interior of the sun. The suit was constantly being damaged and repaired. His body was constantly charred and then healed. Do you feel despair now? Luke's face was expressionless. His arm, which was burned to the bone, gripped Apocalypse's neck tightly. I can't kill you, but I can drag people down with me. Apocalypse, whose body was covered with cracks and about to burst, cried out frantically. He had no idea that his life-threatening struggle would only marginally bruise Superman. That's all. Deep despair filled Apocalypse's heart. As I said, you can't do anything. Luke choked Apocalypse and quickly took off. The hard body of the mutant god seemed like an alarm clock with a 3-second countdown. It would probably be too late to fly off the planet and throw him into space. However, there was no problem in plugging him into the body of the Phoenix. As an ancient force of the multiverse, it was connected to a different space called the White Hot Room. Even if Apocalypse exploded, it wouldn't endanger Earth. The Phoenix, imprisoned in a lightning cage, saw Apocalypse and Superman fighting further and further away from the battlefield and once again had the idea of escaping. The wings flapped, sending up huge flashes of fire, and tore through a lightning bolt as thick as a column. But before the Phoenix could squeeze out, it saw Luke flying towards it with Apocalypse, who was about to explode. What does he want to do? It first felt confused and then reacted. Don't come here. The Phoenix's mind fluctuated in panic. It finally recovered 1 or 2% of its strength. How could it be willing to return to the starting point after thousands of years of hard work? I'm sorry, but for the sake of world peace and the safety of the planet, you will have to make a small sacrifice. Luke replied faintly with telepathy. If the Phoenix could make an expression, there would definitely be several question marks on its head. I'm not from Earth. Why should I make sacrifices? And as a superhero, you're the one who should be doing this, right? The Phoenix wanted to say something more, but Luke was too lazy to listen anymore. Apocalypse was shoved into the other party's mouth. Boom! High in the sky, the explosion didn't happen. Only an invisible shockwave dispersed the clouds. Thank you for your sacrifice for Earth. I will remember you. Luke briefly observed a second of silence. Captain America, standing on the top floor of Hotel Inferno, was puzzled. What happened to the big fire Phoenix? Why is it gone? Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon new One Piece fanfic. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Today marks the 300th day of continuous uploads and translation. Thank you. 382, Chapter 379 Sated Galactus, Incomplete Phoenix. Fuck you. Before the Phoenix disappeared, Luke vaguely felt a telepathic wave of anger. He smiled and shook his head, he must have been hearing things. Despite hardships, Phoenix Force crossed the starry sky and came to Earth to save the people of Las Vegas from danger. It had such a fearless spirit, how could it possibly swear? This obviously didn't make sense. Maybe, it said, thank you for the opportunity. Luke nodded his head. Phoenix Force came to the Earth, passing through the Western Hemisphere to the Eastern Hemisphere, causing inevitable catastrophes along the way. Now he gave it a chance to save hundreds of thousands of innocent lives and thus completed its redemption. He thought that the Phoenix would surely be grateful. A perfectly logical trail of thought. I am really a kind person. Luke showed a satisfied smile. He not only indirectly saved Las Vegas but also prevented a crisis. Incidentally, letting the guilty Phoenix successfully redeem itself. It felt good to be a good person. What are these? Luke was about to fly to Hotel Inferno and leave the task of cleaning up the mess to Captain America. He consumed so much that he had to bask in the sun for several days before he could recover. The skin and flesh of his arm, which were burnt to the bone, was growing back. The tattered suit was gradually restored to its original state. As soon as the Phoenix disappeared, a cloud of sparks suddenly appeared. They were between illusion and substance as if they were transparent crystals. In the time it took Luke to observe, several pieces scattered and disappeared or flew away as streams of light. Fragments of. He grabbed a few pieces with a quick glance, and then there was a warm, soft feeling. On closer inspection, there were flame-like patterns flickering and flowing within. It's like eating a super pill. Luke tried to absorb one. He's in good shape anyway, and there's nothing wrong with him. Like flaming crystals, the fragments were transformed into ripples of power that were incorporated into his body. Luke felt a wave of pleasure spreading from his tailbone all the way to his brain. The energy that would have taken days to recover in the sun was instantly recharged like a game character drinking a healing potion, instant full health. Beyond that, he tracked the fragment of Phoenix Force. He vaguely looked into the endless pure white space, in which there was a huge cocoon. Countless energy threads were wrapped around it, interweaving with shining light. This was the real Phoenix Force. It was the embodiment of a concept. It wouldn't die. It wouldn't disappear. Even if it had been seriously injured by the Iron Fist, it could reconstruct itself. Even if it were hit by Apocalypse's suicide bomb, at most, it would just go back to the white-hot room to recuperate and sleep. Actually, it just strengthened a little bit of physical strength, with no obvious increase. Luke said with some disappointment as he withdrew his gaze. This wasn't in line with his expectations. The gap was relatively large. The Phoenix Force was one of the three ancient powers of the Marvel Universe and was one of the most powerful plugins in the universe. Jean Grey got a fragment, became the host, and directly became an Omega mutant. She beat Professor X and Magneto and almost destroyed the world when she went to the dark side. It didn't seem to do much for me, except for a few seconds of pleasure. Luke grabbed the remaining pieces and planned to give them to White Queen to see if she could become a famous Phoenix host. The Phoenix Force seemed to be particularly fond of mutants. In the comics, except for Captain Marvel and Thanos, son of Thanos, the other hosts were talented mutants. If it was given to Captain America or Howard, there was a high probability that it wouldn't have much effect. With this in mind, Luke's interest in the Phoenix Force faded. It belonged to the kind of power that had a high upper limit but was difficult to raise. The Phoenix Force, in its full state, was a multiverse-class entity. Restart the universe, or destroy it, face off against the Living Tribunal and take on the five deities. But the complete Phoenix Force, like a sated Galactus, was a pseudo-concept. There was no such thing. The Phoenix Force's main body wanders the universe in search of a host. The rest stay in the white-hot room, channeling the emotions and spirit of cosmic life. The most powerful of all hosts, Jean Grey, had never come close to completing its form. No matter whether it was the Dark Phoenix or the White Phoenix form, it only reached an All-Father level. Instead of going through the hassle of collecting the Phoenix Force, it's better to brush up on your reputation. Luke gave up the idea of being a host when he realized that there was no direct ratio between pay and gain. Of course, the main thing was that he didn't know if the Phoenix would retain its previous memories when it was reborn. If he kept it, then there was a possibility that it would beat him to death. Where's the Firebird? When Luke flew to Hotel Inferno, it was all over. Howard finally put his mind at ease and started asking questions like a curious toddler. It completed its heroic mission to save the innocent citizens of Las Vegas and returned to its home. Luke leaned into the executive seat reserved for Mephisto and completely reclined. He seemed to have kept Apocalypse at bay, but it took a bit of effort to really tackle the mutant god. Clearly, I am a pacifist, so why should I be forced to do anything? Luke shook his head and sighed. As everyone knew, he didn't like violence. Only when he was forced to do would so he use his fists to reason with someone. Work with the municipal government to clean up the mess. The task of counting the losses will be left to you, Steve. Luke left all that tedious work to Captain America, the only one fit for the job. It looks like tonight's bachelor party is a bust. Howard was a bit disappointed. He had a lot of excitement in store for Steve. It was guaranteed to be a new experience that Captain America had never tried before. I don't mind that, but should we postpone the wedding? I can't guarantee that I'll be able to handle everything in Las Vegas in such a short time. Steve was the spiritual embodiment of the American soldier, with a very high sense of awareness. In order to restore order to the locals of Las Vegas, he offered to postpone his own wedding. If this conversation had been broadcast live, many people would have been touched by it. That's not necessary. A team of SHIELD agents will be here tomorrow. Luke didn't want to spoil Captain America's wedding date. He was looking forward to seeing the Winter Soldier swallow this bitter wine. I don't think we'll be able to throw a bachelor party, so I'll go back to Brooklyn and make up for it. Howard heard this and winked at Luke. He had an appointment with the succubus tonight. However, Hotel Inferno can hold a charity party, with the main theme of raising money to rebuild Las Vegas, with Howard as the initiator and leader of the donors. In order to give Howard, the pervert, a taste of what it's like to be drained, Luke turned and added these words. He also gave Mephisto a knowing look. The old devil nodded quietly, indicating that he would suggest that the succubus should intensify her efforts. After the important things were settled, Luke looked for a room to lie down. Before he fell asleep, he folded his hands and whispered, I hope that Howard's okay. I don't think it would kill anyone, right? Probably. On the peaks of the California mountains, the mutants, who were too afraid to move about, waited for Apocalypse to return. The great god has fallen. It wasn't until the sun was setting that Caliban, who could sense his compatriots, suddenly fell to his knees with a shocked look on his face. He couldn't accept that the legendary mutant god would fail and die. What? This can't be. Some people were reluctant to believe it. Apocalypse fell. Apocalypse has fallen. Then should we break up? You go back to your Cairo, and I'll go back to my Berlin. It was Eric, the teenager, who finally made the suggestion to break up the group. His feelings for Apocalypse weren't deep, and he didn't regard him as a god like the others. Although Eric thought that the Black King Sebastian Shaw was the nightmare that tormented his life. But it must be admitted that, while he hated the other party with a passion, he also absorbed some of his ideas and concepts. Worshipping a god was something that only the foolish, the backward, and the weak do. All Eric could think about was how to have power comparable to that of the gods. And how to use this power to change the world. After he escaped from Auschwitz, he wandered from place to place, living at the bottom of the social ladder. This child who hadn't become Magneto yet had seen the sufferings of too many compatriots and experienced too many wicked things under human hands. You would betray the great god. The great Apocalypse. Caliban turned his head and stared at Eric, who was trying to slip away. His eyes were fierce. He wasn't loyal to Apocalypse, but he never thought of betrayal. First, the news was too sudden, and Caliban had some doubts about his judgment. Second, these mutants who got together through Apocalypse were undoubtedly a valuable asset. Caliban worked as a black market businessman, dealing with local warlords and private militants in Egypt. He was well aware of the need to gather a group of fighters and build up a force. Therefore, it was impossible to let his fellow mutants leave so easily. You said, Apocalypse has fallen. It's useless for us to stay here. It's better for us to go our separate ways. Eric's youthful face revealed a hint of seriousness. Oh, where can you go? No passport, no cash, no driver's license, nothing that can prove your identity and lead a normal life. You have nothing. Caliban smiled soberly and sent out a series of questions. They traveled across the country and across the states, all using Apocalypse's ultra-long-range spatial transmission. With the loss of Apocalypse, the mutants were left without support and were at a loss as to what to do. We need to confirm the news of the fall of the great god, Apocalypse, and then think of other ways. Caliban deliberately excluded Eric and isolated him. As for cash and identification, I used to do business in this area, so I can handle it. With the above necessities, Caliban easily became the leader of the mutants. Eric, on the other hand, was ignored because he was too young, and his words had no weight. In desperation, he could only follow the majority. A flash of light pierced the clouds from over Nevada. The fragment, like a flame crystal, seemed to have found its target. It flew down and into Eric's body. The latter simply rubbed his neck, feeling a little hot, not knowing what was going on. This scene happened all over the world. For example, in the Mutant Academy in Westchester County. Another example was in the deep-sea prison of Atlantis, where a pale young man was paralyzed in bed. The Phoenix Force was scattered, but its hosts began to appear. 383, Chapter 380 Hell is up ahead, depleted XP. The Phoenix Force's shards were looking for a suitable host, but Luke, who knew this, didn't care. Even Apocalypse, the god of mutants, was no match for him. Unless it's Dark Phoenix Jean Grey who traveled through time and space to come and fight him, there was nothing to be afraid of. Besides, Superman and Apocalypse had a big fight, so he needed to recuperate, although that was just a pretext to relax a bit. However, after saving the world, it's no big deal to be lazy for a while. Therefore, Luke left the job of cleaning up the mess to Captain America, and he simply slept in the luxurious suite in Hotel Inferno. Unfortunately, this peaceful sleep didn't last long. A quick knock on the door woke him up. Superman has to get up too. Luke shook his head and looked through the wall to see who was coming and helplessly said so. He slowly climbed out of bed and slowly opened the door, like a slow-moving old man. The knocking on the door was increasingly urgent and seemed to be in a constant rush. The more so, the slower Luke was. It took him 10 minutes to walk from the bedroom to the entrance, which almost killed the man outside. Have you been up all night? Luke, in his robe, saw Howard standing against the wall, his legs weak, his eyes had 2 dark circles around them. The latter had disheveled clothes and disheveled hair as if he had been robbed. There was only a pair of shorts on the bottom half of his body and several visible scratches on his bare chest and arms. In terms of this image alone, it was more in keeping with a colorful group of people who had just joined a rave party and had been involved in a multiplayer match. Let me in first. Howard was stammering and stuttering, with a hint of fear on his face. It was as if some terrible beast was chasing behind him. Luke showed a subtle smile, then made room and helped Howard, who was struggling to walk, into the room. In just one night, he seemed to have lost several pounds, and his whole body looked frail. Were you kidnapped by some Middle Eastern bandits and left to starve in a cave for a week? Luke knowingly asked, and by the way, kindly handed a glass of milk to supplement Howard's nutrition. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he now looked like he had been starved. Compared with the original self, he really looked a lot different. It's terrible. It's hell. After drinking the milk, Howard looked scared, as if he remembered some horrible images. He crouched in the corner of the sofa, like a helpless girl who was repeatedly abused, with tears in his eyes. What's the matter with you? Do I need to call the police? Howard Stark was assaulted and severely traumatized. Luke lets out a gleeful laugh. When you walk by the sea, you will inevitably get your shoes wet. In the last trip to Paris, the vampiress didn't leave a deep enough shadow on Howard's mind. He wondered if this time, the succubus had made him understand that there was always a knife hanging above his head when he did these things. Here's the thing. Howard sobbed as he confided. He never expected that an encounter would turn into a catastrophe. Set the hour hand back to 8 hours ago. Wearing a flashy suit and cologne, Howard arrived at the room he had reserved. He had already finished making the arrangements. With rose petals sprinkled on the bed and the dim light of a few candlesticks, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Red wine, a great meal, plus the enchanting scent of lavender in the room. The corner of Howard's mouth hooked up, the mood was almost set, and the next step was, he. At this thought, he felt a faint heat in his lower abdomen and a surge of energy waiting to be unleashed. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Howard couldn't wait to open the door, and he pulled out the rose he hid behind his back. You're a real charmer, Howard. The enchanting succubus took the rose, sniffed it, and then threw it away, hugging Howard, who was stroking his mustache. So direct? You don't even want to talk about it. Howard's heart jumped when he saw the succubus lift her leg and shut the door, a sight he had never seen before. Wouldn't it normally be better to start with a couple of drinks and a few words about sex to gradually bring the conversation to this point and then be honest with each other? Red wine. Howard held the overly aggressive succubus in his arms and looked over at the two tall glasses placed beside the candlesticks. I don't like to drink that. The succubus licked her lips and refused. What about the steak? Howard retreated to the edge of the bed, looking more like the passive party. You're so cute, sweetheart. I just want to eat you now. Then, there was the sound of clothes tearing off and sucking as they were whipped around in a lively melody. 20 minutes later, Howard leaned against the bed with a satisfied expression and lit a cigarette. A new experience, a new technique, a new feeling. In a word, he felt good. Howard, are you still okay? The enchanting voice of the succubus reached his ears. How could a real man say no? 30 minutes later, Howard was satisfied again and lit another cigarette. Again. Like a diner who hadn't eaten her fill, the succubus continued to order. Again, and again. Wait. Howard shouted weakly and volunteered for a truce. Then he ran out of bed and rushed to the toilet. You know what? I didn't sleep, I didn't rest, I didn't even finish the cigarettes. For 8 hours. Howard said indignantly. The succubus of hell, didn't they pay attention to a sustainable progression? In the end, he kneeled on the bed. Looking ahead at what should be a tempting prospect, but it felt like a never-ending hell that could never be satisfied. It was simply despairing. I see. You ran out of ammunition and food. Luke threw a sympathetic look. A succubus from hell, were they something easy to sleep with? Let's just say that Howard was still too young and lustful to know the dangers of hell. I warned you. Boys should protect themselves when they're away from home. Luke tried to hold back his smile and made himself appear sincere. I want to go back to New York, have a good rest, and concentrate on scientific research. Howard's eyes looked determined as if he had an epiphany. No more sleeping with the succubus. I also specifically mentioned it to Mephisto. I told him to get more people of other races to add to the nuance in Hotel Inferno. Luke deliberately said so. For example, centaurs, demonesses, female elves. Howard shook his head vigorously. After 8 hours of hard work, he was numb. Women were just walking flesh that didn't move him in any way. It seems you have really found yourself this time and came to your senses. Luke smiled with relief and turned to ask, how about a female angel? When the expressionless Howard heard that, although his body had been hollowed out, he still couldn't resist his inner impulse. He subconsciously showed a hee expression. You've got nothing left in you, and you're still thinking about angels. Luke suddenly became speechless. Sure enough, the playboys were indifferent. It was hard for them to change their ways. They just occasionally drained that XP bar. Caliban, Eric has a fever. In a motel near the highway in California, a mutant ran over and said so. That boy, he's only holding us back. Caliban took a sip of his beer and looked disgusted. If it weren't for Eric's rare talent, he would have left him. Magnetic control, if placed in the Middle East where the warlords were fighting, would be equivalent to a weapon of mass destruction. Where can I find a doctor in this shithole? Caliban spat, unable to think of a solution for a while. This mutant group was too conspicuous. Strangely dressed, with different skin colors and accents, they could easily attract attention from local residents and police. So, he temporarily found a motel and took control of the owner, and made it their temporary home. A few hours ago, Caliban learned about the explosion in Nevada through the radio. He could tell that Apocalypse was probably a cold corpse by now. Then, his task became how to take these mutants out of the United States. Avoiding S.H.I.E.L.Dsi's and the police wasn't easy. Is anyone there? Outside the motel, a Ford sedan stopped. A couple with their children got out of the car. They pushed open the door and asked, "Hello. I'm sorry to disturb you." Seeing a group of strange people with different clothes and different skin colors in the hotel, the couple quickly withdrew. "Are you a doctor?" Caliban glanced at the ID hung around the man's neck, frowned, and asked. I work in Monterey Park Hospital in Los Angeles." The man nodded his head. "Then come in and fix him." Caliban gestured to the buff man standing outside the door, who picked up the parked Ford sedan with one hand. Then, several people gathered around and blocked the couple's way. Binge. Read next 60 chapters. Advance access to One Piece FF on Pat Rayon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 384, Chapter 381 S.H.I.E.L.ds Movements, Towards the Sea of Stars. Exhausted, Howard returned to New York with Captain America, to prepare for the upcoming wedding. Luke had to go to the White House to attend a meeting first, because of the appearance of Apocalypse in Nevada, and the Phoenix. The economic losses and casualties in Las Vegas were not small and a credible report must be given. Then again, the international situation was tense. Any trouble would arouse the vigilance of the White House. Feels like coaxing a child. This was how Superman really felt inside. To him, the president in the White House and the generals in the Pentagon seemed like frightened children. I better go into space before it's too late. After 2 hours of recollections, Luke left the White House and flew to the headquarters building near the Potomac River. Las Vegas suffered heavy losses. The National Guard had sent out search and rescue teams and S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't far behind. Several teams of agents, led by Nick Fury, were on their way there. Apocalypse is not alone. He's surrounded by a large number of followers. Peggy pushed open the door to the director's office. She sat down in her chair with a graceful gesture and pushed the papers over to him. 16 mutants, that's a lot of power. In America, Luke, who just got off the plane and attended the White House meeting, opened the file and glanced at it. Apocalypse was gone now, but his followers were still roaming the land. Right now, no one knew what their abilities were and who they were. The only thing that was clear was Caliban, who he once met in Cairo. It was he who, with the warlord's personal weaponry, blew up Apocalypse's pyramid, sparking the battle that followed. He was later taken under Apocalypse's wing. According to the temperament of the god of mutants, whenever he encountered a compatriot, he would give the other a boost to enhance their strength. Presumably, all the followers and believers who followed Apocalypse would benefit. They have to be kept under control. Who knows what kind of trouble they might cause? Luke closed the file and whispered. He had been pushing for a mutant registration bill recently. They couldn't afford to have any incidents of a terrorist nature at this critical moment. Moreover, mutants did come under the jurisdiction of SHIELD. As a large institution, it had a specialized facility to shelter mutants. In addition to the White Queen's Cavil Academy for the Gifted, Stryker's Task Force and other related medical departments under SHIELD. That's right. Before, when he grabbed benefits from Congress, Luke specially applied for first-class medical facilities and medical staff for those mutants with genetic defects. On the one hand, it could win people's hearts so that those mutants who lived in poverty could accept S.H.I.E.L.D's management and have a sense of belonging. On the other hand, he didn't pay for it himself, so it didn't matter if he did something nice. Just send Logan and Victor out. They have had nothing to do recently. Emma has called me several times to complain about the Real Men's Club and the mess it has made in school. Back at SHIELD in Washington, D.C., Luke had a lot of work to do. First of all, Logan and Victor, the two troublesome guys, organized a Real Men's Club as teachers. To join the club, one had to prove that they were a real man. For example, after smoking a cigar, do 50 push-ups in one sitting. It looked like a replica of the fraternity in traditional American universities. Most of the tests were pranks or jokes. This unhealthy trend spread rapidly in the academy. 2 days ago, Emma, the White Queen, was furious because they had gone too far. Using mind control, Logan and Victor engaged in a wrestling game in front of the entire student body. The scene was said to have spiraled out of control and almost resulted in a disaster. They really aren't fit to be teachers. Peggy grimaced as she remembered the two tall, hairy, strong men wrestling together. Beasts are suitable for the battlefield. Schools are no place for them. Luke nodded in agreement. The main reason for this was that the Mutant Academy had only recently been opened, and there was a shortage of teachers. Otherwise, Logan and Victor, two foul-mouthed, uneducated guys, wouldn't have made it into the teaching staff. All right. It's time to kick them out of school and throw them where they belong. Luke shrugged his shoulders and said so. He guessed that, with Apocalypse's discerning eye, the potential of those who follow him would never be low. I wonder if Magneto would be there. The director's eyes flashed. Young Charles had become his student. What about Magneto? Together, they were the best of the best. The future of mutants was in their hands. Moreover, these two friends and rivals could also form a bond. What else should I be looking at in the near future? Now, S.H.I.E.L.D was a big family. Even with Peggy's share, Luke still needed to deal with a lot of work. Sitting in this position, not only could he get benefits from Congress, but he also had to shoulder certain responsibilities. He gradually realized the hard work behind the bald director's misappropriation of public funds. Hydra. Peggy turned over the schedule, looked up, and said, Dr. Zola and Baron Strucker. What are you going to do with these two Hydra brains combined? Of course, it's Hydra against Hydra. Luke thought for a moment and turned to reply. Hydra was a great tool to get a Kryptonian ship. He's been eyeing that quest reward for a long time. Letting Baron Strucker, together with Dr. Zola, take over the other factions of Hydra and finally consolidate their forces. That's how you get the most out of a tool. The most admirable thing about villains was that they were efficient and suitable for doing dirty work. What about the vampire you brought back? She went to Boston, Chicago, Detroit, New York. The family is expanding fast. What's S.H.I.E.L.D going to do about it? Peggy asked with a somewhat bemused look. There's no conflict, right? Luke raised an eyebrow, knowing that the vampire clan of the North American continent, which had quietly developed the familiars, had deep roots that would be hard to shake for a while. Plus, the two vampire families didn't see eye to eye with each other, and a blood feud could easily develop. At first, there was a little friction. Later, your vampire destroyed several clan strongholds. She killed her kin, even more ruthlessly than hunters. Peggy showed some rather gory photos of the scene and continued, silver bullets, holy water, ultraviolet lights, all sorts of things were used to scare the council into making peace. As the second in command of S.H.I.E.L.D, she knew a lot of secrets. Camartage, the Three Sanctums. Vampires and werewolves, various clans and covens. Even Wakanda and Asgard's 9 realms. Luke didn't hide anything, he mentioned everything. Selene is such a character. I've heard that the underworld people call her the goddess of the moon. Luke wasn't surprised to learn that the Vampire Council in the North American continent had developed a large familiar clan with ties to many politicians. Unless they were tired of living or looking for some excitement. If not, it was impossible for them to actively mess with SHIELD and Superman. For the expansion of the Corvinus family, S.H.I.E.L.D will turn a blind eye and wait until the Magic Congress is fully established, and all the rules will be settled. Luke went on and on, taking care of all the accumulated work. He felt like a student waiting until the last day of the holidays to work on his summer homework. About the trade channels of Atlantis, the placement of vampires and werewolves, the deep cooperation with the Three Sanctums, the Hell Group's hotel chain. He needed to give the final word on all these matters. I'm obviously Superman, but I'm doing Batman's job. Luke helplessly thought so. Do you have a new project? Peggy, who had been busy until mid-afternoon, was tidying up the papers on her desk when she suddenly looked up and asked. Why do you ask? Luke was slightly surprised. You usually hate these tedious tasks and usually don't bother to ask questions, but today you listed clear rules and regulations on how to deal with them. Are you planning on leaving? As one of the people who warmed his bed, Peggy's intuition was very keen, and she could detect something strange. Don't worry, I won't leave without a word, like last time. Luke chuckled lightly. There was still some time before his journey through the Sea of Stars. No matter where you go, I will take care of SHIELD. Peggy's lips slightly parted as she held the documents and whispered the words. The three of us, tonight. Hey, don't go so fast, it's not like you've never tried it before. Luke watched Peggy, who had quickened her pace and pushed her way out of the door, and withdrew his smile. Soon, it was time for Steve's wedding. 385, Chapter 382 Bucky, a bitter happy occasion. Captain America's wedding was held in Long Island, Manhattan. It wasn't Steve's intention to make a big deal out of it. He preferred frugality and prudence to wastefulness. With or without money, he had always lived a simple life. It's just that, for the Brooklyn-born Captain America, he didn't understand how important the wedding was to the bride. What do you think of Old Joseph's Tavern? Steve asked Luke about this before preparing for his trip to Las Vegas. It's just a fill-in-the-blank question that's a dead giveaway. Fortunately, Luke stopped this behavior that might make the bride run from this marriage and arranged the venue at the Long Island estate that Howard used for his holiday. You know, if Marjorie saw that the venue you'd booked was a crummy bar at least 20 years old, she'd jump in a car and leave. Luke walked around the Long Island estate. He was a key member of the groomsmen today. He also made a guest appearance as a witness to Captain America's wedding. I just don't think it's necessary to get married and invite a bunch of unfamiliar guests. Despite being an army colonel and a senior member of SHIELD, Steve still maintained a simple outlook. Well then, respectable Captain America, will your words of wisdom work on your own fiancé? Luke's mouth curled up in interest as he asked. Steve scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He remembered the time when he quarreled with Marjorie when he could not even eat a hot meal at home and had to wash his own dirty clothes. He even had to sleep on the sofa and lose his mating rights completely. It all started when they discussed which band should be invited to the wedding. Marjorie loved country ballads, but Steve preferred jazz. After that, Captain America, who didn't understand a woman's heart and tried to force his way with reason, was put out in the cold. Howard and I agree that we should try our best to avoid reasoning with women. They are emotional creatures who prefer romance and surprise. Rigid reasoning will only lead to quarrels. Luke patted Steve on the shoulder and earnestly said so. I don't want you to be kicked out of the house one day and end up on the streets, calling me and begging me to take you in. Captain America's face looked bitter. His relationship with Marjorie was generally stable, and it shouldn't reach that state. Malena, who accompanied Luke to the wedding, Peggy and others had already gone to pick up the bride. Only the groomsmen, such as Howard, Bucky, Luke, and Colonel Phillips, were at the estate. Where's Howard? Steve looked around and only saw the staff responsible for setting up the venue, but not Howard, who was usually an active member. This was a bit abnormal. Knowing that he started screaming about a month ago, he was going to hook up with the bridesmaids group to complete the wedding bash achievement set. Hasn't he recovered? All Steve knew was that Howard suddenly suffered a serious illness and went back to New York to rest for a few days. He didn't know the details. The doctor said he was malnourished and had overindulged in sex and needed to take it easy. At this time, he's probably sleeping in his room. Luke said, holding back a laugh. Howard specially asked me to take a message. He said he would show up later and won't attend the celebration or the banquet afterward. Steve expressed his understanding. He heard that Howard was suffering from difficulties in his scientific research and was overwhelmed by his worries. Talented people aren't only gifted but also hard-working. With this in mind, Captain America had a change of heart towards Howard. Unexpectedly, underneath the facade of immodesty, he had a heart for science. Do I need to do something now? Steve gazed in the direction of the gates of the estate with a hint of nervousness and apprehension in his eyes. But today was his wedding. This was the most important day in his short and wonderful life. Relax, it's not time yet. You should try on the groom's suit first. Luke reached out and hooked Steve's broad shoulders as they walked together towards the estate. As dusk fell, the sun set over Long Island. Inside the estate, in the hall, the brilliant light of the crystal chandelier filled every inch of the space while a ballad band played in the corner of the stage, their melodious and relaxing tunes flowing through the air. The spacious hall was packed with hundreds of people, with a steady stream of invited guests pouring in. The entrance to the estate was filled with cars, and the guests flocked in groups, dressed in suits and finery as if they were attending a celebrity party. Colonel Rogers, congratulations, said the man who walked into the hall, held Steve's palm with a smile on his face. After exchanging a few pleasantries and waiting for the other man to leave, Captain America lowered his voice and asked, who is he? The Pentagon's War Department's Michael, or Jackson something. I forgot. Luke, who was in charge of the guests, grinned and said, he's just a nobody, but his father is famous and well connected in the Senate. Then why did he come to my wedding? Sending out invitations and confirming the number of people at the party was a job for Luke and Howard. If they filtered through the criteria of relatives, friends, and neighbors, Captain America's wedding might seem deserted. His parents were both deceased, and he had no other relatives apart from Bucky. Even if they added the neighbors from upstairs and downstairs, they couldn't make up double digits. A wedding has to be a big affair so that Marjorie would be happy with it. It's the best moment of her life. Luke said in a familiar tone. By the way, the president and his wife will come over later. I gave them 10 minutes for a speech. I also invited important people from the Pentagon's Navy and Army, with about 30 generals attending. This is politics. In the business sector, Howard sent invitations to Boeing, North American Airlines, and General Electric. Originally, I was going to invite some Hollywood stars. Malina asked your fiancé. She especially likes Kathleen Hepburn. Unfortunately, she's making a movie with Elizabeth Tyler. It's too late to inform her. Steve was dizzy. He didn't know any of the big names at the top of the pyramid, let alone the so-called business tycoons and movie stars. None of that matters. The wedding is going to be a big enough affair to make the headlines tomorrow morning, and that's the key. Luke had a business smile on his face and faintly said, after decades, your wife will still remember this day. Steve, only if she is satisfied, you can enjoy the wonders tonight. Captain America, who didn't even have a driver's license, thought for a while but didn't respond. As the reception progressed, the atmosphere grew livelier and livelier as guests mingled and laughed. As the main characters, the couple said their vows and exchanged rings in the presence of the priest to seal their sacred wedding vows. Humph! The invited Winter Soldier, with an awkward face, sat in a corner seat. Accustomed to his combat uniform, he felt uncomfortable in a suit. Especially the enthusiastic eyes of the female guests, Bucky couldn't wait to escape from this place. However, Hydra gave him the mission. It was to obey Superman and all the orders of SHIELD. Therefore, he could only endure the discomfort, turn anger into appetite, and deal with the Boston lobster on his plate. The long table was full of top-level cuisines of various countries and customs. Howard probably emptied the wine cellar of the estate, and there was a faint smell of alcohol in the hall. Glug glug. Glug glug glug. Bucky chewed the fresh lobster meat and gulped down the cocktail. Every time the waiter passed by with the tray, he swept the food into his stomach. If you looked at the man's gritted teeth and depressed look, you might think that he was here to steal the bride away. You don't look very happy. Luke, who finished his wedding speech, leaned over with a glass of champagne. On his arm was Malina, who looked very charming. Peggy? As the second in command of SHIELD, it was only natural for her to take on a sociable role on such occasions. How can that be? It's just the marriage of a bastard I don't know, and it's not worth any emotional turmoil. Bucky stared at the newlyweds who were standing on stage and smiling sweetly, and his tone involuntarily became complicated. In the depths of his mind, some fragments of memory seemed to emerge, piecing together a complete picture. My best friend got married, but I'm not as happy as I thought I would be. For some reason, there was a crack in his closed-off heart, and these words came out. Glug glug. Glug glug glug. Bucky finished the drink on the table, looked at Luke, and expressionlessly asked, is there any vodka here? 386, Chapter 383. The first host, Magneto. Extra chapter, 'cause you deserve it. On the other side of Manhattan, Captain America was having a wedding, which was very lively. While at the highway in Nevada, a jeep carrying Logan and his grumpy brother Victor sped off to California. The sparks of the cigar were faintly visible in the darkness of the night. The greenish-gray smoke was exhaled and then blown away by the cold wind coming in through the windows. Logan, we have to find a way to get back in the game. We've got to get back at that woman. Sabretooth, in the passenger seat, was sharpening his nails, showing his ferocity. He was humiliated at the Mutant Academy when he got into a public wrestling match with his brother. Those shameful, disgusting images seemed to have been deliberately reinforced, and they would pop up in his mind from time to time. The nasty principal is a psychic, and she could easily play with us if she wanted to. Logan was holding the thick cigar in his mouth, playing it cool, compared to his grumpy older brother's rage. Wolverine didn't become refined and easygoing after being a teacher for a few days. The main reason was that the White Queen, Emma Frost, was the sister of his girlfriend, Silver Fox. If he got into any kind of deep and unresolved hatred, it would only affect his lifelong happiness. Look at you now, Logan. Sabretooth's tone seemed sullen and angry as if he resented his brother. You're blinded by that woman. You lost your sharp claws and started to get weak. Pull yourself together, Logan. Don't forget that we're wild animals in the jungle and natural hunters. Emotion is a noose around your neck, it will gradually strangle you. He was upset with his younger brother's indulgence in the land of the meek, but the guy was also upset with his cranky older brother. He felt that since Logan had hooked up with that woman, his brotherhood with him had faded. Before, when they were free, they both went to the bar to drink, fight and pick up girls, even if they got rooms and had sex, they had to be next door to each other. But now, his younger brother seldom went to places like bars and had learned to turn down hot girls. What's more, he started mowing the lawn at home, going for a walk in the park, and attending family parties among neighbors. Was this still the same untamed, fierce, and wild Wolverine? Simply a domesticated husky. You can't do this, Logan. Sabretooth earnestly persuaded Wolverine to find himself and not be fooled by women. I don't see any problem with it. Logan had a cigar in one hand and the steering wheel in the other. Kayla is a good woman, and she is perfect for me. Every time I'm with her, my heart calms down. All those angry and violent emotions have disappeared, leaving peace. Besides, Kayla cooks very well. Didn't you say how good her pies tasted last time? Sabertooth's mouth was agape at the sound of his brother's public display of affections. With 10 fingers reaching out with sharp claws, he scratched a gash in the leather cushion under his butt. If I knew she made that pie, I wouldn't have eaten it. Sabertooth turned away as if he didn't want to say another word to Wolverine. Victor, you're probably angry because you're, what's the word? I remember General Cavill mentioning it. Yes, single dog. Brother, I'll ask Kayla to introduce someone to you when I have the chance. Do you prefer mutants or humans? Sabertooth smiled coldly. He wasn't like Wolverine, who was casually held back by a woman. Sure. I like the wheat-skinned, athletic type. And yes, a big ass for easy delivery. Victor listed many requests, but his expression was still somewhat defiant. This wasn't a really sweet brotherhood scene. He thought he was much better than Logan. He wouldn't be softened by women's bodies and ridiculous feelings at all. Therefore, even if his brother introduced more women, he wouldn't be swayed. Then again, we are S.H.I.E.L.D.S task force. Why are we going to investigate a missing person? Sabertooth felt the teasing look on Wolverine's face and couldn't help but cough twice and change the subject. According to the information given by the intelligence department, Apocalypse should have been in California before, and it's likely that his followers would travel along the highway. Logan recalled the analysis Kayla had given him and repeated it word for word. Considering the recent patrol routes, the unusual cases in California and the surrounding motels, SHIELD has reason to believe that the couple who disappeared near Highway 1, 3 days ago, is related to the mutants. All right, let's get to it. Victor suddenly became excited. He hadn't seen blood in a long time. He hoped that those Apocalypse followers wouldn't let him down too much. Near Highway 1, a motel. Caliban was a little upset. He picked up the beer bottle on the table and smashed it at the doctor's feet. He angrily said, "It's been so many days, the fever still hasn't gone down. Are you playing tricks, trying to stall for time?" Smash! The sound of a beer bottle exploding echoed through the ground floor of the hotel. The doctor shook with fear, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. These days, he had seen the power of these mutants. When he thought of his wife and children in the hands of the other party, he was afraid to resist. Listen to my explanation. His high fever doesn't seem to be anything illness-related. The unlucky doctor stumbled over his words. He saw the boy, Eric, and there were no obvious symptoms other than a high and prolonged fever. Oh, you humans are always full of nonsense. Caliban was dubious. If he hadn't been worried about Eric's high fever and him dying on the way, he would have moved with the other followers. The owner of the motel, as well as the customers who came after the doctor, were all taken under control and thrown into the warehouse where the groceries were kept. Wallets, certificates, cars. All these necessities had been collected. It's just that Eric was unconscious. If he was left here to fend for himself, Caliban would lose a major weapon. But if they continued to delay, they might be tracked down by SHIELD and end up in trouble again. Wait another day. Caliban shrugged it off and suppressed his anger. Eric is awake. Within minutes, someone came to say that Eric, who had been in a coma for several days, had finally woken up. Caliban hurried upstairs and saw the thin child open his eyes, and a wisp of fire flashed by. Go and call the doctor up, see if the fever has gone down, healed, and we can. Caliban's voice came to an abrupt end. He saw Eric suddenly float up, with a wave of invisible power radiating out. Then, like an earthquake, the whole motel started shaking. The metal objects flew up and around Eric for no apparent reason. Are you Caliban? Eric tilted his head as if to collect his memories. He lifted his hand gently as if he were tugging at an invisible thread. Caliban only felt the blood in his body burning and a distinct pain in his heart. Someone once told me that there's iron in the human body, which is used to transport and store oxygen, to form hemoglobin. Eric's voice sounded cold, without any emotions. Your heart, liver, and kidneys are full of iron. Hiss. Hiss hiss. A cloud of blood mist suddenly erupted. In the red mist, the tiny particles, invisible to the naked eye, condensed into smooth metal pellets. Zi zi. Zi zi zi. Then, Eric held the metal projectile with his 2 fingers. Under his control, the projectile rapidly rotated, sending up a cloud of silvery white sparks. Snap! It shot out, hitting Caliban's body. The fragile human body was like a foam board. It shot straight through. The powerful kinetic energy, like a bombardment, reduced flesh and blood to mush in seconds. I am, the Phoenix. Eric's eyes grew brighter, and the building above his head broke open. He slowly flew up and floated overhead. Master of Magnetism Magneto. 387, Chapter 384. The second host, Charles. When Wolverine and Sabretooth arrived at the motel, the wreckage was in full view. Was this a bombardment? Logan learned a lot of new words from the young director when he was working as a sandbag at SHIELD. Looking at the ruins of the motel through the window, he couldn't help feeling this way. The collapsed brick wall and the cracked concrete floor looked as if a hand had come down and leveled the building. It was hard to imagine that a human being could have caused such devastation, just like natural disasters. Logan stepped out of the car, lifted his hand and lifted the yellow tape that sealed off the scene, and flashed his badge at the police. The Silver Eagle emblem reflected a blindingly bright light in the midday sun. SHIELD. Agent. Logan, with a thick cigar in his mouth, leather boots and a leather jacket, said indifferently. He didn't look like a federal agent at all but the wild temperament of a gangster. With his rugged looks and full beard, Wolverine was often categorized as a not a nice guy type of dangerous person. S.H.I.E.L.D. The young policeman who reached out to stop the intruder hesitated and didn't release his grip on the holster. Let them in. It looks like we're done here. The slightly older policeman pulled away his colleague, walked over, and said so. S.H.I.E.L.D., led by Superman, wasn't a secret department. Or, to be more precise, its existence wasn't deliberately kept secret. However, anyone who was a fan of Superman and a regular newsreader would have heard of SHIELD. I'm sorry, the new rookie is a little too nervous. The older police officer sent his colleagues away and briefly reported the situation. We were notified by the highway patrol at around 4:20 p.m. yesterday. It was close to 5 o'clock when we arrived at the scene. As you can see, the motel was badly damaged, but fortunately, there weren't many casualties. As for the owner and the guests, they were locked in the back warehouse and left after we took their statements. There are 2 wounded people. They were from Los Angeles, on vacation. The man is a doctor from Monterey, the woman is a nurse, and there's an 8-year-old son. Fortunately, the collapse of the building caused only minor injuries to the family, but not life-threatening ones. A brief statement was taken before they were taken to the nearby hospital. The older policeman handed the file in his arms to Logan, who glanced at it and handed it to Victor. The 2 of them got dizzy at the sight of the dense list of words, so he could only pretend to read them for a moment before clutching them under his armpit. A mutant did this. Logan exhaled a puff of smoke as he looked over at the policeman and gruffly asked, "How are you sure?" The doctor and his wife said so, and the owner of the motel, who was being held in the warehouse, and the customers who were passing by could testify to that. They saw a man who could lift a car on his back and a blue-skinned creature with beastly hair on his body. Therefore, it was initially judged to be a criminal gang of mutants operating in the area. The older policeman said seriously. In the ruins of the motel, shattered human organs and tissues were also found. According to speculation, it may have been caused by infighting between the mutants. Logan and Sabretooth, who had no criminal investigation training and usually relied on their feral instincts, listened with amazement and thought to themselves that these state police were quite professional. By the way, all the above information and conclusions are summarized by the special agent. The elderly policeman pointed to the collapsed ruins of the motel, where someone was bending down and pulling at the brick wall rubble as if looking for something. He's also an agent of SHIELD. You might know him. Logan narrowed his eyes and looked over. The other person was a tall man with dark skin, wearing a neat suit and the eagle emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. on his chest. Seemingly sensing the gaze from Wolverine, the latter showed a mouthful of white teeth and came forward. "Hello, you two." The tall man patted his palm and dusted himself off. "My name is Nicholas Joseph Fury. You can call me Nick or Fury." "Wolverine, Sabretooth. I've heard of both of you, the aces of Major Stryker's team." At the end of that sentence, Nick Fury deliberately lowered his voice so that no one else could hear him. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. attaches great importance to this case. Victor snorted coldly, and his attitude wasn't friendly. The grumpy brother didn't like human beings, which was normal. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mutant task force had always been a solitary unit. Despite appearances, led by William Stryker. But it was Peggy, the commander or the director himself, who really gave the orders and missions. Apart from a few joint operations at the Pentagon, the task force rarely cooperated with the military. On the one hand, the missions they performed were very difficult and extremely dangerous, and ordinary troops couldn't provide help. On the other hand, there was the issue of trust between the two sides. On the battlefield, it was necessary to entrust your back to your teammates. It may be possible for mutants to do so, but not for humans. Whether one acknowledges it or not, there was always a racial divide, and it took time to bridge. I've sent the report to Washington, D.C. The director is probably still at Captain America's wedding, and he told me that it's best to keep the Apocalypse followers under the radar to reduce their influence. Nick Fury, a former driver for Superman, had a knack for reading their boss's mind. So, I hope to work with both of you. I'll mobilize the California police force to conduct a small-scale search and round up. The fight will be up to you two. Perhaps because of Nick Fury's good attitude, Logan didn't refuse. He and Victor were also given the assignment of collecting Apocalypse's followers who were on the run in the country to prevent them from causing trouble. Wolverine looked at his grumpy brother, and they exchanged thoughts through their eyes before nodding, "No problem." He removed the cigar with his right hand and pressed it into the palm of his left hand. The sparks burned his skin and made a hissing sound. Logan, a hardcore cigarette smoker, twitched his nose and displayed his particular sense of smell. There were too many people, and the scents are too mixed, it's hard to tell. A moment later, Logan answered. With their feral instincts, the two mutant brothers were top experts when it came to tracking prey. There were about 30 people, partly human and partly mutants. Victor also used his nose to find information. He shook his head and cracked his neck. He nodded to Logan and said, "As usual. I'll go over there and chase the escaped followers. Then I'll go this way. The residual scent is a little lighter, it should be one person." The wolf looked up at the sky and thought to himself that the guy he was chasing couldn't be a bird, could it? Good luck. Nick Fury was relieved to see the mutant brothers were so accommodating. By the way, I have to add one more piece of information. The magnetic field is chaotic in this area. The signal is extremely poor, and there have been strong pulses similar to electromagnetic radiation. He took out a pocket-sized instrument, a gadget from Howard's lab. It's capable of detecting electromagnetic signals. If you want to track down the guy who flattened the motel, this should be able to help. Logan studied the instructions and pocketed it. In the direction where his grumpy brother was going, the smell was muddled, and it was clear that there were quite a few people. In the other direction, the scent was extremely faint and was very likely the culprit. Somehow, these Apocalypse followers clashed, caused conflicts, and then parted ways. Cavill Academy for Gifted Youngsters, Westchester County. What do you think is the relationship between Ms. Frost and Superman? A mischievous raven jumped in front of Charles, startling his brother, who was seriously reading a book. The latter put down his book and replied, "You should pay more attention to your homework than to school gossip, Raven." Gossip? Is there any new gossip? Raven's thinking was obviously not on the same page as Charles. I mean, you should be doing your homework, not talking about the scandal between the principal and the school board member. Charles said helplessly, covering his forehead. But I'm curious. Every time Mr. Superman comes to school, he will stay in the principal's office for a long time, and we won't even see them at dinner time. Raven's little brain was showing amazing powers of observation in other areas. It's suspicious, isn't it? Charles shook his head and buried himself in his book, showing little interest. In his view, Superman was his idol, and Ms. Frost was also an adult worthy of respect. They were staying in the office, probably working on academic issues. Charles, Charles, Charles. Raven, who didn't get a response, circled around Charles like a chattering, noisy duck. The latter was annoyed to hear that, and his mind erupted, trying to stop his mischievous sister's nonsense. Boom! The psychic power emanating from him attracted the flaming crystals that swept through the sky. The fragment entered Charles's mind with a whoosh, causing a tremendous jolt in his mind's eye. Charles only felt that his head was about to explode. He was out of control, radiating psychic powers. Buzz! Buzz buzz! A horrible buzzing sound suddenly echoed in the ears of everyone in the school. This is Charles. The White Queen, staying in her office, was alerted to the disturbance and went straight into her diamond form, shielding herself from the violent onslaught of psychic power. A level of ability completely beyond his age. It shouldn't be. Emma quickly arrived at the classroom. Raven was the closest and had passed out. Charles put his hands over his head and struggled to withdraw the outgoing psychic force. But he couldn't do it, and his mental faculties, which had been magnified dozens of times, were like a runaway wild horse. Not to mention control, it was a luxury even to hold it. It's okay, Charles. The White Queen walked over with some difficulty as if breaking into the eye of a storm. She spoke in a gentle tone as she chopped Charles cleanly on the nape. The psychic onslaught that enveloped the whole school and created chaos then subsided. What the hell is going on? The White Queen looked at the fallen Charles with a slight frown on her face. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 388, Chapter 385. In search of an alliance, the hosts are chosen. The Phoenix Force was broken and scattered all over the world. Eric, in California, Charles, in Westchester County. This pair of destined friends were once again connected in an unexpected way. However, besides the two of them, other hosts took this opportunity to rise again. For example, a certain loser who had failed completely and was paralyzed in bed. It's so dark. I can't see anything. The special tight-fitting diving suit outlined the slender curves of the woman in the cabin. Her waist length, seaweed-like hair spreads out, giving her an extra touch of mysterious beauty. That's just how it is underwater. The captain's eyes were locked on the woman, like magnets attracted to each other, and he couldn't move his eyes away. This is one of the routes to the capital of Atlantis, Poseidonia, and it takes about 40 minutes to reach the outer city, where the undersea people allow human activity, around the port. The woman felt the captain's unabashedly passionate eyes that seemed to melt her. She didn't care, but pushed up her chest, making the lines even more exaggerated. Is that so? You're very knowledgeable, Stefan. The woman covered her lips lightly, her smile was charming, and her ember eyes seemed to hint at something. The long trailing tone made the man's heart skip a beat. Hiss. This unquenchable fascination. Those crew members quickly lowered their heads for fear of causing displeasure and scolding from the captain. They didn't know who this woman was. She came down to the submarine with the captain. Theoretically speaking, the trade channel to Atlantis didn't allow strangers outside the military to enter without authorization. Whether it was a merchant ship or an incoming or outgoing submarine. All members were required to have their passes checked, or they wouldn't be allowed in. But the highly qualified Captain Stefan did so as if he was possessed, trying to win the heart of a woman. This was done at the cost of a promising career and a great future. At first, the crew didn't understand. But later, when they saw the woman with their own eyes, they couldn't help but change their minds. If they could get the favor of the other party, even if they were subjected to court-martial, it would be worth it. The captain's obsession was like a terrible epidemic that was spreading rapidly. All the crew members fell in love with the mysterious woman. Even if she just looked at them one more time, it was an enormous blessing. Men. The woman tossed her hair, pleased with her charm. Even the nobles of the Senate of the Roman Republic, the emperors of Persia, and the kings of England, had all fallen at their feet. It was normal for these ordinary people to indulge in her smile, and they couldn't help themselves. In this world, the only one who can resist me is probably Superman. The beautiful woman named Selene was in a complicated mood. Not being able to sleep with the other person was one of her biggest regrets. If she could have sex with the strongest and most powerful man on the planet, it would be a great enrichment of experience and position. Sooner or later, I will be able to conquer him and become a god. Selene, the Black Queen, confidently thought so. She was no longer the same. The flame-like sparkling crystal gave the mutant witch a whole new level of power. As host of the Phoenix, the Black Queen opened her palm, and a wisp of illusory flame floated and swayed on it. 2 days ago, she sensed the call of this force. At that time, Selene was in London, England, thinking about how to establish a sect, trick souls and perform her own rituals, to become a god. The fragments of the Phoenix Force came to her on its own initiative. She immediately accepted the gift without much hesitation. Compared with Eric, Charles, who passively became a host for the Phoenix, the Black Queen was much more direct. The reason was also very simple. Selene had heard of the Phoenix Force. This was one of the advantages of living for a very long time. With long life, one could accumulate a lot of insights and things that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. That was a powerful force that once burned Apocalypse half to death. I still need to find the others. The Black Queen rolled her eyes, and her thoughts returned to the present. This was the main reason why she went to Atlantis. Mutants on Earth who were qualified to form alliances with her were basically dead. Sebastian Shaw of Hellfire Club was hammered down by Superman. Mr. Sinister Nathaniel Essex also died at the hands of Superman. In addition, the time-traveling Master Kong the Conqueror was also pleasantly sent away. The Phoenix Force isn't interested in the mutant's personality. The Black Queen remembered the former king of Atlantis, Namor, who suffered a broken back. She heard about that fool from Sebastian Shaw. His IQ was always hindered by his raging emotions, he was easy to control and single-minded. These negative comments, which seemed to be perfectly in line with someone being an idiotic teammate, had instead become positive factors for the Black Queen to choose as a partner. I need a guy like that. Selene moved. She didn't do anything but charm the captain a bit. Her seductive talent, enhanced by the Phoenix Force, was simply irresistible to ordinary people. At this time, even if the Black Queen ordered the men in the submarine to die for her, they would only swallow the muzzle of their guns and kill themselves with satisfied smiles. That. Go away. Perhaps the simp captain was noisy, the Black Queen frowned and shouted at him. All right. Being insulted like this, the captain didn't get angry but showed an understanding smile. This was the goddess's test for himself and a special treatment that only he could get. The captain left contentedly, and Atlantis was ahead. Here we are. The submarine passed through the heavy scrutiny of the Marine Corps and docked at the port in the outer city area. The Black Queen, wearing a diving suit and an oxygen helmet, opened the cabin valve of the submarine. The waterways leading to Atlantis were divided into sea trade routes and underwater transportation routes. The marine sections were mainly responsible for supplying all kinds of minerals. The underwater sector is a more secretive exchange. It was a way for the major countries to contact the robe aristocrats of the city. Atlantis. The Black Queen looked up the magnificent walls of the city and the glorious palace that stood above the underwater island. The shuttlecrafts were moving back and forth along a dense route, creating a neat and orderly transportation system in the city. A few moments later, a conspicuously dressed Selene entered the underwater prison located in the western part of the capital. As a powerful witch and a mutant strengthened by the Phoenix Force, it wasn't difficult for her to sneak into Atlantis's prison, and its own guard force was very mediocre. The Black Queen entered as if she was entering her own backyard, not even wearing a disguise. Namor. Selene was looking for the target. The former king of the sea, who was charged with crimes against humanity, attempted destruction of the world, and collaborating with extremists, was held here. Compared to the palace dormitories in the royal city, the damp, dark, and murky cells were undoubtedly an unbearable environment. But for Namor, if he could continue to live, it was already the mercy of the aristocrats. This was also because he was so badly injured that he couldn't even stand up. Namor, who had lost his popularity, his power, and everything, posed no threat to the reign of the robed aristocrats. Keeping him would help to shape the image of the benevolence of the aristocrats. Otherwise, the hypocrites wouldn't mind sentencing the fallen king to the guillotine. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 389, Chapter 386. You've been strengthened, go and deliver it. In the deepest part of the prison, inside the solid alloy prison doors, there was a figure crawling on the ground. The tattered clothing and the handcuffs on his hands and feet were all signs that he was a prisoner with a serious offense. Still alive. The prison guard took a look behind bars and then left. His daily work was very simple, just making sure the prisoners were still alive. He didn't need to consider food, hygiene, and other aspects. Another bad day. Namor slowly moved like a reptile with its bones removed. Atlantis's cell was slightly different from the surface world, with beds and sanitary facilities placed in the corner. The remaining one-third of the space was occupied by a nutrition chamber that resembled a large fish tank. Long-term dehydration was a terrible punishment for Atlanteans. Their bodies needed to be rehydrated after leaving the sea for around a week. Prisoners in prison would still have the most basic human rights. Only when they made mistakes would they be punished by cutting off the water. One day, I will return to the surface. Namor struggled to crawl and rolled into the nutrient cabin. The liquid inside was rather turbid, obviously used for a long time, and hadn't been changed over a long period of time. But this time, he didn't care about it. Half of his body was soaked in the nutrient solution, and every cell in his body was hungry for water. Namor's manic emotions also calmed down. He closed his eyes and relaxed his breathing. The stabbing pain from his broken spine felt a little better and no longer tortured him. After the double trial from the military court in Atlantis, Namor was thrown into the cell like garbage. As the aristocrats said, he lost his crown of glory and power as king and became a nobody prisoner. Like falling from the clouds into the mud. It was all because of Superman. He would never forget the heavy blow that the upright figure gave him. Howling in pain, struggling helplessly, and then returning to darkness. Namor's self-confidence that was accumulated over decades completely collapsed under Superman's iron fist. Hiss. Memories may bring anger, despair, or hatred. The poor king, who lost everything, subconsciously turned his body. Severe pain hit his brain again. His grim face, full of depression and disappointment, became particularly fierce. It shouldn't be like this. Namor remembered what his land-dweller father said, that he was born to rule the ocean and become the king of Atlantis. But now, he had to stay in a cramped cell in the dark. Day after day, he was wasting away. This was undoubtedly the most terrible way to torture a strong man with great ambition and aspirations. Creak. The heavy prison door suddenly opened, and a glimmer of light came in. It smells so bad here. The charming female voice sounded, which made Namor look up. With the dark environment, he couldn't see her face clearly, but he could roughly judge that she had an explosive body. Namor. Against the light, the Black Queen, hidden in the shadows, stared at the bearded man who smelled like a beggar. She couldn't help but hesitate. This figure really didn't look like the Lord of the Seven Seas, the King of Atlantis. Who are you? Namor asked coldly as he was lying in the nutrition cabin. Since his imprisonment, many nobles came to visit and made fun of his situation. Someone who can save you. The corners of the Black Queen's lips hooked up. She approached him a few steps and sent a gesture of goodwill. You're a mutant? Namor asked with a frown. By the light, he could see the person's face. Without the blue skin of Atlantis. Beautiful, enchanting, like a deadly black mandala. Yes, we're the same. Selene bent down slightly and spoke in a seductive tone, your people have abandoned you here, and the robed aristocrats have called you a cold-blooded executioner and inhuman butcher, doing everything they can to smear your image. Your Majesty, Atlantis is no longer your home. It has united with the great kingdoms of the surface world against your will and against the traditions of the past. After a failure, Namor became much calmer. Before he hit his low point, there was one thing that was undoubtedly true. Sebastian Shaw deceived him and used him. Namor slightly frowned. The bewitching tone of the Black Queen was familiar to him. This was simply no different than Sebastian Shaw. This is a liar. He decided. Tell me what you need from me and what you can give me. Namor's face was tense, trying to restrain the excitement inside. No one wanted to stay in a cell, endure the dirty environment and waste their life. Freedom was something that every prisoner in jail once had, then lost, and now yearned for. The arrival of the Black Queen brought him a glimmer of hope. I hope you can get out of the shadow of failure, overcome your inner nightmare and find yourself again. The Black Queen revealed her chips. A brilliant flame crystal. The Phoenix Force. She had already gotten one and couldn't continue to absorb it. A Phoenix host was needed, and Selene thought that Namor was very suitable. He was a mutant with powerful ability and great potential. Unfortunately, he met a strong enemy like Superman when he first debuted, so he suffered a disastrous defeat and lost everything. Atlanteans can easily heal your broken spine, allowing you to recover and stand up again. The Black Queen stirred up Namor's anger, trying to keep the other party from thinking clearly and become her puppet. But they didn't. Those aristocrats allowed you to live without dignity, hiding behind the curtain and laughing. I'm willing to give you the opportunity to take revenge and take back what belongs to you, but only if you sign a contract. Selene threw out a parchment branded with flames. She was a witch and was no stranger to the ways of the demons in hell. In this contract, there were many traps that ordinary people wouldn't pay attention to. By signing on the dotted line, the Black Queen could easily take away Namor's soul when the job was done. After using this tool to the fullest, no matter before or after death, she could use him. Perfect. How can I trust you? Namor glanced at the contract and warily asked. To be honest, he couldn't quite understand the obscure, tongue-twisting, and long words. The Black Queen stretched out her hand and poured life energy drawn from the usual sources into Namor's body. It was like a medical miracle. Namor, whose spine was broken and his lower body was paralyzed, actually felt something. He grabbed the edge of the nutrition cabin with both hands and suddenly stood up. The atrophied muscles were slowly expanding like a water-filled balloon. This is your lost strength. The Black Queen smiled and continued, I can also make you stronger. Namor's expression looked uncertain. He hung his head as if he was thinking. After a few deep breaths, the young king, who had nothing to lose, took the contract from Selene. He bit his finger and placed his fingerprint on it. He placed his name on the contract. Very well, you made a wise choice. The Black Queen smiled with satisfaction. She handed the piece of the Phoenix Force to the other party and then said, now it's time to talk about the fulfillment part of the contract. I need you to deal with a man and hold him in check. Namor's eyes flashed as he gradually regained his strength and asked in a deep voice, who? Your old friend. The Black Queen spat out the name softly. Superman. 390, Chapter 387 Learn from Failure. Caught off guard, hearing Superman's name again, Namor's tense face relaxed a little. For him, this was a taboo and nightmare that he didn't want to mention. Neptune's trident, the king's majesty, power, and status, each of the most important things to him was lost one after another. As if destined, that man was his nemesis. Every time they bumped into each other, nothing good would happen. Can I refuse? The corner of Namor's mouth twitched a little as he coldly asked. He had a hard time getting back on his feet and didn't want to have his spine broken again and lose the ability to walk. Namor, you're scared? The Black Queen's eyebrows are furrowed, seemingly dissatisfied. Such an ally wasn't worthy of being her tool. According to the information she got from Sebastian Shaw, Namor should be an irritable character who was impulsive and wouldn't give up so easily. Now that he had recovered from his serious injury, his strength was taken to a new level and had improved significantly. The fire of revenge in his heart should be blazing. The Phoenix Force was the conceptual embodiment of the emotional energy and spiritual heart of universal life. However, all the selected qualities would be greatly affected by some aspects of emotion. For example, the Dark Phoenix was Jean Grey's negative personality after witnessing the death of her loved ones. If Namor's heart was full of hatred and he wanted to get back at Superman, then he would naturally agree. I just don't want to do something that is meaningless and bound to fail. Namor easily broke free from the shackles and whispered, who have you ever seen that go against Superman? Which one of them survived without any serious injury? Lady, I'm grateful that you came here, and I'm willing to pay the price in return for your kindness. But that doesn't mean I want to die. We only live once, and freedom is precious. I have lost these, so I treasure them even more. This answer made the Black Queen somewhat embarrassed, and Namor didn't seem to be someone easy to fool. After thinking about it, she could only pull out the soul contract and spoke in a compulsive tone, "You are mistaken, Namor. I'm not asking you to fight with Superman, but to attract his attention and hold him back. I'm not going to lie to you. I learned the secret of becoming a god a long time ago and need a sufficient number of souls as sacrifices. But it is not easy to achieve this. If the ceremony of becoming a god is held rashly, once Superman arrives and stops it, then my efforts will be wasted, and my hard work will be ruined." Seleni's beautiful face looked pitiful and made people feel sympathy. Namor's eyes flashed for a moment, and his cold expression loosened. "How long do you need?" asked the former king of Atlantis. "The opening of the ceremony of becoming a god will cause a great commotion." The Black Queen pondered for a moment and replied, "The location is in London, and Superman has been staying in Washington, D.C. lately. Considering the distance between them, you have to stop Superman for about half an hour." Namor glanced at the soul contract with the fingerprint and felt some fear. "After that?" he asked. "When the Black Queen became a dimensional demon god, how could he escape? Should he tell Superman that it was just a misunderstanding, a joke? He was afraid that the other party wouldn't hesitate to hammer his brain out. "I will take you to a safe dimensional world, far away from Superman." The Black Queen seemed to have planned everything, confidently saying, "There is no doubt that he's the most powerful man on this planet. There is hardly any opponent. But if I can rise to the level of a dimensional demon god, I can leave this world and open up my own dimensional world. No matter how powerful Superman is, he won't be able to find us." Selene made a promise, even though she herself wasn't sure about the matter. But no matter what, she had to get Namor on her boat first. She was tired of relying on other people's life energy to survive. Becoming a dimension demon god and gaining eternal life was the Black Queen's long-standing goal. So, at the very beginning, she reached a partnership with Mr. Sinister and put her hopes for success on Apocalypse. Mr. Sinister craved Apocalypse's body, and wanted to get that powerful ability. The Black Queen wanted Apocalypse's soul in an attempt to gather enough shares for the ritual of becoming a god. But this plan, because of Kong the Conqueror's appearance, and Superman's chaotic entrance, ended up in failure. In desperation, the Black Queen could only choose the method quantity over quality. There were over 8 million people in Britain. Using Than's dark magic, the implementation of area refinement could fully satisfy the conditions she needed. "Deal." Namor, who showed a tangled expression, hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded and answered. There were few roads for him to choose from. If he refused the Black Queen and provoked the other party to tear up the soul contract, he would suffer. "I just want to see the surface world and breathe fresh air before that." Namor said so and looked up. He hadn't seen the sun for a long, long time. "No problem." The Black Queen breathed a sigh of relief. She also didn't want to cause conflict with Namor and force him with a soul contract. It would be best if they could reach a mutual agreement. SHIELD. Headquarters Building, Potomac River. It had been 2 days since Captain America's wedding. The former took his new wife to Scotland for their honeymoon. Bucky, who seemed to recall something, also acted as a third wheel in their two-person world in the name of being a bodyguard. Seeing that the weather was getting colder and colder, and soon the snow would fall, Luke was deeply curious about how Captain America balanced the relationship between his wife and his best friend. However, he was busy on official business, and there was no reason to join the honeymoon trip of 3, so he had to put away the nasty jokes. The Phoenix Force selected a host. After returning to Washington, D.C., Luke received bad news from Westchester County. There was an accident in the Mutant Academy. Charles's psychic abilities went out of control. Many younger students fell into a coma and suffered injuries. And Charles, too, hadn't woken up. In addition, Apocalypse's followers in California had been arrested and taken into custody. Only a boy named Eric was left, still at large. Wolverine, who went to track him, and Sabretooth, who arrived later, were caught in the crossfire and suffered a rare defeat. It was said that they were beaten and had no ability to fight back. Luke smiled, not surprised when he saw the report written by Nick Fury. The adamantium gave the brothers an indestructible body and unimaginable destructive power. But it also became a major weakness for them, especially in front of Magneto. It was simply a natural restraint, without the slightest chance of winning. Replace them with someone else, such as Agent Zero of the task force or a psychic like Silver Fox. Luke shrugged his shoulders. Young Magneto didn't get a special helmet to shield telepathy, so he wasn't difficult to deal with. As for Charles, let Emma try psychological therapy to guide his emotions. That kid is smart. He should learn to harness the Phoenix Force soon. The Phoenix Force would only stimulate the host's original emotions and affect their hearts. If the will was strong enough and the psychological quality was good enough, it was possible to control the power and use it for oneself. Is there anything else? In Luke's opinion, it was all an everyday matter. With the superheroes of the Marvel Universe, only the explosion of Earth, and the destruction of the universe's level of crisis, could be called a major event. Yes. William Stryker, who was in charge of the errands, nodded his head. He managed the mutant task force instead of Luke. Therefore, the relevant work was also reported by him. Director, do you remember Namor Mackenzie? Stryker sat upright and uttered a name that was gradually being forgotten in the corner. Namor? Isn't he in an underwater prison in Atlantis? Luke raised his eyebrows and seemed to be interested. Neptune's Trident, and the Continental Shelf Oscillator, were still shelved in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret warehouse. A few hours ago, he sent a message to S.H.I.E.L.D. through the mutant office in Boston. Stryker looked a little puzzled and whispered, he said he was going to report a female mutant named Selene who was preparing to commit a massive, genocide-level massacre in London. Report. Namor, the Chiyunibu, finally learned his lesson? Where is he? Luke asked. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 391, Chapter 388. You're done, please come with us. 20 minutes later, Luke, who flew to Boston, walked into a seafood restaurant. He saw Namor again after such a long time. The other party was sitting in the corner by the window, with distant eyes, staring at the port outside the window as if indulging in memories. Before resurfacing, the former king of Atlantis took care of his poor appearance a little. He washed off the rotten stench and put on new clothes. The hair that was as dry as a weed, and the greasy beard, which was tangled in a mass, was also shaved clean. In a word, he no longer looked like a sloppy beggar. But between the eyebrows, it still retained a declining aura. Namor Mackenzie. Luke sat across the table and snapped his fingers, signaling for the waiter to bring a glass of beer. Besides delicious dishes, this seafood restaurant was also a paradise for beer lovers. There were over 60 types of brews in the restaurant, which attracted nearby sailors and crew members. Superman. Namor said his name with a hint of bitterness. He remembered that when they first met, the guy was just a general of the surface country. And he was the master of the seven seas and the king of Atlantis. The identities of both sides were different, and they weren't equal. Now, he was a fugitive from Atlantis. Superman had become the third pole of the world, alone against the powerful existence of the superpowers. Sigh. The encounters of life and the misfortunes of life. Namor had mixed emotions and felt a lot of pain. I'm glad you made the decision to do so. Luke picked up the beer and gulped it down. This seafood restaurant had long been covered by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents, the waiters at the front desk and the greeters at the door were all his own people. The real boss and staff were shivering in the kitchen. They thought it was a gang negotiation. They were silently praying that there would be no firefight and too many tables and chairs damaged. Are you trying to say that you are happy to see me turn into a snitching coward, a coward who betrayed his allies? Namor laughed to himself and tilted his head back to drink his beer. His ability to read the room and understand had always been good. First of all, snitching isn't shameful. It depends on the situation. Luke shook his head. His finger stretched out and knocked on the table. According to the information you provided, Selene, the Black Queen, is planning a large-scale massacre against the citizens of London. Then, there's no doubt that she's a deranged madman, a butcher who has lost her humanity. And you, Namor Mackenzie, chose to report it. You saved 8 million innocent lives. You're a praiseworthy hero. Namor was slightly stunned as if he didn't expect his own actions would get Superman's approval. As a former enemy, he was ready to be ridiculed. As for allies? I don't think you and Selene have reached a deep and profound revolutionary friendship, have you? Luke grinned and looked at Namor. Although the Sea King in the comics was worthy of the name, he often hooked up with women. Moreover, he specialized in prying into the relationships of superheroes and liked to mention the glorious nickname of Wife Snatcher. However, intuition told him that Namor and the Black Queen weren't rolling in the sheets. The former king of Atlantis didn't look like a player who wouldn't care about the woman after rolling in the hay. If there were a real relationship, he wouldn't report Selene. Besides, the juicing ability of the Black Queen wasn't inferior to that of a succubus. Even with a strong physique like Namor, once he experienced the feeling, his legs would still become weak, and his face would look pale. Are you comforting me? Namor said wryly. When he was in prison, he thought many times about facing Superman when he returned to the surface. Tit for tat? A standoff? Or another defeat? He never thought it would turn out like this. The hated enemy was kindly comforting him, telling him that he shouldn't be burdened with guilt. No ridicule, no irony, no suppression. All this made Namor suspicious. Am I too dark and narrow-minded? Making me suspicious of Superman. But the truth is Superman was as open and honest as the outside world saw him. Don't get me wrong, Namor. Luke chuckled. He didn't know what the former king was thinking. After drinking the big glass of beer, he faintly said, "We don't have any personal grudges. All the unpleasantness that happened before was just because of our different positions. I'm glad that you've learned enough from your mistakes and started thinking independently about what you can and cannot do. I will leave the world to those who follow the rules, and if you have learned this lesson, you won't get into any more trouble in the future." Even though Neymar was notorious in the superhero community, he was bored with nothing to do and suffered from severe Chiunibita syndrome, which made the Avengers, and S.H.I.E.L.D. hate him for it. Especially when it came to hooking up with people's wives and spreading cuckolds, it made the vast majority of people keep away from him. But that's all for the Neymar that may appear in a future timeline. Luke didn't have too much prejudice against the young king, who had suffered a defeat before him. The most he could do was use his iron fist of righteousness to convince the other party and correct his personality. "Okay, that's enough chit-chat." Luke waved his hand. Neymar was now a complete loser and posed no threat to him. "Tell me, where is the Black Queen? I can ask SHIELD to negotiate with Atlantis and stop pursuing your escape from prison." In Boston, a luxury hotel. The Black Queen clasped her arms around her chest and squeezed out a deep ravine. She slightly frowned, inexplicably having an ominous feeling. "Why can't I sense Neymar's presence anymore?" Selene was anxious. She paced back and forth. She was confident that with the soul contract in her hand, Neymar wouldn't betray their alliance. Superman was his sworn enemy, and no matter what kind of mentality he had, he could only side with her. "Humph. When I become a dimensional demon god, I will tear up the soul contract and get a powerful soul for nothing." The Black Queen made up her mind. She wasn't a philanthropist that would give away the Phoenix Force fragment for nothing. Rescuing Neymar and reaching an alliance was just something she did to get a useful tool. "If I have enough time, I might be able to be like Than, Dormammu in the future." It was still daylight, but that didn't stop Selene from dreaming. The ritual of becoming a god was an amazing secret that she happened to get from the Darkhold a long time ago. The Black Queen hadn't implemented it yet because of her personal ability and the danger it posed. She was long tired of having her soul locked up in a mortal body. Becoming a god had become the only goal of the Black Queen. Ascension, transformation, and thus eternal life. Selene took a deep breath as if she saw the moment of her success. She would no longer need to give in to anyone. Enough to be on par with the Sorcerer Supreme, the God of Chaos, Than, and the Lord of Darkness, Dormammu. Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted the Black Queen's wonderful fantasy. "Where have you been?" Selene was relieved when she opened the door and saw that it was Neymar. "I have repeatedly warned you not to run around. You're now a wanted criminal in Atlantis, and SHIELD may also launch an extensive search. We must be careful, never provoke Superman in advance." The Black Queen spat out a series of accusatory words. Neymar was silent. He stood at the door and didn't go in. "What's the matter with you?" Selene realized something was wrong and stepped back a couple of steps. "Black Queen, you're done. Come with us." A hand appeared on Neymar's shoulder, then the upright figure appeared. "Someone reported that you planned a large-scale massacre. This is a crime against humanity, a genocide, and many other charges. I hope you can actively cooperate with the investigation. We won't frame a good person, nor will we let a bad person go." Selene looked at the tall man who appeared in the doorway and bit her lip. "Superman." She squeezed the name out of her throat. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 392, Chapter 389. I'm a righteous person, I won't give in to temptation. In the luxurious hotel suite in Boston, the scene was a bit awkward. Neymar subconsciously avoided the angry eyes of the Black Queen even if Superman called his act of reporting a righteous, legal, and heroic thing. But facing the complex eyes of his ally, anger, mixed with incomprehension and disbelief, the young king of Atlantis, whose mentality wasn't tough enough, still felt some shame and guilt. After all, in Neymar's turbulent life, this was the first time he had ever done anything like betrayal. "You really surprised me." The Black Queen gnashed her teeth, full of hatred. The black mist in her right hand rolled over, and a soul contract suddenly appeared. Then, the words on the surface distorted and changed, as well as the flame-like patterns. A smell of sulfur filled the air, and the dense words formed a distorted face. "Violators of the oath. Punished." The eerie, evil voice spread through the room, and a coldness swept out, causing people to shiver. Neymar's expression looked painful, and he covered his chest. His heart felt like it was being clutched by a large, strong hand that wanted to pull it out and crush it. "Sorry, Neymar's soul is temporarily unavailable." Luke walked into the suite, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. "I'm afraid the gates of hell can't be opened today. I promised him that I would make sure he was safe." Luke held out his hand. A luxurious scepter inlaid with agate and precious stones appeared out of thin air. That was the embodiment of Set's authority. He pointed his scepter at Namor, who was kneeling on the ground. His soul was detached from his body. The mark of death, like a stamp covered with ink, was stamped on the surface of Namor's soul. The devil's contract, which was lit by the fire of hell, seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and was extinguished in an instant. Human! You have sinned against the Supreme Lord of Hell. You have taken what belonged to Mephisto. The twisted, flaming face, seemingly stunned, revealing a human expression of shock, and turned to threaten. My name is Luke. Remember this name. So, when you return to Hell, you will be able to explain to Mephisto. If the Lord of Hell is unhappy, he can ask me for it in person. At that time, I will be waiting for his arrival on Earth. Luke's face looked calm. The ornate scepter, the symbol of death, shot out a sharp aura, shattering the flaming face. Namor, who was just one step away from death, was like a drowning man who successfully came ashore, gasping for breath and experiencing the feeling of surviving a disaster. However, in his eyes, there was an incredible look of shock. Compared with his own soul almost falling into hell, Namor was more concerned about the divine power Luke displayed. Death. The Superman who made himself suffer a brutal defeat was a powerful being who had the authority to rule above the mortals. Don't give me that surprised look that only a supporting character has. It makes me feel like the main character in a third-rate novel. Luke put away his luxurious scepter. He had used the power of death to put a seal in Namor's soul. The young king of Atlantis's future destination was Luke's underworld. If Luke wanted Namor to report for duty in advance, it was just a simple matter that could be done with one thought. This was the power of a god. They could use their divine power against mortals as they wished within the general framework of the rules of the world. Death, your death. Witnessing this scene, the Black Queen's eyes were desperate, and even the idea of escape disappeared. She painstakingly planned and strived for the grand goal for nearly 1,000 years, which turned out to be something other people had completed long ago. Selene was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood when she saw Superman's overly young face. The other party was less than 30 years old and had already ascended to the throne. She had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and the immortal dimensional demon god was still a tiny distance away from her fingertips. Why? The Black Queen's chest rose and fell. She had difficulty calming down. Madam, do you have anything to say in defense of the multiple charges just now? Luke walked up to Selene. His tall figure was like a mountain, putting heavy pressure on the other party. I want to fight for leniency. The Black Queen, who felt bitter inside, opened her seductive red lips and finally refrained from arguing. Her charm was totally ineffective against Superman. As for the use of beauty to seduce, or deny, weaving lies. These were all little tricks that wouldn't be appropriate. Facing an evenly matched, similar opponent, it may still be useful. But Superman obviously won't buy it. Compared with pity, the Black Queen thought that Luke was more inclined to use his iron fist. Good, you're still a wise person. Luke nodded with satisfaction. It looks like today Superman didn't have to pull out his iron fist. As he claimed, he was a pacifist who influenced villains with love and educated villains with his fists. If the situation didn't call for it, Luke was actually too lazy. No, actually didn't want to use violence. In view of your good attitude of pleading guilty and the fact that the crime hasn't been committed yet. Luke, with a straight face, loudly said so. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I have decided to suspend the original plan of shooting on site and adopt the alternative plan giving you a lighter punishment. But you still have to pay the price for your wrongdoing. The Black Queen felt the cold fade away and breathed a sigh of relief. Not only was her forehead sweating, but the clothes on her back were wet, and even her legs were a little. Superman, I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. has a special shelter for mutants, and you had set up a school. The Black Queen clenched those straight legs, leaned quietly against Luke, and her charming face looked even more charming. I can redeem myself by doing good deeds, using my strengths, redeeming the mistakes I made in the past. Luke frowned, glanced at the silent Namor, and righteously scolded, Madam, please behave yourself. SHIELD has always emphasized the principle of integrity and honesty within SHIELD. As the director, I set an example by never engaging in male-female relationships, treating everyone equally, and never playing favorites. In the face of Superman's righteous rebuke, the Black Queen smiled rather awkwardly. She didn't expect Luke to be so shameless. The first time Superman became famous, he had a scandal with a female warlock. It was the rumors in the streets and alleys. He was with S.H.I.E.L.D's iceberg beautiful commander, Sicily's flirtatious young woman, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, the Moon Goddess of the Vampire Coven, and so on. It reflected Luke's chaotic and fulfilling private life. Recently, because of the deep contact between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Temple of the Three. The news was beginning to spread in the underworld that Superman and the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, had a secret love affair. He couldn't help it. Once the ink was poured, he couldn't clean his image. It was like Howard Stark having a meal with a Hollywood actress. The next day, there would be gossip news in the newspaper, shocking news. New York's tycoon found a new girlfriend. People have seen them going in and out of the hotel in an intimate manner. Even the roadside tabloids, with no moral integrity, would write thousands of articles with erotic content. The price I am referring to is your freedom and your life in the future. Luke didn't know the secret thoughts of the Black Queen. He recited a spell and called Vishanti's power. Then, he raised his right hand and gently pulled and dragged out the other party's soul. It's an insurance policy that keeps you safe, but it's also a shackle that restricts your movement. Luke used the Death Scepter to point at the Black Queen's dark, dense soul. Selene, who hadn't reacted at all, saw Superman's skillful use of Vishanti's pure white light and became even more certain of her suspicions. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 393, Chapter 390. Gather 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon. After collecting the souls of Namor and the Black Queen into the underworld, Luke flew straight to Westchester's School for Mutants. A former adversary who was no longer a threat, a mutant witch whose head was full of thoughts of becoming a god. To be honest, Superman didn't take them to heart. As for the final disposal, mark their soul and throw them to SHIELD. An occasional guest appearance as a punching bag and a casual worker would be considered waste utilization. If he could solve the problem smoothly, there was no need to solve the person who created the problem. In the classic words of a classic director, even a piece of toilet paper has its uses. Rational allocation of human resources, squeezing. Oh no, it should be sending blessings to every employee, was a mandatory task for senior leaders. For example, the Atlanteans were always reluctant to make concessions on technology sharing, such as the underwater fleet, water membrane technology, energy extraction, and so on. These were cutting-edge technologies that were urgently needed by human beings and lacked research on it, which could make the world take a big step forward and change future prospects. S.H.I.E.L.D. negotiated several times, but the aristocrats were even more difficult to deal with than Namor. It was always the perfunctory official rhetoric. They were quite tactful in handling things, too smooth to be faulted. Forcibly seizing and interfering in the internal affairs of Atlantis was detrimental to Superman's positive image. And to throw a bag of washing powder into the Atlantic Ocean for the sake of technology and start a war on the suspicion that Atlantis was hiding dangerous weapons of mass destruction, that's too much of a farce. Now that he had Namor, Luke could send a letter back to Atlantis. Instead, support the domestic forces, support the restoration of his kingship, and replace the aristocratic-controlled Senate system. Whether successful or not, he believed that the elites of Atlantis would understand the consequences of going against SHIELD and would back off and compromise. Selene, the Black Queen, not to mention her talent and ability as a mutant. Her knowledge of black magic alone was far superior to that of most masters. The Magic Congress needed talents like her. Luke's standard had always been to strengthen his own side and weaken the opposition. Fighting and killing could solve most problems, but not all. I'm truly a kind and good man. Luke, who was flying in the sky, thought so. As for the Phoenix Force absorbed by these two people, he didn't take it back either. Because of the complexity of the process, the fragment had already been incorporated into their body, forming a solid connection with the host's life. If he wanted to take them, he would either have to blow their heads off with a hammer or waste a lot of energy and time. Luke didn't bother and just sent them on a mission to collect the other Phoenix Force shards. Not to mention the two Phoenixes together, even if all 5 of them were combined, they wouldn't be a match for Superman. Luke didn't have to bother to extract their Phoenix Force for his own use. Then again, the largest fragment of the main body was still in his hands, ready to be given to the White Queen, an unexpected extra surprise. In the teams of the studio next door, there was a special suicide squad who gathered villains and criminals. Like a human supersonic aircraft, Luke drew out a cone-like cloud of sonic booms. I'll make a copycat version. It should be fine. Compared to Amanda Waller, who needed to control them with a miniature bomb implanted in their body, he could even omit this step. He just had to mark their souls directly. If they failed in their mission and died, they would return to the underworld. They would work for Superman before their death, and continue to be a tool after his death, and continue to shine. They were a member of SHIELD in life and a member of SHIELD in death. They dedicated their life, and their next life, to Superman. Luke couldn't help laughing when he thought of Namor and the Black Queen, who would live this life of dedication to death. In this way, the power of death was simply a wonderful weapon for the capitalist. Boom! With all his strength, Luke soon crossed the city and reached his destination, Like a cannonball, the man landed on the school playground, sending up a huge cloud of leaves and dust. Perhaps due to the harsh effects of the mental attack, the formerly busy school was somewhat deserted. In order to prevent Charles from waking up and losing control of his talent and ability, the White Queen, the principal, temporarily transferred the students to a nearby town. Emma, you don't look good. Luke first went to the principal's office to ask for details. The White Queen, who was sitting behind her desk, looked like she hadn't recovered from a serious illness. There was a heavy weariness in her eyes. My previous attempts to enter Charles's consciousness and calm his restless, agitated negative emotions were overwhelmed by the child's immense potential and the unknown power. I was struck back. Emma's voice sounded weak. With her arm resting on the table and her forehead propped up, it seemed like she could pass out at any moment. She looked very depressed and appeared to be badly injured. As I have said many times, don't just enter the consciousness of a psychic. You could get hurt, or you could be assimilated and devoured. Luke said with a serious look on his face. He walked up to White Queen and quietly took out the main shard of the Phoenix Force. I'm just worried about Charles. He's my student. I have to take responsibility. After this period of adjustment and learning, Emma had gradually settled into her role and was fully committed to her career in education. Even if she could shield herself from the mental attack in her diamond form, she still chose to enter Charles's consciousness to heal him. This was a qualified principal and a qualified teacher. I understand your mood, but you should consider the consequences before you do anything. Luke said a few words which were less about blame and more about the concern. The White Queen obediently nodded, indicating that she would be careful next time and wouldn't do it again. She may seem like an iceberg, but when it came to Superman, she was always passionate. By the way, Emma, before visiting Charles, I have a present for you. Luke opened his palm, and a gorgeous flame crystal appeared in front of the White Queen's eyes. This is... Emma's eyes became misty as if she was completely captivated by the Phoenix Force. The twisting, floating, illusory flames were mesmerizing. The energy emanating from it fluctuated as if it was an intimate call. The culprit that made Charles lose control and the perfect gift for a mutant. Luke released his control, and the Phoenix Force shard flew towards the White Queen on its own accord. Compared with Superman, this ancient force preferred mutants. Moments later, the flame crystal was attached to Emma's forehead and disappeared as if it melted. As if the floodgates were opened, power poured into the White Queen. Subconsciously, she took the diamond form, her skin glowing brightly. Charles is too young. That's why his natural abilities are out of control. Luke stroked the White Queen's cheek. The diamond beauty felt cold to the touch. You're different. This power can make you the most powerful psychic in the world. You can control it. Superman's voice seemed hypnotic. White Queen felt sleepy, and her consciousness gradually relaxed. It was as if she had been immersed in warm water. Her spirit was nourished, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing. It's time to go and see Charles. Luke carried the White Queen into the office lounge and then went to the medical room on the ground floor. Charles was lying in a transparent chamber, in a comatose state, with uncontrolled psychic fluctuations that slightly vibrated around him. 1, 2, gather all the Phoenix hosts and summon the Phoenix Force. Luke counted the hosts he had found, shook his head, and laughed. He used magic to communicate with the Phoenix Force in Charles. In the mind's eye, the diminutive flaming phoenix saw the intruder and immediately spread its wings and attacked. The mental impact was like a rainstorm that swept through Luke's soul. Behave yourself. Luke, with the help of the pure white light of Vishanti, conjured a huge palm and slapped the flaming phoenix. Snap! The force formed by that fragment was like a plucked chicken being pinned to the ground, squawking and too afraid to move. 394, Chapter 391 How dare you be class president with such a small voice? The Phoenix Force didn't harm the host. Charles's talent suddenly got out of control because he couldn't harness the sudden, powerful energy. Luke slapped the flaming phoenix in his mental world onto the ground, solving the problem in the simplest way possible. Sure enough, when the Phoenix Force, the dominant force, became poor, weak, and helpless, Charles's mind regained control of its body. The child lying in the transparent cabin slowly opened his eyes. The gleaming flames of the fire gradually faded away and disappeared. Mr. Principal. Charles looked surprised when he saw Luke. What happened? All I remember is, my head hurts like it was going to split open, and then I heard a jumble of voices. It sounded like a lot of people were talking in my ear. Charles, a good student, had a puzzled look on his face, just like an alcoholic who woke up with a hangover and couldn't remember anything. The pictures in his mind were fragmented, he couldn't put them together. All he remembered was that he was chatting with his sister Raven, and then he passed out. The back of his head still hurt a little, as if he had been struck with a dull stick. It's all right. Luke opened the transparent chamber that served as a protective measure and touched Charles's small head, reassuring him. Charles, just think of what happened as a nightmare. Now that you've woken up, the terrible memories can't hurt you anymore. As an honorary school trustee and a positive figure, Luke patiently counseled Charles to prevent the future Professor X from falling ill. It would be a headache if the latter, like the young Jean Grey, were to become evil and develop a negative persona due to the shock. The Dark Phoenix manipulated things on a molecular level, crushed and annihilated matter, and achieved the goal of destroying the world. But if Professor X, the most powerful brain in the world, were to be taken over by an evil personality and manipulate the world's human consciousness, it would be easier than ever to stage an American version of Yuri's Revenge. Don't reminisce about the past. It will only bring you pain. You should look far and try to look ahead. Luke was serving the young Charles a hot steaming bowl of pep talk. As we all know, whether they were superheroes or supervillains, they would have some kind of psychological problems. Heroes needed to experience growth, hardships, and trials. Villains would go on the wrong path because of their miserable childhood and unfair treatment. Therefore, Luke thought that the most necessary department of S.H.I.E.L.D. should be the Psychological Counseling and Rehabilitation Center. In order to do so, he approached Congress's Budget Committee and requested a large sum of money to finance the startup of the project and its construction. But considering the superheroes, most of the supervillains had basic settings such as a genius, multiple degrees, and a master psychologist in every sense of the word. He had no choice but to give up and use the funds to improve SHIELD. Agents' personal life, purchase housing, and so on. As for those supervillains who had psychological problems, Luke felt that it might be more straightforward and effective to continue with the character modifications with the Iron Fists of Justice. Raven. Charles accepted the pep talk and felt that his heart was purified and his haze was swept away. When I passed out, I seemed to hear her calling my name. Luke smiled. He didn't expect the future Professor X to be a siscon. Raven is fine. You have a rest first. In a few days, Ms. Frost is preparing for the class president election in a few days. You're the best one among the junior students. She has great confidence in you. At the Mutant Academy, not many classes were currently in session. There was probably a mix of younger students who had just started school and older students who were in their senior year. Charles's talent, ability, and personal qualities were excellent. Besides, he was also a psychic. It made sense that the White Queen would appreciate him. By the way, there will be a new student in the junior class later. I hope you can show him the ropes and build up a friendly relationship. Luke had a strange smile. When Magneto entered the school, he was sure that Kid and Charles would have a different kind of spark. Love. No, the friendship between classmates should be cultivated from a young age. New classmate. Charles was a little curious. A few days later, Magneto Eric was packed, delivered to New York, and finally collected by SHIELD. The sender was Agent Zero of the task force, as well as Namor and the Black Queen. They teamed up together to catch Eric, who had escaped. With rubber bullets, tranquilizer injections, and 2 Phoenix hosts, it was easy to take on Magneto, who was still a child. Not obedient? Emma, this is normal. All rebellious children are like this. White Queen continued complaining over the mobile phone. Emma claimed that the child named Eric was the most stubborn and difficult student she had ever met. Luke smiled. Eric, who had been sent to the Mutant Academy, was a lot of trouble compared to Charles, the good boy. Having been insecure since childhood, Magneto had already made 2 consecutive attempts to flee the country. Although they all ended in failure, this behavior caused strong resentment from the White Queen. In addition to this, Eric was often involved in physical confrontations with his classmates. On the first day of school, Charles, who offered an olive branch of friendship, was beaten and got a black eye. The reason was that Charles inadvertently mentioned the Jewish massacre, concentration camps, and other keywords. Eric himself happened to be Jewish and was imprisoned in Auschwitz together with his parents. Charles was simply dancing in a minefield, uncovering people's bloody scars in one fell swoop. You can use Eric's competitive nature to create a sense of belonging to the school and to the mutants. Luke helped out. He had little experience in education. Countless stubborn villains and misguided villains were convinced by Superman, each crying out bitterly and reflecting on their crimes. Isn't there an election for class president in the junior class? You can get Eric to participate, arouse his idea of not admitting defeat, and integrate him into the collective group spirit. Luke spoke eloquently. He looked confident. Yes, with or without support, just let him do it. As long as he takes the initiative, he will put his guard down and feel the good camaraderie among his classmates. In fact, what he wanted was to use Charles's deep feelings to convince the rebellious and Chiyunibu Eric. After all, the professor and Magneto's friendship wouldn't be out of date in any parallel universe. By the way, remember to send me a copy of the video. Luke had a smile on his lips, looking forward to the tit-for-tat between the two. Mutant Academy, Class President Election. Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Laneshare, from Class 1. Eric stood on the platform and introduced himself. His real name was actually Max Eisenhart. During World War II, the family changed their names to escape capture and purging by the Third Reich, which led to the name Eric Laneshare. I can't hear you. Your voice is so low. You want to be class president with such a small voice? Raven, who was sitting below, booed. She glanced at her brother Charles's black eye, groaned twice, and looked upset. As an active member of the junior class, plus a lovely and lively sister, Raven had some influence in the student body. She took the lead, and others echoed. Come again. Say it again. I can't hear you at all. Eric held the speech he had written, his lips pursed, and looked at Charles, who had said nothing, with hostility. It must be this guy. He remembered that the principal, Ms. Frost, said if he could become class president, he could lead the mutants in the future. Selected by the Phoenix Force, he was fully qualified to be the savior of his suffering compatriots and bring them to a better future. Class president was just the first step. There were even more difficult challenges and trials ahead, waiting for him. As Luke said, the best way to deal with a Chunibya is to be as Chunibya as he was. Eric was convinced by the mutant savior argument. His parents died in a concentration camp. From a young age, he suffered a lot of hardship and misery, as well as the rejection of others and indifference. And then he was blessed by the Phoenix Force. Wasn't that worthy of being the protagonist? My name is Eric Laneshare, and I'm a freshman in the junior class. I have the confidence to lead everyone. Eric spoke in a louder voice as the inner thoughts flickered away. His eyes were always staring at Charles, sitting below. This rich boy with his shiny hair, suit and leather shoes was his biggest rival. Good. Very energetic. Charles didn't realize that he had been regarded as a rival. Instead, he took the lead in applauding to diffuse the awkwardness of the new student. Hypocrite. Eric, who stepped off the podium, didn't buy it. Not to mention the fated collision of frenemies at the Mutant Academy, Luke was in Washington, D.C., when he received a message from Kamar-Taj. The Kamar-Taj of the other universe. The content was very simple. Sorcerer Supreme, return quickly. The sender of the message was Stephen Strange. Transmitted by the Vishanti. What's the matter? How long have I been away? Luke slightly frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. Personally, he didn't want to be a fireman, to save the world when he had nothing better to do. That's what Superman of the studio next door would do. But Luke was sitting in the position of the Sorcerer Supreme, enjoying the generosity of the Vishanti. If he quit at a critical moment, it wouldn't seem right. Let's wait and see. Maybe Strange can work it out himself. Luke considered that he was too busy with the Phoenix hosts and the integration of Hydra to take time off. So, he lit up a message in pure white light and sent a reply. The Sorcerer Supreme you are calling is currently busy. Please try again later. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 395, Chapter 394 Praying for the Dead. With Vishanti as the messenger, Luke flung this perfunctory message to Stephen Strange in the alternate universe. If the other person didn't stop and continued to harass him, he was ready to reply. I'm dead, pray for me. Stephen Strange wouldn't be too deranged to disturb the peace of a dead man. The reason Luke acted so casually was that if there had been some huge crisis that Kamar-Taj couldn't handle, Vishanti would have dragged him over there. The fact that this group of dimensional gods could still take it in stride proved that things weren't urgent enough for the Earth to explode and the universe to restart. The Federal Bureau of Investigation doesn't handle burglaries, and there's no need to call in SHIELD for domestic violence. Similarly, Superman shouldn't be alarmed by trivial matters. Luke turned his seat and looked at the Potomac River outside the window, as he thought. If Strange wants to be a qualified Sorcerer Supreme, he should learn to face troubles and solve problems by himself. After a few moments of distraction, he went back to his work. As a powerful presence in the world, Luke was really busy, and the world needed him to deal with many things. Otherwise, making a trip in the name of a business trip, it was not impossible for him to meet the superheroes of other universes. Earth 91 of the Marvel Universe, privately certified by Superman, not an official name. Kamar-Taj, Central Hall. Strange's soul leaped to the cauldron of the cosmos, he was puzzled by the message conveyed by the Vishanti. The Sorcerer Supreme is busy? Talk later. What's the Supreme Superman doing? Can it be more important than saving the world? Strange was a little puzzled and hesitated for a moment. His spirit returned to the cauldron of the cosmos and sent out a message for help. After a while, he got a reply. I'm dead, pray for me. This. You were busy just now, and now you're dead. Isn't this a little too quick to die? Could Sorcerer Supreme be implying that his soul accidentally fell into hell and was waiting for rescue? Strange's soul returned to his body and slowly opened his eyes, ending his meditation. Confused and with a bit of worry in his eyes, he then looked at the eye of Agamotto that was enshrined above. This was the token that only the Sorcerer Supreme could hold. Luke didn't take it away before he left this universe. Because the Infinity Stone could only work in this universe, he left it with Stephen Strange and allowed him to use it. In this way, Strange, who had the Eye of Agamotto, could deal with all kinds of problems in Kamar-Taj alone, without disturbing him. His calculation was very good. But there were surprises in everything. Through the Eye of Agamotto, Strange was able to glimpse the terrible events to come and sent a trans-universe message to Luke for help. Superman didn't respond, so what should I do next? The young master in the cloak of levitation was confused for a while. He scratched his shiny head. Strange's hair had been thinning since he started his career as a combat master, and he had sought all sorts of recipes for hair growth and nourishment to no avail. Later, because he couldn't bear the trouble of losing his hair every day, he shaved his head and joined the strongman team. I just saw a vision from time and space. Even if I tell the Avengers, they wouldn't believe it. Strange was very worried. He had been practicing his spells with the Eye of Agamotto yesterday, but it was as if he had been given a glimpse of a fragment of an apocalypse in the future. The earth fell, and the Avengers died one after another. Asgard collapsed, Odin fell, and blood flowed in Asgard. It was like the legendary Ragnarok had suddenly arrived. But how can I stop the crisis by myself? Strange walked out of the central hall. Luke, who took over as the Sorcerer Supreme, wasn't in this universe. He and his master Mordo were in charge of everything in Kamar-Taj. The latter mainly managed the three sanctums, which was the business of preserving the human world and exterminating the creatures of hell. The former dealt with the internal work in Kamar-Taj, which was generally relaxed and leisurely. I better talk to Wong. Strange arrived at the master's quarters and couldn't help but twitch his nose, catching a whiff of the aroma of hot pot. He pushed the door open and saw Wong having a drink with a one-eyed man. On the table, bottles of Red Star sorghum liquor tilted to and fro. Wong spoke with a slurred tone as if he had a big tongue and could fall over at any moment. Looking at this situation, it was clearly nearing the end. Glug glug glug. Another. The one-eyed man gulped down and motioned for Wong to pour another cup. Thor, why are you here again? Strange was speechless as he recognized Thor, the god of thunder, who had accompanied Superman on his visit. Loki has returned to Asgard. You should go to Asgard to look for her. Thor was very happy to see Strange enter the room. He warmly invited the other party to sit down and drink. He was just caught off guard when he heard the name Loki. The burly, muscular, powerful one-eyed man's smile froze as if thinking of something sad. A few minutes later, Strange, sitting next to Thor, looked helpless. He had to put up with the other side crying like a dissatisfied housewife about how his sister Loki had abandoned him and threw herself into the arms of another brother. I was so kind to Loki. I even gave up the opportunity to return to that universe, leaving Asgard's people behind, to take care of her. Thor's shoulders stirred up. He drank the Red Star sorghum liquor, burping out a strong scent of alcohol. But what? I didn't get anything. She left me without a word and said she only had one brother, the future king of Asgard, the one who stayed in Asgard's palace. Strange, tell me, what makes that bastard better than me, apart from the fact that he has one more eye than me? He probably has one more father, one more mother, and one more sister than you. Strange thought silently. Considering this answer may further stimulate Thor's emotional breakdown, he wisely chose to remain silent. You're Thor, and he's Thor. Why should you be jealous of yourself, angry with yourself, and envy yourself? Strange comforted. Me? Envy him? Thor pounded the table, shaking the dishes and greasy plates to the ground. I'm much better than that reckless, selfish, and ridiculous bastard. I'm mature, smart, wise. Do I need to envy him? Strange realized that he had put his foot in his mouth and quickly explained, right, Thor, you don't need to at all. After speaking in good conscience, he subconsciously glanced at the 3 layers of rings on Thor's stomach. He thought, Thor, the Thor of this universe, was at least a handsome man with 8-pack abs. Unless Loki was blind, how could he look up to a fatty? Thor, why don't you go to the palace and talk to Loki about it? Strange asked softly as he slid a few slices of beef into the hot pot. I tried, but Heimdall shut me out. Thor was particularly frustrated, turning grief and anger into appetite, burying his head, and eating like crazy. He said that Odin closed the path to the 9 realms and didn't allow any outsiders to enter Asgard. This is an unprecedented event. Even when the war with the Dark Elves and the Frost Giants broke out, Asgard kept the 9 realms open. Strange, who was eating beef, paused, suddenly remembered the vision he saw. The first step into the crisis was the closure of the gates to the palace. 396, Chapter 395 Past History, Covering Up the Truth. After comforting Thor, who was heartbroken and bitter, Strange hurried back to the central hall to take away the Eye of Agamotto, which was enshrined on a stone platform. And then, with a quick stride, he entered Kamartaj's library. He had just caught a glimmer of inspiration in Thor's words. Odin closed the gates to Asgard and sealed off the interior and exterior of the palace, apparently anticipating the crisis. Thinking about what he had seen in the vision, Strange couldn't help but deduce that all that might happen in the future was because of Asgard. In the name of Hoggoth. In the name of Oshtur. In the name of Agamotto. All-seeing eye. Open. Strange held the eye of Agamotto, the supreme artifact, in both hands and placed it between his eyebrows, reciting lengthy spells in his mouth. The metal casing, overlaid with countless forbidden spells, slowly opened up like a miniature maze, revealing the emerald green stone. Strange took a deep breath, and his whole body slightly rippled like water waves. The original time stone suddenly sank into his eyebrows, just like a third eye opening. This was the all-seeing eye. A superior spell written in the Book of Vishanti. Asgard. Strange's expression looked painful as he clenched his teeth and struggled to hold on. He wasn't as powerful as the Ancient One, who could use the Eye of Agamotto at will. Even with the blessing of Vishanti, Strange still felt like he was carrying a huge mountain. Not only was it difficult to walk, but even breathing was extremely difficult. The crisis comes from Asgard. From Asgard's palace. Strange looked back at the past, and countless streams of light passed before his eyes. The broken images were like floating bubbles. He didn't dare to look any further for fear of being dragged into them. From there, his spirit might explode, and his consciousness might collapse. Even the Sorcerer Supreme couldn't go back to every corner of history and observe every bubble fragment. Omnipotence was a great power that only God was worthy to possess. If ordinary people got their hands on it, it wouldn't lead to a good end. Frost Giant. Strange saw Odin, the God King at his peak, riding an 8-legged horse and fighting Laufey, the king of the Frost Giants. The golden legions of Asgard were like a rumbling torrent of steel. The frosty blue giants charged with their fearsome, frost-covered weapons. The two sides fought to a standstill. Not this one. Strange continued backward and soon reached the Dark Elves' point in time. Odin, the God King who once led Asgard against Jotunheim, who was just a prince, under the wings of his father, King Bor. Who is he? Strange narrowed his eyes. He stood on the upper reaches of the river of history, observing a wave thrown downstream. At that time, the army of Dark Elves ravaged the 9 realms, intending to turn the entire galaxy into chaos. King Bor of Asgard united the forces of the 9 realms to fight against Malekith. The Dark Elves led by the latter were so powerful and invincible that they had no rivals. Malekith, who was arrogant, didn't care about other races. So, at the risk of becoming the public enemy of the 9 realms, he carried out his own terrifying plan. This was how Asgard rose up. And the tragic war that followed. At the side of King Bor were 2 tall, imposing young men, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left, with blonde hair and a tough face. Like a marble statue carved with an axe, full of masculinity. There was also a vague resemblance to Thor, the god of thunder. The one on the right, standing on top of the head of the serpent. Waist-length black hair, holding war hammer. Cool temperament and cold eyes. King Bor has 2 sons. Odin has a brother. Strange seemed to have discovered a secret. He approached him as if he were dragging a progress bar, controlling the time stone. The woven circle reversed backward. The past suddenly ceased to retrace back and began to move forward. Sure enough, the picture that Strange expected appeared. The king's successor was not Odin. King Bor chose his brother. He said to himself. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His robe was gradually soaked. The emerald green glow of the time stone rippled violently, layers after layers. As if oblivious, Strange continued to watch the changing scene in the bubble. Asgard, in the middle of the palace. The people of Asgard gathered outside the palace to prepare for the new king. Odin's brother, the black-haired young man, took the scepter from his father. Putting on the golden helmet of the king and his battle armor, he looked formidable. And then Odin, who led Asgard to power and became the lord of the 9 realms, was just standing in the crowd, silently watching the scene. Strange continued to drag the progress bar with a sense of understanding. As soon as the picture turned, the dark-haired young man who became the king turned against his younger brother, Odin. You can't kill me, even if you sacrifice one of your eyes, even if you have been given the almighty power of the runes. In ruins, the black-haired youth fell to the ground, blood pouring out of his wounds. Odin, the winner, said nothing and his emotions were unreadable. I will curse you, my foolish brother. I will take revenge on you and make Asgard bleed. In the face of his brother's vicious words, Odin's face was expressionless. Raising Gungnir with both hands, without hesitation, he thrust it down. Bang! The bubble exploded. The consciousness of Strange's soul was swept into the turbulent river. There was a thunderous boom in his ears, and the light receded backward until it was dark. Is he dead or not? Strange was as angry as a reader that was interrupted when reading a novel. It was so close to solving the suspense, but then the plot came to a screeching halt, which was a real turn-off. Odin's brother, the king of Asgard. Strange ended this journey back in history by covering his chest and calming his overloaded heart. The Time Stone, transformed into the Third Eye, reverted back into an artifact, its emerald green glow retracting like flowing water. Strange, recovering a little strength, began to rummage through the ancient books about Asgard. He stayed up all night, immersed in the vast history, trying to harvest clues. The sun broke free from the horizon and peeked out, sending out the first rays of the morning as the eastern sky started to turn white. Strange rubbed his red eyes with a look of concentration on his face. He found the history hidden by Asgard and also found the truth concealed by God King Odin. The serpent, Kol, the god of fear. Strange murmured the forbidden name. 397, Chapter 396 Fear Descends, God's Retreat. Turn back the clock to a day ago. You want to find Red Skull's secret fortress. Baron Zima of this Earth 91 looked at the man in front of him with a strange look. Looking from below, the person was wearing military boots. Dark leather trousers wrapped around long, toned thighs, creating perfect lines. A belt around the slender waist made the originally sultry figure even more exaggerated. Pistols, grenades, daggers. All sorts of strange weapons were hanging from them. Keep moving your eyes, and you'll see the fullness of the headlights coming out. There was no doubt that this was a beauty that could make men's hormones boil if only Baron Zima hadn't seen that face. The skin appeared to have been completely peeled away, leaving only the dark red flesh and bones, which appeared horrific. Not to mention sexual interest, a normal person would be scared to death and scream at the sight of it. It was so creepy and scary. Such a unique and terrifying look was reminiscent of a villainous leader active during World War II. The Red Skull. Captain America's nemesis. One of Hydra's leaders. Yes, I can feel the eyes of destiny, a force calling me, guiding me. The woman with the crimson skull spoke confidently. Her name was Cynthia Schmidt, daughter of Red Skull. Your father has been dead for so long, can he still give you hints in your dream to continue the fight against Captain America by restoring Hydra? Baron Zima snorted with a touch of sarcasm. Red Skull was one of the leaders of Hydra, but his daughter was not. It wasn't enough to lead Hydra. Of course not. My father never really cared about his daughter. Cynthia shook her head and sneered. He always wanted a son, a blonde, tall, and strong Aryan son, to inherit everything. Baron, I'm afraid you don't know. When I was born, my father's first thought was to kill me. Without hesitation, he wanted to kill an infant baby. Later, it was his deputy, a woman called Susan, who stopped the ruthless and great leader. Cynthia had no emotion in her eyes, neither hatred nor warmth. I was brought up by Susan, and I was taught that the weak are not worthy of living. I have to be strong, stronger than anyone. My father died, he was defeated by Captain America, Hydra lost its leader, and in order to gain power, I didn't hesitate to become like my father. A coldness rose in Baron Zima's heart, and he withdrew his contempt. There's nothing a woman can't do when she can give up the beauty she cared about most. But you lost, too, when the Avengers wiped out your Sisters of Sin, and you managed to get your life back. Baron Zima held his arms around his chest. He was now the biggest villain in the universe, occasionally popping up to give the Avengers something to do. My father is right. Strong people are qualified to live. He is too weak, so he lost to Captain America. Cynthia grinned, a maniacal look in her eyes. But he has made me a stronger and perfect person than him. Red Skull. Baron Zima's throat rolled twice. He saw a familiar shadow on Cynthia. What's your plan? For a moment, he took the initiative to ask. Hydra's current situation wasn't good. During World War II, Captain America defeated Red Skull and dismantled some of the organization's forces. After a long period of rest and recuperation, Baron Zima and his party regained their strength. But little did they know that the Avengers would be formed, and the superheroes would push themselves into the gutter once again. Hydra urgently needed a new leader, a new force. If Cynthia showed enough ability, then Baron Zima wouldn't mind voting for her. I learned a story buried in the past, an unknown secret. Cynthia said meaningfully. Baron, I need your help. My father is like a rat digging holes everywhere, with strongholds all over the world. And what I'm looking for is the Book of the Skull. It has an Atlantean skin for its cover. It's kept in an Egyptian underground fortress. Baron Zima thought long and hard. He had a copy of Red Skull's map in his hands. It was marked with many hidden strongholds secretly built during World War II, some of which had long been abandoned and some of which were still in operation. And what Cynthia said about the underground fortress in Egypt, Baron Zima happened to know. I hope you won't let me down, Ms. Red Skull. Baron Zima lowered his hands and said so. A few hours later, a fighter jet landed in the Egyptian desert. Baron Zima found the specific location and opened the underground fortress. The unpleasant smell of decay and obsolescence overwhelmed him. Mechanisms, valves, air circulation systems, all of which are in good working order. Cynthia walked behind and watched Baron Zima open a stone door. It's a miracle that any tomb raiders hadn't unearthed it. Egypt had a large number of pyramid tombs, which were always a favorite haunt for tomb raiders. Not without, but they're all dead. Baron Zima kicked a bone under his feet and entered the interior of the underground fortress. There were tattered flags hanging on the walls in 4 places, the symbols of the Third Reich. At the very center, on the steps of the platform, was a sarcophagus. On top of it was a dusty book with a blue cover. This was what Cynthia was looking for. This is human skin. This was also the first time Baron Zima came to this underground fortress. Red Skull had built so many secret strongholds during his lifetime, Zimo couldn't verify them all. Bingo! Made from the skin of an Atlantean. It's part of the ritual so that the spell inside can take effect. Cynthia blew away the dust, picked up the book, and turned to the middle page. What's in it? Baron Zima asked curiously. The power to rule the world. Cynthia laughed loudly. On the page she opened, there was dense, obscure, and strange writing. Turn the clock back to February 1942, when Germany was in its infancy. Why haven't you finished yet? Don't we have enough sacrifices? With his hands behind his back, Red Skull, with a grim face, asked. A few thunderbolts flashed across the sky as dark clouds covered the sky. Then there was a dull thud and a downpour of rain. On the lawn of this manor, complex lines were drawn with blood on the ground with blood from the Atlanteans tied to the cross. Several priests-like figures in robes, with their faces covered under hoods, kept chanting spells and holding their hands up as if they were praying to heaven. Soon, Mr. Schmidt. The priest replied. I spent several months killing an entire gypsy tribe for this extinct and unknown language and taking the risk of angering the Sea King, taking away a group of Atlanteans. Red Skull's voice revealed a serious sense of impatience. And I'm only doing this because the Thule Society said I could get the power to rule the world from it. Now, tell me, where is the power that is so unimaginably strong that it is worthy of the gods? The hooded priests clearly felt the cold killing intent, and they were scared to death. They were all members of the Thule Society, which was regarded as the predecessor of the Nazis. Founded back in 1918 by Rudolf von Sebottendorf. Hans Horbiger's world ice theory was popular at the time. The idea that the universe began when many ice stars collided with each other, exploded and then recombined. Correspondingly, the first races of creatures to be born on Earth were the Atlanteans and the ugly humanoids. This new and avant-garde perspective had gained popularity among young people in Europe, especially among the highly educated aristocracy. Later, Rudolf von Sebottendorf, who founded the Thule Society, combined this theory with the theory of racial superiority and came to the surprising conclusion that Aryans are descendants of Atlantis, born with extraordinary blood, while the Germans were of Aryan descent. The Thule Society was the predecessor of the Nazis because many of the high officials of the Third Reich participated in it, even the swastika, which came from the flag of the society, representing the Aryan victory and the belief in Surya, the sun god. The Führer himself was a staunch supporter of Rudolf von Sebottendorf's views, so he didn't even equip his soldiers with enough cold-proof equipment in the war between Germany and the Soviet Union in 1941. Because he believed that as an Aryan, descendant from a very cold place, German soldiers must have inherited the ability to resist the cold, just like frost giants. As a result, in the Moscow War alone, 170,000 Germans froze to death. Of course, this was a rumor that had been circulated and couldn't be verified. There's no way to tell whether it was true or false. But the Führer was really obsessed with all kinds of occult things and even believed in the existence of werewolves and vampires. It's coming. The power will come from the sky. The hooded priest, who was on the verge of falling to his knees, said in ecstasy as he saw the dazzling light that sped through the hazy clouds. As soon as the man's words stopped, a thunderbolt as thick as an anaconda tore straight through the night sky and came down. Instead of landing in front of me, it flew elsewhere. Red Skull said in a cold tone. Priest, tell me the location. As the lightning bolt swept along the low altitude, the Hydra leader did feel an unspeakable power. Otherwise, he would surely have hanged all the hooded priests before him as if they were charlatans. The South Pole. It landed on the glacier. The priest, holding the magic book made of bloody Atlantean skin, shouted. A month later, after a long trek, Red Skull finally found the place where the thunderbolt had fallen. On the snow-covered hard ice, a large crater was opened, and the heat of the friction melted the outer shell and condensed it into frost. Red Skull stood on high ground and looked down. I thought the so-called power to rule the world would be an army, or a god, but instead it's a hammer. A broken hammer that can't be pulled out and can't be used. Red Skull snapped a hooded priest's neck and snarled, Tell me, what's Hydra supposed to do with this? Smash Captain America's head in. Mr. Schmidt, it's extraordinary. My soul can feel it, and it contains enough power to sweep the world away. The priest struggled to defend himself, quickly saying, we just need time to understand it and harness it. That's good. Taking a few deep breaths, Red Skull quickly regained his composure. He took one more look at the hammer, which he couldn't even pull up himself, and then took off. Before the problem is solved, no one of the Thule Society people is allowed to leave this glacier. Until someone can pick it up. Back to the present. The South Pole. This is Adolf Hitler's Thule Society, the last resting place of the gods and goddesses. Cynthia, the daughter of Red Skull, walked into the glacier 70 years later. She brought Baron Zima with her and opened the gates of the fortress in a forceful manner. Inside, there was no one but decaying white bones. The long period of time had destroyed everything, along with the ambitions of the Third Reich, the great plans of the Hydra, and buried them all together, not to mention those of the Thule Society. Boom! The bomb blew open the metal door of the security room. My father ordered the Thule Society to reside here to study the hammer that fell from the sky. No one has ever been able to pick it up. Red Skull tried it, but it didn't succeed. It's said that even the Führer himself came here once. The mustached guy tried to pry open the ice and dig it out but failed. Cynthia slowly walked into the security room. Frosty white air spread out. In the intense cold, she saw the frozen hammer. It's so perfect. So powerful. Then what makes you believe you can own this hammer? Baron Zima, wearing a winter coat, asked doubtfully. Red Skull failed. How could his daughter do it? Because I saw it in a dream. A great serpent surrounded this hammer, and it said I would be the queen of this world and would kill Captain America with this hammer, and then... Cynthia spoke in an almost dreamlike manner, her eyes only looking at the frozen hammer and nothing else. The serpent also said, "Fear descends, gods retreat." Cynthia, daughter of Red Skull, held the war hammer in both hands and read the ancient words on it. Only the worthy can wield the hammer of Skadi. A dazzling burst of light washed over the area as if it were a tidal wave. Baron Zima subconsciously closed his eyes as a horrific force reverberated through the security room. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the hard ice cracked, and the whole fortress was shaking. Fear descends, gods retreat. A hoarse voice came out of Cynthia's mouth. She was holding the hammer of Skadi in both hands, wearing green metal armor as if she had descended into the world as a Valkyrie. Meanwhile, in Asgard's palace, Odin, the god king sitting on the throne, let out a long sigh. 398, Chapter 397 Crossing the Border, Hitting the Muzzle. Human joys and sorrows aren't interlinked. This is a famous quote from a master in the East. Together with Romain Rolland in the West, he was known as the golden treasures of essay writing. When we don't know who said a quote, or we remember a quote but don't remember the original author, then we write linking names to it. When Strange in the Earth 91 was scratching his head over family relationships in Asgard, Superman, in Earth 1024, was calm. The citizens of New York live and work in peace and contentment and have lived a quiet life. No masked heroes, no evil villains. The only thing to worry about every day was probably the international situation on TV and newspaper headlines. However, due to the existence of Superman, the world that should have been shrouded in the shadow of nuclear war was now sunny on the surface. The three-sided powerhouse structure turned out to be the most stable. Polarization may lead to a bad nuclear war, with two gamblers at the same table, desperate to place all their chips on the table and be the last winner. But after the third pole appeared, the situation was different. The two superpowers could only develop silently. Whether it was an arms race, the Warsaw Pact, or NATO, they were all repeatedly testing the waters at the edge of danger. Because they couldn't be sure which side the most powerful man on the planet was leaning on. Placing all their chips on the table wasn't a wise thing to do. This year's Nobel Peace Prize should be awarded to me. Luke sat in S.H.I.E.L.'s office, thinking of the embarrassing award with shady elements, which was so much more gilded than the real gold it contained. Its popular candidate was either a warmonger, such as the mustached Führer, or the British Prime Minister, such as Winston Churchill, or the President of the United States, from Hoover to Roosevelt, and then from Truman to Eisenhower. Citing the comments of later generations, it was rare to see an international award with politics so obviously written on its face as the Nobel Peace Prize. It's just that Luke thought about it for a moment. He thought it was possible that he was in the first tier, and the award fund should be in the upper tier. As long as the President of the United States didn't have anything better to do than throw laundry detergent into Atlantis, initiate war, and provoke conflicts, then he had made a great contribution to world peace. Therefore, Mr. Trump, the nobody knows this and that better than me blowhard nomination, was well deserved. I wonder what's going on at Strange's. Since Luke replied to the two messages in a row, Strange didn't bother him anymore, as if his mobile phone was in remission. This made him think on the bright side, that the crisis might have been solved or that the universe might have exploded. Either way, it meant he didn't have to do anything. A mature Sorcerer Supreme has to learn to face it alone. Luke smiled and silently cheered for Strange. He then opened the report on his desk and scanned it for a few minutes. This was about the progress of Hydra's integration. Baron Strucker and Dr. Zola reached a consensus, formed an alliance, and began to suppress other factions. When facing Superman, they couldn't insist. Whitehall and Madame Viper were replaceable. They were all acquaintances and old friends, so naturally, they had to strike hard. Hydra was good at fighting external battles but excellent at fighting internal battles. Especially Baron Strucker. After joining S.H.I.E.L.D., he cleaned up his act and turned over a new leaf. He demonstrated amazing commitment and enthusiasm for his work. In less than a month, with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D., several secret Hydra strongholds were destroyed in succession. They also dismantled a series of safe houses and intelligence networks in North America, Eastern Europe, and Japan. With his outstanding efficiency and ability, he was qualified to be selected as one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top 10 employees this year. I can ask Howard to make a Hydra Killer Award for the Baron later on. Luke was quite satisfied. His plan was fruitful. Sure enough, only Hydra could deal with Hydra. With Baron Strucker's efficiency, it wouldn't take long for his Kryptonian ship to arrive. If it were Captain America, they wouldn't have made any progress in the next 3 to 5 years. Villains didn't need to worry about means and reputation. But superheroes were different. There were many things to consider. Casualties, property losses, compliance with international laws, violation of rules and regulations from S.H.I.E.L.D., and so on. Luke was brainstorming while working on the documents. Moments later, he suddenly lifted his head and looked into an open portal in the void. Magical sparks pulsated as a portal emerged out of nowhere. A bald master, dressed in white robes, appeared before his eyes. "What can I do for you, Master Ancient One?" Luke narrowed his eyes and asked softly. The Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj was always on the lookout for things to do. If he was right, the odds were that it was also for Strange of the other universe. "I have been asked to invite you somewhere." The Ancient One cut to the chase. She didn't beat around the bush. "I almost wanted to ignore it, and I didn't intend to cause you any trouble. I hate owing people favors, especially the ones that are hard to repay. However, the situation is critical and dire, so I have to ask for your help." The Sorcerer Supreme shook her head with a wry smile. If it weren't for the Vishanti, she wouldn't have visited Luke. After all, Superman wasn't Dormammu, whom she didn't have to pay for what she owed. It seems that the Vishanti are going to give the task of saving the world. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up. The Sorcerer Supreme was implying that he should be the one to put out the fire in the other universe this time. He had no idea what insurmountable difficulties Strange had encountered and needed to call upon him. "Before I say yes, I have a question." Luke tapped his finger on the desktop and asked, "You're also the Sorcerer Supreme, and you are the #1 fighter for Vishanti. Shouldn't this kind of work be given to you?" The Ancient One gave her opponent a blank look. "What do you mean by fighter?" For the sake of being a colleague, the Bald Master didn't mind it. "To put it in terms that you can understand, the Federal State Police will not interfere with the work of Interpol." The Ancient One explained. "Otherwise, why else would Vishanti make you the Sorcerer Supreme of that universe? Only then will you be eligible to intervene. Countless parallel universes, countless boxes of different sizes. Random interference, enter and leave at will cause terrible catastrophes." Later, the Ancient One added, "Don't act so helpless. Working part-time for the Vishanti isn't too shabby. You don't have to sign a slave contract. You don't have to clock in and out every day. You're much freer than I am." Perhaps because they were now colleagues, the Ancient One's attitude was lighter than before. From her words, it was easy to see the sorrow of being a contracted worker. "Well then, let's say it's a business trip." Luke nodded. The Sorcerer Supreme seat was not as comfortable as he expected it to be. As the Ancient One said, he didn't sign a slave contract, and his relationship with the Vishanti was a normal transaction. If he didn't want to, no one could force him to. "Give my regards to the other one for me." "Forget it. I think he's retired and on holiday." The Ancient One shook her head and smiled. Her heir wasn't born yet. The Sorcerer Supreme withdrew her thoughts and raised a finger. Under the dazzling white light, she directly opened a portal across the universe. Boom! The entire space shattered open. Luke only felt he had blinked, and he wasn't on Earth 1024 anymore. There was a cacophony of voices, calls, screams, and a hail of gunfire and smoke. The ruins beneath his feet were so hot that they looked like flowing lava. A cloud of white smoke billowed up and out, obscuring the view. Roar! Sound waves vibrated. Like the roar of a prehistoric creature, it swept away the rolling smoke from the ruins. A large figure filled Luke's vision. He was a titan, full of strength and power. In his right hand, he held a metal war hammer in the air and roared in a fury. "Get out of my way! The Titan looked down at the strangers in ruins, and without saying a word, he swung the metal hammer and smashed it down. He was eager to kill. Thirst for destruction. He was Quarth, breaker of stone. 399, Chapter 398. Sledgehammer goes boom, a small hammer goes bang. Before Superman came. Manhattan East River. Alcatraz. It was used to hold the most dangerous supercriminals in the world, and it was also the headquarters of the Thunderbolts. Since the appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the establishment of the Avengers, all kinds of masked heroes had emerged one after another. Some were born into poverty, but by accident or by chance, they embarked on this legendary path. Some were born with a golden spoon in their mouths and became celebrated superheroes thanks to their genius and financial resources. For whatever reason, the world was seeing an increase in the number of righteous men and women carrying out vigilantism and dealing with criminals. Correspondingly, supercriminals were springing up like mushrooms after the rain. Generally speaking, the Avengers was only responsible for international disputes and world crises. They didn't have time to deal with street thugs, and urban gangsters, arms traffickers, international crime syndicates, human trafficking, and so on. If there were a demand, there would be opportunities. This was the time when vigilantism emerged. Daredevil, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Punisher. They were famous vigilantes. These people once teamed up together to form the Defenders. Their main activity area was in New York's Hell's Kitchen and the surrounding areas. The target of the attack, in addition to Marvel Universe's Kingpin. There were also gangsters and gangs in the area, such as the Hand Society. Later, the membership changed several times. Some newcomers joined, and some old people dropped out. Luke Cage, a black hero who was one of the Defenders, was recently recruited by the government to replace General Ross and became the leader of the Thunderbolts. This was a special task force similar to the Suicide Squad from the studio next door. Luke Cage specifically selected criminals from Alcatraz and then led them on dangerous, undisclosed, and secret missions that could never be made public. Cain Marko, the Juggernaut, was part of this team. In this universe, he was the stepbrother of Professor Charles. As a general explanation, Juggernaut's father was interested in the professor's mother's wealth, and the professor's mother appreciated Juggernaut's father's manners and good skills. The two were looking for warmth, a lonely man and lonely woman, hit it off, and stepped into a marriage. As a result, Juggernaut and Charles became stepbrothers. For what it's worth, he wasn't a mutant. That's how the movie universe set it up. Juggernaut's powers came from the dimensional demon Sidorak. In an archaeological dig, he discovered the Crimson Gem of Sidorak that the Lord of Oblivion placed in this universe. That gem gave Cain Marko endless strength and a large, indestructible, and hard body. That amazing defense power could even resist Thor's Mjolnir and Wolverine's adamantium claws. It's just that Juggernaut's strength fluctuated, depending on Sidorak's mood. This led to a very uneven record. He was sometimes strong, sometimes weak. At his peak, he could fight head-to-head with the Hulk, but when he was weak, even the Punisher could beat him. Juggernaut, you have a new mission. Today was no different than usual for Cain Marko. Like other criminals, he stayed in solitary confinement, enjoying TV, newspapers, fried chicken, and beer. Then his leader, the dark-skinned, hard-hitting, muscular man, would give him an assignment. Successful completion would give him the opportunity to let off steam, or some of his requirements would be met. For example, a sumptuous meal from a Michelin chef, a striptease by a pole dancer in the red light district, and so on. As long as it wasn't too excessive, it would basically be approved. I need new gym equipment, and the ergometer that was delivered last week is broken again. Juggernaut said in a muffled voice. He was a mountain of flesh, nestled in a custom-made sofa, watching Chaplin's Modern Times. After becoming Sidorak's thug, Cain Marko's body shape greatly changed. Standing at 2.87 meters tall and weighing nearly 2,000 pounds, he was a small giant. No problem, I'll report your request. The Alcatraz guard spoke with a smile. Of all the super criminals in prison, Juggernaut was one of the easy-to-talk-to types. The guards opened the iron door of the cell and stepped on a stepladder to remove the restraint from his neck. The higher-ups are waiting in a meeting, so hurry up and get over there. Juggernaut reluctantly looked away and turned off the TV. The mountain-like body took steps on the hard concrete floor, giving the impression that the ground was shaking. He took the elevator all the way up. At the ground floor of Alcatraz, in front of several off-road vehicles, stood Luke Cage, Brock Crossbones Rumlow from Hydra, and other unknown guys. Judging from the uniform and personal appearance, it appeared they weren't good people. Juggernaut, this time you're. As the leader of the team, Luke Cage was about to assign a task when he heard a thunderous explosion. When everyone looked up, they saw a bright flame falling from the night sky. It was as if thunder had struck the earth, as if meteorites were grinding against the atmosphere. Start the primary defense. Luke Cage's face paled. He tried to get the prison to raise its energy shield to stop the onslaught of external forces. The dazzling fire came crashing down with unstoppable force. Boom! A huge explosion shook Manhattan. The East River kicked up waves several feet high. The entire island of Alcatraz was like a bumpy boat that almost capsized. By the time the smoke had cleared, Luke Cage's dazed consciousness was gradually waking up, and his eardrums were buzzing, and there were faint sounds of muffled voices. He shook his head vigorously and struggled to get up from the ground. Juggernaut. On the grounds of Alcatraz, the only remaining person that was standing was the titan-like figure. Luke Cage waved to him, indicating that the other party should go into the center of the explosion to see what it was, which almost sank the entire island. Juggernaut nodded, the small eyes peeking out of his helmet flashed with a hint of caution. A hammer. Cain Marco saw an object that fell from the sky. It wasn't a thunderbolt nor a meteor. A heavy, round, blunt hammer. Why would a hammer fall from the sky? Juggernaut's brain couldn't figure this out. Sidorak gave him the brute strength of Hercules but also took away his already modest intellect. What made Juggernaut slightly better than the Raging Hulk was that he was able to communicate normally rather than smash anyone in his sight with fists. Hammer. The more Cain Marco looked at the hammer, the more he felt an uncontrollable urge to keep it for himself. It's for me. For no reason at all, Juggernaut came up with this idea. He reached out his hand, touched it, held it tight, and then raised it. An unprecedented power filled Juggernaut's body, creating a violent urge to smash and destroy everything. The hammer held in his right hand, as if it were alive, spoke to him. Constantly urging and ordering him. I am Quirth. Breaker of stone. Juggernaut's mouth uttered some strange, obscure syllables. If Thor was here, he could definitely understand it. This was a language derived from the runes used by Odin, the god king of Asgard. I will destroy the world for the serpent. Juggernaut's consciousness was chaotic, completely dominated by the pitch-black figure. Even the crimson gem of Sidorak's light retreated to the other side. He raised his hammer and slammed it down on a figure that appeared in front of him. Bang! The hammer carried enough terrifying power to sink the island. But it could only land above the man's head, but it couldn't move an inch. It seemed that there was an invisible wall blocking it. The mighty force that shattered all things was blasted along the man's body and into the ruins beneath his feet. The prison suddenly shuddered and sank down. The hard outer shell of the mixed vibranium developed cracks that expanded into a dense spider web. Luke Cage, who had just gotten up, was struck by the impact and fell to the ground again. The Serpent Coal? One of the 8 worthy. The young man, who had appeared out of nowhere, spoke indifferently. There was a glint of surprise in his eyes. It turned out that Strange asked for his help because Odin's brother, the Serpent Coal, the god of fear, had been awakened. I'll smash you! I'll smash you! Juggernaut saw the man unharmed and acted as if he was seriously provoked. He repeated his sentence and swung the hammer again. Orange lightning wrapped around the hammer, forming a thunderbolt as thick as a python. The atmosphere shook with a booming sound, and a high-temperature thunderbolt that could melt gold and iron was unleashed. The young man who entered the area looked unperturbed as he slowly rose up with his feet in the air. The seemingly small fist collided with the all-crushing, all-destroying hammer, sending out a terrifying aftershock. The overflowing ripples rolled outward like a tsunami. Above Alcatraz, it looked like a Category 12 typhoon. Luke Cage, who was invulnerable to guns and had an incredible defense, was tossed out in a matter of moments. His strong muscles were aching as if he had been hit by a high-speed train and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the dangerous and unapproachable battlefield where the light exploded, a flash of fear rose in the Black Hero. Half of the solid shell of the prison island had been melted away. Where the Juggernaut stood, it had sunk several meters deep. If it hadn't been thick enough, it would have been torn through. The most unbelievable thing was that the man who confronted the hammer fought with his fists. No damage. No discomfort to be seen. Crushing everything, breaking everything. You don't deserve this hammer. Ignoring Juggernaut's shocked look, Luke's heat vision swept right across his opponent's right hand. The hard body that could even resist adamantium, like a red-hot knife slicing through butter, was easily and smoothly sliced through. The hammer fell steadily into Superman's hands. Although it kept struggling, it couldn't escape Luke's palm. He swung the hammer and smashed it into Juggernaut's head. Bang! Bang! A huge bang! Juggernaut's steel helmet instantly shattered into pieces. Boom! Another hammer blow. Juggernaut's 7 orifices bleed and ripped through the prison island like a cannonball, falling into the Hudson River below. The followers of Sidorak have great vitality and wouldn't die so easily. Luke looked down at the beaten Juggernaut, sinking to the bottom of the river like a lump of iron, and grimaced. With the power of the Lord of Oblivion, he wouldn't be able to kill him with just 2 blows. Superman casually threw the mind-bewildering, spirit-corrupting hammer of Quirth to the ground. Looking around, he opened his mouth and asked, "Can anyone take me to the Avengers?" 400, Chapter 399 Two Prophecies, The Death of Thor. The dense smoke and fire of explosions from the island rolled up and lit up half of the night sky. In the affected areas of Manhattan, the lights were still on, and the parties were still going on. The inhabitants of New York in this universe had long since passed through the invasion of the Chitauri fleet, the street battles between the Sinister Six and Spider-Man, and the Avengers' battle against the Hulk. They were used to masked weirdos flying overhead and also used to a doomsday scene where the sky could fall at every turn. The television news reports of bank robbers battling police and terrorists setting off bombs didn't make a dent in the hearts of New Yorkers. What had they not seen? The only people who could match this were probably the people of Tokyo in Japan. The explosion of the isolated prison island was loud, but the songs and dances continued on the banks of Manhattan's East River. The more daring ones had already raised their phones and started recording videos to upload on their personal social networking software to attract followers. I hope SHIELD will arrive sooner. Luke Cage looked at the almost paralyzed power facilities and defense system. His expression was unreadable. He was able to conceal his emotions perfectly. Although the Thunderbolts belonged to the Pentagon, Alcatraz was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s property, which was used to hold dangerous criminals. After the Juggernaut's ordeal, a huge amount of money was needed to rebuild and restore it. There was no telling how much chaos could be caused by criminals who took advantage of this opportunity and escaped. When the accountability came down, it would probably be a headache. "Excuse me, who are you?" Luke Cage leaned in. He was quite discerning. He saw Superman hammering the Juggernaut straight into the bottom of the Hudson River. He understood that the other party was a big man whom he couldn't afford to offend, so he had to be careful in what he said and refrained from taking a tough stance. A passing Sorcerer Supreme. Superman, who was also named Luke, would have liked to answer like this. But before he opened his mouth, dozens of transmission portals appeared behind him. Magical sparks outlined the portals and cut through the voids. Kamar-Taj. The Three Sanctums. Luke Cage's face changed, and his eyes focused. On the left side of the portal were masters in vintage robes, while on the right side were a group of masters in armor carrying chains and axes. Although their style wasn't uniform, the large number of people created a strong presence. How did they get here? Is that hammer a magic artifact? Luke Cage, with his role as a government watchdog and superhero, had been gaining ground in recent years. His status had improved significantly. Some time ago, the Avengers were accused by many civil groups for lacking black members, women, and LGBT people. They considered it a form of discrimination. Especially Captain America. In this universe, after Steve Rogers abdicated, his good friend Bucky took over. The crowd thought that the shield, the symbol of America, should be handed over to a black man. They launched a poll for this purpose, and the candidates were Sam the Falcon, Black Panther, Blade, and Luke Cage. There was no denying that with the advent of the new century and the popularity of the internet, politics had become an issue that the superhero community couldn't get around. Therefore, despite being a second-rate vigilante, there was no comparison to the top-notch internet traffic of Iron Man or Captain America. But Luke Cage could still become the leader of the Thunderbolts, replacing General Ross, and share some information with SHIELD. Like the existence of Kamar-Taj and the Three Sanctums, he basically knew some things. Those masters were aloof and rarely asked about worldly affairs. Why would they come to Alcatraz? Luke Cage was confused. Then, under his gaze, a master, shrouded in a veil of mystery, walked up to Superman. "Welcome back to Kamar-Taj, Sorcerer Supreme." Hiss. The loud, neat sound underlined the extreme embarrassment. Luke's mouth twitched as he drew in a breath of cold air. He looked to the smug Strange and Mordo, who said nothing, and got the answer. He thought to himself, has this guy been reading way too many I'm the strongest son-in-law books? Stop, stop, stop. Luke quickly stretched out his hand to interrupt, fearing that Strange had also prepared an embarrassing line like the 3-year period has ended, Sorcerer Supreme, please take over Kamar-Taj. Strange, why are you here? He beckoned and motioned for the other party to come forward. Sorcerer Supreme, are you surprised? Strange chuckled, seemingly quite pleased with himself. He had asked Thor. The alternate universe's god of thunder, who was becoming increasingly chubby, explained that Luke paid attention to ostentation and extravagance, and it would be better to prepare a welcome ceremony. Please, can you do something normal? The Sorcerer Supreme is not a mafia boss, so what's the point of calling a bunch of people over? Luke wanted to swing the hammer of Quirth and smash Strange into the bottom of the Hudson River and let him keep Juggernaut company. But when he saw the shiny head glowing at the top of his head, he felt a bit soft-hearted. After all, it was he who led Strange down this path of strength. Strictly speaking, he was also the guy's teacher. How could he do that to his own apprentice? Just this once. Luke waved his hand, indicating that the people should disperse and not gather here. By the way, you came just in time. Their sudden appearance was a bit like police officers, who only came to clean up after a gunfight. Before, Juggernaut had almost demolished Alcatraz, but Strange and Mordo didn't show up. By the time Luke had stepped in to solve the problem, they arrived just in time. Not bad for a positive group. Even their late arrivals were so similar. There was a bit of traffic today. Strange scratched his bare forehead and spoke awkwardly. He was the first to receive the news that Luke had crossed the universe and appeared in New York. But with the hammer of Quorth in hand, the senseless Juggernaut wasn't to be messed with, so naturally, Superman was left to deal with it. Back to Kamar-Taj, or... Seeing the return of Sorcerer Supreme, he hastened to present the Eye of Agamotto that hung around his neck with both hands. Go and meet the Avengers first and discuss countermeasures. Luke accepted Kamar-Taj's supreme weapon with a calm look on his face. Through his encounter with Juggernaut, he somewhat knew what had happened. The god of fear, the serpent Kull, was the brother of Odin, and the original king of Asgard. It was said that the three fates had two prophecies that troubled the most powerful man who had conquered the 9 realms. The first one, Ragnarok. At that time, the flames would awaken, the world would shatter, and the people of Asgard would be buried in the void. The second one, Thor's death. Odin was unable to kill Kull and had to seal him in Midgard, in Earth's deepest sea. Before that, his brother had cast a curse in the name of the god of fear, and that power had finally condensed into a prophecy. The serpent Kull would be slain by Thor, who would also die by the venom of his fangs. This was one of the reasons why Odin sealed off Asgard and closed its palace. He had only one son, Thor. Loki was originally adopted, and his blood was impure. Therefore, he couldn't succeed to the throne. His eldest daughter was rebellious, disobedient and a warmonger who would only lead the country to ruin. Despite Thor's muscle-brained and reckless nature, Odin couldn't find another suitable candidate. In addition, he was old and had long stopped making people, having another one was really beyond his capacity. The 8 hammers forged by the god of fear have found their owners. Strange warned. Those who inherited the power of fear from Kull were collectively known as the Worthy. Each one of them could compete with Thor. Not to be feared. Luke assessed the powers displayed by Juggernaut and grimaced. If it weren't for Asgard's prophecy, he would have swum down to the deep sea and lectured the serpent Kull on being a god with his fists. Even Odin couldn't kill him, so Superman was probably out of luck too. The so-called prophecy was more like a rule of some kind. It was hard to break, and it was hard to avoid. Similar things were found in Greek mythology and Norse mythology. For example, Odin's patricide, Ragnarok would come.